could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cam, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our special edition of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host here, and we have a very special edition, like I said, as this is the golf edition of our show today. Now, we have over on a hole number 18, it's a par 7, as we bring in our two players. We have Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to look for a birdie here, or potentially a hole-in-one. Now, Seven, looking to tee up here. Seven, what club are you choosing to use for your drive?
It's a 7 iron a chance because that's the one I'm gonna go with.
That is possible, but typically on a par 7, it's gonna be an extremely long range, so you might not get as far. But Glitter, how you doing today? But everyone at home's like wondering what the hell's going on right now. Yeah. Just to give you guys an update of why I was doing that, is because apparently I'm wearing golf pants. But you know, that's fair. I don't dress myself these days. I have someone that can do that for me. But one thing we can start to talk about now is our overall standings and see what has shaken up from yesterday to today. And obviously we did have some changes coming through, especially when it comes to our first and second place. You can see here Team Queso overtaking G25 in first by a whopping 9 points here, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen G25 drop down out of that first place position. So this is kind of massive for these overall rankings, especially because it just shows how much work Queso has been putting in this entire time. But another team that we do need to point out is the fact that after a stellar performance yesterday, Alpha 7 was able to jump up into third place here, 7.
Yeah, and stellar indeed. I think they ended up with 2 chicken dinners. Every single chicken dinner, they ended up with more than 10 kills. They reminded me a little bit there of what we've seen in regards to G25. We still have B4 there within the top 4. This is something you kind of want to see out of B4. We didn't really see as many 0 points yesterday as we used to. I think they're starting to...
Come on, man. They have families, 7.
You know? Hey, they got to fix them. More than likely, at this rate, they're going to make it to the finals, but they got to fix that stuff. Temple Storm... looking solid out of 5. I'm gonna say it. I think I like them. I think it's okay. It's okay if they're not currently within the top 3. I think they're within striking distance there. Ace 1 finally started picking it up. We've seen better performances out of them. Talking about better performances, look at Klaze Esports right there. Glitter in 7th place. Oh yeah.
I know, right? It was really nice to start seeing some of the higher kill games out of Loops, a little bit more aggression out of Loops, and I think the 7th place currently is well deserved. We're just going to see whether or not they can hold on to that position, and then Wildcard will be rounding out the top 8, only 2 points behind Loops Esports though, and then we'll be able to see here who is in 9th place. We've got Meta Gaming in 9th, Cloud9 behind in 10th, only by 5 points though, and this is where things start to get really, really close. You see Execute in 11th, only 2 points behind Cloud9. Tribe Gaming, we touched them a little bit. They were able to jump up 4 places after yesterday from 16th to 12th. So Tribe Gaming able to do well for themselves. The Unnamed still holding on to that 13th place position, being one of the only squads on the second page that didn't actually move after yesterday. Nova Esports, they're in 14th place, only 1 point behind the Unnamed and only 3 points behind Tribe Gaming. XSET in 15th, and then rounding out the top 16, we have PK.
And there's just so much stuff going on there on that second page. Just to give you a little heads up, between 10th place and I believe 18th place that we're going to be able to see now, the difference is only 31 points, which is something you love to see of the likes of Brazilian Rampage, which Brazilian Rampage, I believe they are currently, if I'm not mistaken, just 5 points away from Pittsburgh Knights. So that's how close everything is. And then you have Influence Rage, which we talked about over and over again, the amount of kills. They currently have more kills than the team in 8th place in regards to Wildcard Gaming. So you can kind of see the firepower that they're able to put out. You see BDM Esports there with 181 points. INTZ, Klaze Esports, Defeater, which Defeaters had an amazing day yesterday. At the start of yesterday, and for some reason you weren't able to catch it, they were 100 points away from 16th place, and they were able to kind of cut that in half to 52. So love seeing the improvement there out of defeaters, and you see 19 Esports in helping Quit Addiction there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, considering we're only just past the halfway point now, it's still really anyone's game at the moment who's not in top 16, as we're seeing now the defeaters closing that gap ever so close as they continue to try to have that progress yet again today. Though I do want to touch on really quickly, one team we did see in the top 8, Loops Esports, 0 chicken dinners. And they are in the top 8. But this is also the similar loops we saw in week 1, in the first Super Weekend we had for World League, where they didn't get any chicken dinners, and then they finally got their first in the second weekend when they were already like in 2nd or 3rd place. So this team definitely has the potential to continue to grow, but also 2 other teams that we've seen have a ton of potential, albeit one of them just in 1 week. We have to talk yet again about G25 and Team Queso, because Queso again have been improving on themselves. It seems like every week they're going to continue to do this here, Glitter. But I'm going to have to ask, does G25 continue to go down? Does Queso continue to go up? It's really anyone's guess at the moment.
Yeah, you know, to give G25 a little bit of credit, I did talk to Pepito for a little bit, and he did just say that they just had a rough 2 days. And you know what? That happens, especially when you come out of the gate as strong as G25 does. So I'm not too concerned about them, especially if they can fix whatever mistakes they've been having. They should be able to easily get back to that top spot where they're in. But we're able to currently compare all of their week 2 average stats on this graphic, as you guys will see here. And Queso is clearly in the lead on most of these stats, with the exception of oh no, wait, even damage received. They're in the lead up for all of them, but they're all close. The thing is, like, they're all relatively close. They're only 300 damage above G25. You know, they're less, or 120 near for damage received with G25. They are doing a much better job in the kills department, and this is something that we're going to see through the rest of their stats as well. And it's something that we saw a lot yesterday coming out of Queso, was the fact that they're really going for that aggression. You know, we've seen G25 struggling just a little bit these last 2 days. I think technically on week 2, day 4, they were 22nd overall for that day, and then they were 21st overall for yesterday. So that's a big change for what we saw out of them from the beginning, especially when you consider that the day before day 4 of last week, when they were on week 2, day 3, they actually had 2 chicken dinners. Both of them were on Erangel maps, and they do have the 8 chicken dinners overall. I mean, not, a little bit rough 2 days for them, but not the worst days. They still have both Italox and Pepito, I believe, holding on to 2nd and 3rd place overall for their individual player rankings. I mean, they still have some glimpses of the amazing gameplay we saw out of G25 from the very beginning. And then in stark contrast, that we do have Team Queso. They have seen a massive change in their gameplay these past 2 days, but in a different way than what G25 has seen. If anything, Queso has decided to kind of go really aggressive this time around compared to what we saw last week. We were able to see them get, on week 2, day 3, I think they only had 1 game that was outside of a top 3 finish, and that was when they had another 16 kill chicken dinner. Then on week 2, day 4, which is when they kind of started this gameplay change, and yesterday they actually didn't have a single finish above 7th place on week 2, day 4, and with the exception of the win yesterday, they didn't finish above 5th place overall. So they've definitely changed the focus away from those placement points, and now it's on to kills, because on both of those days they were managing to pull down 20 kills a day, and as of yesterday that was only spread across 3 matches. So I mean, that's kind of massive for Queso, especially when you take into consideration that they do have 2 of their players also on that overall player leader board in 1st and 4th with Ayala and Axel 7.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think for me, G25, as I was also able to talk with their coach, Surdios, they were telling me that maybe they got a little bit too confident and too complacent being there at the top. And I mean, they did have an amazing first week. You cannot continue to try to follow that first week, because it could have been like a one-off. If you guys can mimic that first week over and over again, I think that's when the champions are made. So for this week, especially it's starting today, I'm going to be seeing how G25 bounces back from the bad days that they have had so far.
Well, if they can bounce back, that's going to be my question. I mean, I understand they have the potential to obviously be still a formidable force, and they still technically are a formidable force within our Pro League at the moment. But 2 players I'm kind of eyeing out on when it comes to being a real formidable force, sorry to use that term yet again, it's going to be Axel and Ayala, because these 2 players for Team Queso seem to have stepped up. We talked so much about Natsume and Nishi at the beginning for Team Queso, but these 2 players have almost left them in the dust.
Yeah, and that's something you want to see, right? You never wanted to see just your new player being able to put out the numbers that we're seeing here from Axel and Ayala. You wanted to see the teammate, the whole team get into the action, and guess what? They've been able to do it. You see Axel right there with 47 kills. You see Ayala with 56 kills. This is a duo. This alone is an amazing duo that any team would want to have. You see 46 knocks, 47 knocks there for Ayala as well. In regards to the assists, they're also being able to help out. Overall, I think we've been saying it over and over again, and I think we'll continue to say, because this is one of the better tournaments that I think Team Queso has ever played overall, with the addition of Nitsume. By him having such a great start, and by him in a way kind of carrying the team at on the first week, this has helped Axel and Ayala to kind of come into their own pace, and now start backing up the team.
I think it's also important to notice, I mean, you saw there the damage difference was about 300, but the kill difference was actually 9 in favor of Ayala there. So Ayala having less damage, but way more kills. It's really interesting to see kind of that dynamic where Axel, he's just putting out the numbers. He's just putting up as much damage as he possibly can to make sure to allow teammates to maybe get the knocks and the confirms as well, so they can always have that victory, right? Always have those wins go in their way. And another team that we're going to be talking about here that seems to have a lot of victories go in their way, especially yesterday alone, Alpha 7, who have seemed to have also continued to improve as time's gone on. We saw them in 3rd place on the standings, and 7, we can kind of now compare their first 2 weeks compared to their first day yesterday.
Listen, their first 2 weeks was nothing to laugh at. They're still maintained there, some great placements that I'll be talking about here. But let's just focus on this graphic for a bit. 26 matches, 838 average damage done. And then in the 4 matches from yesterday, where they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners and a lot of kills, they ended up with 1,700 average. That is an insane stat that we barely ever see matches where teams can cross 1,000 damage alone. So that's something you love to see. The damage received, it really didn't go up as much. You would expect, we usually say how you expect the damage received to go a lot higher. Well, guess what? They were able to get into fights and finish them off quickly. The kills, more than double right there in regards to kills. Knockouts, you see the improvement there as well in the assists. Everybody's just being part of it. And with this team, I'm enjoying seeing this improvement over the weeks, and especially a hot start that we seen out of them yesterday. And just kind of break down some stats here. On day 1 of week 1, the first day of this tournament, they actually had their worst day by only being able to score 5 points. That's the improvement that you can go through there. It's insane. On week 1, they have 51 kills, and they had about 5,600 damage, healing done. And they also used the most smoke grenades, with 131 smoke grenades used out of any team for week 1. Now, for week 2, they ended up increasing their kills to 60 kills. Their healing obviously went up because they were getting into more engagements, and they also started putting out even more smoke grenades and using those tactics that we know they're capable of. They used 154 smoke grenades too for week 2. That is an insane number, and that kind of pretty much it doubled a lot of team smoke usage. Another stat that I want to give to you is yesterday on week 3, day 1 alone, they had 34 kills in just one day. And keep in mind, they went from having 51 kills week 1, 60 kills week 2, to now 34. The improvement that this team is doing is something I'm enjoying, and I'm enjoying the way they were able to adjust. One that kind of comes to mind, Glitter, that we were able to see was in Miramar. They lost the Miramar match that we kind of expected them to win. Well, guess what? Yesterday, they were in a completely different position. Instead of having to wait there at the top, they were able to come back up. And as we're seeing here, the player stats, and let me just go ahead and say, Swagwin, Glitter, is absolutely smacking.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this here illustrated in the stats up on your screen. Over almost 10k damage, essentially, onto Swagwin alone. That is outrageous, especially when you look at the rest of the numbers for his teammates. And those are respectable numbers. Like, those are impressive amounts of damage coming off Lost and Up and V2. And Swagwin is still somehow completely dominating all of the stats. He's got 45 kills to himself, 41 knockouts, and the fact that he still has 28 assists with everything that he's doing. He's involved in the most amount of damage, kills, participation, period, across the board. I mean, the man has stepped up to the plate for this squad, and those numbers are crazy to me.
I think it's the posts. You know, we need to start doing the posts. I think that makes us a lot better in the game too.
It might, you know, anything can make me better, to be honest. You can see our schedule here on your screen. We're starting off with Erangel, Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. And Group C will be sitting out right off the bat. So we got the likes of BDM coming back in as well, who had a great end of their last week. Actually, a great week overall in week 2, but have not been able to replicate that so far. You got teams like Tempo coming back in, a team we talked about as being pretty consistent. Though yesterday was a little bit hit or miss there. But you know what? I think it's actually time just to get our first game ready to go. I'm hearing we're ready to start things off. So you two go take a quick little break, and we're going to bring in our commentators to start calling all of the action, hopefully in a golfer voice. You guys can be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe you want to comment on how these pants are making me look like Jack Nicholson. If you don't know who Jack Nicholson is, well, most of you probably don't, because I think you're a little bit too young for that. He's a golfer. And 2, people need to help me get out of this rut that I've got right now, out of the bunker. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, both looking good. You guys are like almost matching today. Did you guys plan this?
Well, I mean, this is our first day casting back together, so of course we had to just, you know, coordinate a little bit, you know, just the relaxed vibes. I know you're dressed up to go to looks like a very high-end coffee shop, but we're trying to just, you know, chill out at the beach.
I do have my typewriter back there. I didn't bring my laptop in today. I brought my typewriter to try to take notes, so I'm trying to keep up with the look. Dave, we're getting into another day of action here. Again, we passed the halfway point. Teams have shown just yesterday alone that there still is a chance for pretty much anyone out there within our leaderboards. Again, what's maybe the biggest question you have in your mind when it comes to these teams, or what's the biggest thing you're looking towards for these teams to do and to accomplish within this week alone to have a good chance in week 4?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you nailed it on the head right there. Teams, they need to look to stay on par with first and second place squads. And honestly, yesterday was a big day for defeaters. You know, I was watching back the VODs. Defeaters, if I'm not mistaken, got around 62 points yesterday alone. And just looking back, it's a big deal because weeks 1 and 2, they got a combination of 82 points. So in one day alone, they were definitely able to make the comeback. And, you know, they're at dead last. They're all the way at the bottom. So if the team at the bottom could perform as well as they did yesterday, I think it's a good sign for everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, this team didn't have an outside top 5 showing in all of their games yesterday. Now I have to ask you, Hot Jukes, because I got kind of turned down by the rest of the time when I mentioned this. I think it's a perfect slogan for their jersey. Don't be a defeatist, be a defeater. What do you think?
Love it. Love it. Because if you're a defeatist, then you become defeated. And I don't think that's what they want. I think they want to be in top 16. I think they want to make it up to the finals. So
are you just
if they go by that slogan...
Because Dave's over here like...
I mean, why not? So you're just like being nice, Hot Jukes. What? You know, it feels good today. I'm just having fun. I'm just excited, man. I'm just pumped up. What can I say?
Okay.
We're good mood.
Jason, you need to stick with golfing, all right? Not slogans. I'm just putting that out there, all right? Last season, you made a slogan that we're not going to name. We're not going to say it because
Bayo Mayo?
Whoa!
I mean, I didn't even make that one up. That was John Allen that made that one up. But I have some news for you, by the way, Dave.
Else. Okay.
I'm equally bad in golf and making slogans, so I don't think it's gonna get any better for me if I went over to that. But I'm looking for the Titans again. We talked about towards the top of the show, G25, Team Queso. You know, Dave, what have you been seeing here out of these two teams, or do you have any thoughts about this head-to-head we talked about?
Yeah, I mean, G25 Gaming, you know, comparing the numbers, the stats from week 1 to week 2, they went all the way down, which is okay. It's okay because honestly, all they really need is top 16 to make to the finals. So they can do whatever they want at this point, and I'm pretty confident that they'll still qualify. But like you guys mentioned on the desk, they set such a high bar for the rest of the lobby, and I feel like week 2 and week 3 now, yesterday, we're starting to see those other teams start to climb up and break that ceiling that G25 kind of made here in this league.
I mean, that's something we talked about, right, Hot Jukes? Is like when you peak in a tournament, you don't want to start off really high and then slowly get worse and worse and worse. Whereas Team Queso is the opposite end of that spectrum, where they were kind of like, you know, decent. They weren't too bad, and they're slowly going up and improving week in and week out. And that kind of gives me a good sign about Queso in general compared to last year, where I feel like they really underperformed.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has just been almost night and day. I mean, just that little roster change, their adaptation to this entire new meta has just been phenomenal. I really love to see this from them. And I think, I'm not too sure if it's just G25 being a little bit lax and just trying to make sure they don't throw since they have been in first place. But Team Queso said, hey, you open that door, we're going to walk right through and take first place right from you.
Well, you know, they're going to try here in this first game of the day. Why don't you two gentlemen take us away with Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a match number 1. We're going to take it over to the lovely map of Erangel. Oh, Dave, We had a good little week last week, mixing it up with some casters, but we're back here together in the new Erangel. I'm pumped up. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I mean, mixing it up, man. Put a little bit of hot in the sauce, put a little bit of Dave in the sauce. There you go. Bada boom, bada bang. There you go. That's where we are at right now. Game number 1. Hey, some people out there, that they definitely understand. They understand. So, game number 1.
Psych? Possible psych? Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a remake, baby. Let's go. Hey,
too much.
Love to see it.
In the pan. Too much in the pan, bro.
It was.
What happened is I was potentially giving away the secret formula, right? And they said,
no.
we got to cut you off here, Dave. The secret formula cannot be exposed out there to the people.
And you know what? It's I love it. I love this game start to finish. The fact that we just got to get a little reset going on here, because like you mentioned, when you put things that are too hot in the pan, things get burned. And we want to make sure that we're at a nice low simmer to start off the day. We want to make sure that these players are locked and loaded and ready to go. So, Dave, thinking of, the fact that we didn't cast together last week. We're now back here together here. A lot of things have changed. Like we were talking about earlier, G25. 8 chicken dinners so far. I mean, who would have thought that's something they would have accomplished? But Team Queso only with 6, passing them up in the leaderboards. It's insane.
Yeah, honestly, and looking at the total points when it comes to everything, Team Queso, they got 6 chicken dinners, G25 with 8. Honestly, Team Queso, they're starting to excel in the kill point department, right? I mean, they're sitting at 186 right now. That's a ton. And I know the desk, they're kind of breaking it down how some of the top fraggers, we have 2 of them up there at the top from Team Queso, and they're not Nitsu. So I feel like Nitsu, week number 1, was like, listen, boys, just sit back, relax, watch what I can do. And definitely proving themselves, here in PMWL. So I definitely appreciate Nitsu on the squad, but I feel like now is the time for the other players. We're like, okay, Nitsu, we know why we got you. We respect you, but watch what makes us special here. And that's why we start to see them kind of just, start shooting up those leaderboards.
Yeah, I think that maybe it just has to do with the fact that now that they had Nitsu there, the kind of entry factor, maybe that just Team Queso now just has way more confidence going into fights, going into battles, and we just see them just popping off now as a squad, as a unit. And I think that that's what we have to see if you want to have any success here in the PMPL. But, oh man, we got a whole wonderful day's worth of matches coming up for you guys here in a little bit, as we got some socials, looks like, coming up right now. Make sure that you guys go and follow all the links, and if you're watching right now, make sure you also go follow the brand new PUBG Mobile Esports Twitch channel, which is insane, guys. So you want to make sure that you're all up to date on the latest news and information, that's for sure.
And we're mods. Are you a mod, Hope? Are you a mod in that channel?
Of course.
Okay.
And gotta stay in the mod squad. But yes, we have a wonderful video up for you right now, guys, and we'll catch you right after this.
How would you describe your team's preferred style of gameplay?
Our preferred style is definitely controlled aggression, I would say.
Our preferred style of gameplay would be balanced.
Agresivo inteligente.
Es algo más táctico, posicionándose en el medio rápido. No es tan agresivo.
Oportunista.
Acho que é um estilo de jogo seguro. Nós trabalhamos sempre evitando ao máximo morrer, perder o jogador. É um estilo de jogo seguro, acredito. Tático.
É um estilo de jogo um pouco inteligente e tentando ser agressivo no momento certo.
Intentando ser agresivo, creo yo.
Passive. We play aggressive. We go for kills.
I would say aggressive.
What is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon loadout would be M4 and Uzi, but lately I've been messing with the M4 and Uzi, or M4 and Tommy gun.
Definitely go-to loadout right now, and has been for a while, is Uzi and M4.
M4.
Uzi M4.
M416 e uma Uzi.
M4. É a DP28.
Acho que é DP28.
M4 y Mini 14.
M416 and Uzi. Or Thompson now for this update.
I'll go with the M4.
M4 and DP28.
Who do you think is the best PUBG Mobile player to hang out with?
It would have to be one of my ex-teammates, Juicy, he plays on Team XSET right now. That's also competing. And Juicy is just a big goofball, and he's got a big heart. So I would have to say it would be him.
One of the best players to hang out with would definitely be Carnage. He's always got something to say about somebody, and he's always really funny.
O mais engraçado e divertido, sem dúvida, é o Federal.
La verdad no tengo eso en mente, o sea, no sabría decirte cuál.
Mais divertido seria o Senab.
Maybe Dadin, from Loops. Lil Boy, meu companheiro de equipe.
Eu acho que o Foquezinho, sem sombra de dúvida.
Nitsu, Dinkes.
Sixless, but he's bad.
I might go with my teammate Chiwon because he's funny.
I would say Cat and Paraboy because they're both funny.
What a great segment. It's awesome to always see some questions answered from our amazing analyst, Glitter Explosion. And one of the questions I saw there, Dave,
I'm here.
What is your preferred play style, right? I want to ask you, if you had a team right now playing here in the PMPL, what would your team's play style be?
Okay, hey, great question, by the way. My team's play style, let's see, with the point system, I think it would have to involve not dying early. All right, not dying early. Strategy? Not dying early. Not dropping near anybody like Loops, Tempo, Cloud9, just avoiding pretty much every single team in the lobby as well. So I might be on that team that drops Kameshki, Zarky, possibly all the way out there. And then, let's see, I would make sure I have a bunch of meds. I would make sure every single game, at least one of my players has like 10 first aids. Honestly, 10
essential.
First aids. It's essential. So, you know what? If 3 of us do get picked apart on rotations, we got that backup plan, baby. It's all about having that backup plan because with this point system, with the structure, I mean, 5th place, 6 points, 4th place, 8 points. So if you could out-heal people late game, which we saw yesterday from Cat, by the way.
That was insane.
My hat off to Cat. And this is something that we've talked about all the time. We just haven't been seeing it here in the Pro League. But with this new point system, like, heal it, man. Heal it. Heal to win, honestly. And I think that is what would be my my secret plan on my squad, besides dropping Kameshki Stalber.
Love it. Now, here's the thing, right? I love your approach of not dying early. I would like to expand on that, though. And if it was my team playing, I try not to die early, middle, or late game. But I don't know if that strategy is going to work, especially with the kind of teams that we got here in the lobby. It looks like we got the first game loaded up and ready to go. We're back at it, guys. So let's get it started here as we take on the brand new Erangel. I'm pumped to see what this playing path is going to look like to start things off. And from the looks of it here, Dave, it looks like we're going to have a nice north to south playing path right down the middle.
Yeah, and you know what? I got word that the last game had to be remade because of too many golf references within the first, 2 minutes. So it just overloaded the system. So, yeah, you hate to see it. But one thing that I like to see is this playing path. I mean, I was just talking about Zarky. Hey, 19 meta, they look like they're going to be flying in that direction. We see Wildcard, this playing perfect for them over there in Severny. I mean, look at them, all nice and lonely to themselves, which, you prefer, obviously, early game. Looks like Pachinki going to be right underneath the playing path for Tempo Storm as well. I mean, honestly, this playing path is not bad for a lot of the drop spots that our teams like to use.
I think it's a perfect playing path. I mean, pretty often from not, we always see that kind of horizontal playing path from either left to right, east to west, or west to east. But now coming north-south, right down the middle, all these teams are going to pretty much get their own drop locations. We see Wildcard, they love to go to Severny. They're going to stop on by right there. Cloud9 heading on over to South George. Tempo going to take Pachinki. So this is a very, very fair playing path to start it off for today's games. I know the players got to be pumped up for that. And it looks like the first circle, though, heading on over to the east.
Yeah, this is a nice little circle to kind of change things up. The playing path, straight down the middle, practically over there on that west side. So with this east zone, it's going to cause a lot of these teams that we do see over there on the west to kind of hurry up and get their loot quickly and then rotate on in. Ace down there, military base, looking really strong right now. But from Klaze driving on by, trying to avoid the shots, trying to remain undetected from Nova. Would hate for them to get taken out early. Starlight popping their head on out right there in the open field, attempting to take shots, but unsuccessful on that.
Always risky every single time you try to drop for a vehicle, you know, just try not to get popped out early is always of the utmost importance. Seba able to make it out of there alive, and that's the one thing about these type of plane paths. Every time you have a plane path that's off to one side and the zone shifts to the other, you're going to know that that edge of that zone has to be free and clear. So I wonder what teams are going to decide to possibly grab a vehicle and start heading over to Lipovka, Milta, those areas, because you know for a fact nobody's landing there, that's for sure.
Yeah, honestly, Milta is just wide open. And Klaze, we saw week 1, we saw in the scrims, you know, they took that drop spot from XSET. You know, like they snatched it from them. So that's why we see them hurrying up and trying to get there as quickly as possible. XSET going to be just north of that. So I'm curious if those two squads will have an early engagement, you know, try to fight for that very strong position in this circle. Looking on over here, Ace, they've been, Dudu particularly has been, you know, putting in some work over here, clocking on in. They're gonna be down here in military base. They also have a pretty clear pathway in front of them. You know, they got the bridge, they got the boats, they can swim. They got a lot of options in their pocket on how to make it into circle number 1.
I wonder what what's going through Ace's mind right now, because I know that we started out the storyline with Ace just kind of crushing it right off the bat the first couple of weeks. You know, the battle for Brazil, see which is the best Brazilian team, Loops or Ace. And recently, I think Ace, after that lead, they've just been solid. But hold on, we got a battle right here. Joey getting caught with the headshot from Ninforum and taken out just like that.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Klaze and XSET. We were just talking about these two teams getting into a early fight here just because they both like this area. Like, this is their home pretty much over here. And to get Joey taken out real early on, instantly thirsted from the mutant, that's going to keep XSET with only 3 here. Looks like they were able to make it over there to milk the power. They should be able to get some loot. That's the problem. XSET, I don't even believe they had the opportunity to loot up yet. They're just on their rotational path. They're in their vehicles. They're just trying to get the position before anybody else could.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly was going through their mind, because I know you guys didn't get to catch it, but we got to see them head over to shelter area. In my opinion, that's probably the strongest area in this zone right now. Really good rotationally to catch a lot of players out. It just looks like they headed out from shelter, decided to take Milta, and that little indecision, that just let Klaze, you know, get set up already for him. And man, I mean, but at the end of the day, that's a hard shot to hit. The mutant, iron sight, you got to be able to hit those, and he just two-tapped Joey right out the vehicle. Really nice.
I mean, that's 7.62. I mean, it hurts. It hurts. So back to your point with the shelter, though. Could it loot up 4 players, though?
I mean, you can go underground, and there's a ton of loot there. It's kind of iffy though. Sometimes it's jam packed. Sometimes it's kind of rougher squads, and I think that maybe that's what their thought was. They're like, hey, we want to be in this location, obviously zone wise, but maybe let's go to Milta and get some loot. But hey, it's too late by then. So right now we're looking at some rotations going on over, and everybody just trying to get in this circle. And I want to see who's going to be able to take that really prime Shelter Hill location. It's so strong for the zone.
Yeah, it actually looks like we saw a tribe over there in that area on top of Shelter. So very interesting to see them, you know, take up such a centralized position. I had a couple words with King A before today, and I was like, hey, you know, what's up? You know, what's the game plan for week 3? And King A said, listen, it's simple, it's straightforward. We're going to try to get 8 points per game, and that's it. Like, that's the plan for week 3. 8 points per game. That's the goal. I mean, simple, right? I mean, pretty simple. Yeah. It is going to be hard to accomplish, but we'll see. I mean, 8 points is equivalent to a 4th place finish with the point system, or of course, you know, 8 kills. There's a ton of different options in order to achieve that goal. But I like it, man. Straightforward, simple.
It makes sense, especially considering where they're at right now on the leaderboards, currently sitting in 12th place. They want to make it to top 16. That's the goal, I think, of every single one of these squads at a minimum. So I think if they're just saying 8 points per game, to me, that shows that, hey, we're not trying to get first place at this point. The lead's way too far ahead. We're just trying to make sure we make it into the top 16. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a good goal to set. It's not going to be easy to hit, though. I mean, we've definitely seen it with this point system. I mean, 8th place is 1 point. So, you know, if you get 8th, you have to get 7 kills and that's almost 2 squad wipes. So we'll see if I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that and see if Tribe is able to stay with that kind of consistency starting today. And they need to if they want to make sure they make it to the finals.
AZ looking right on top of Tribe as well, using this nice little boulder right here. as their squad mates behind them. Just maybe doing some scouting, I don't know, or not, taking some pot shots on a G3 as they are just kind of running back and forth over there. It's very interesting, you know, 8 points per game, that mindset, because to me, at least my opinion, once when they do get that 8 points per game, or yeah, say this game, they get 8 points. What do they do after that? Like, do they just, you know, YOLO push everything, get really aggressive, just try some new things? Because think about it, they already achieved their goal for that game. So that's going to open up a lot of possibilities, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think they need consistency. I think they need those 8 points guaranteed here on out. And maybe in the last day, if they're good, solid, you know, 50, 60 points ahead from being on 16th, maybe we might see them mix it up a little bit. Speaking of mix it up, look at Wildcard. Yeah, a little late on this rotation coming from Severny. Getting popped out the vehicle. Leon getting blown up right there. It looks like he's going to get left.
Rough, man. Rough right there. And what was it? Slicky was in the front lines on that rotation. Slicky was getting shots, you know, receiving a lot of shots at first. I'm surprised the remainder of Wildcard, they decided to take the same path instead of trying to, you know, send it a little wider than what Slicky did right there. Yeah, that's going to be something that they're going to be watching back in the VODs and definitely learning from.
For sure. I mean, this is a rotation I think we haven't seen very often coming from Wildcard. So their vehicle routes, they're going to study that for sure. Make sure they don't make that same mistake twice. And just moving on over, zone's about to close up right here. Everybody's just trying to get their location for the next circle.
Yeah, not only that, Wildcard, you know, Severny. So looking at Severny, they just straight to the middle. You know, compared to 19, they're taking that road all the way north of Stallberg. They're going to be wrapping around Kameshki. They're going to be coming in. They're going to be cruising on in, playing the edge game right now. Playing extra safe, you know, Wildcard on the flip end of that, just looking for a nice centralized spot, losing one in the process. The zone does center up pretty much. I mean, everybody pretty solid with their original spots that they were able to acquire last zone.
Yeah, I see Nova. They got that shelter location I was talking about. I think that's probably one of the strongest points right now. It's really good rotationally. You're able to get a lot of line of sight on a lot of teams, and they're going to be able to look at Tempo right now, also Tribe, as Tempo is kind of just hanging out in OP dip, trying to get some spots here. Tempo actually loves the spot where Tribe is. They love those houses. They go there all the time, and I think that, you know, Tribe just beat them to it, so Tempo is just stuck right now, hanging out in OP dip.
Yeah, Tempo specifically, comparing their week 1 to week 2, like, they're also on that upward trend, especially when it comes to placement points. They're able to get about 25 more placement points in week 2 than they did week 1. And I like to see it. You know, I like to see teams every single week kind of build on what they learned in the first week and just continue to excel. G3 right here is going to be spotting out HH24 in their scopes, but they're in that dip like you mentioned, so they have some nice cover to work with, and I don't see anybody really pushing that dip right now, as everybody is going to be safe for the time being. INTZ.
Not safe.
Emma. Yeah, spotted right there from the DP from Gazme.
Yeah, just taken out just like that. You can see Darius with a great nade. Will he be able to get the pop off? He does. Hits it onto Rolex. That's going to be a good solid one right there, but they're down 2 members, so Darius going to have to figure out exactly how he wants to play this. Oh, good sights, though. Another knock.
Pauly. Yeah, what the surprise. The backstab right here. I mean, Pauly's on the ground level right here, trying to get the confirms, trying to get the flushes, while Darius is up there, the eagle eye in the sky right there, just making sure Pauly has enough room to work with in order to get these flushes. I really like this teamwork coming on out right here.
Oh, but what a huge throw from Meta right there. Gazme, looks like he accidentally hit the eject button on his vehicle, so that's 3 knocked now from Meta. And Pauly, you can see her on the hunt, trying to find this last member. I don't think they realized that spot, though, if they caught it in the kill feed, because they didn't get that knock themselves. So now it's just Luquitas, all on his own, trying to hopefully get this res. Yeah, it looks like they will, though.
Yeah, they should be able to. Gazme is going to be slowly crawling behind that little shack, using those smokes. So Pauly definitely has an idea on where this is occurring. Just not sure if the risk is worth it right now. Rolex, that's the question, though. Will Rolex be able to get picked up here?
I doubt it. I think Rolex is done for sure. And I think that they had the 2 up at least, but Gazme with that accidental knock just completely stopped any chance Meta had from helping out the rest of his team. So, man, really unfortunate play right there. Really fortunate, of course, for INTZ, who is a squad that's now in 20th place. Both them and Meta, you know, just going at it, trying to get some more points. And Nova, they're still holding this shelter position really hard. Next zone, though, coming up.
Golfer Jason would say Gazme would like a mulligan on that one.
Oh, absolutely.
Next zone does go on up. Hey, it's sorry for people that don't understand the golf references, by the way. I am sorry.
You gotta get another
Today's
chance.
Golf day. Today is golf day.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
You know, hey, swing and a miss. So we'll have to see these guys go for long range, you know,
Dude, so
onto this
smooth.
next circle. Love it.
Yeah. Next zone does go on up. A lot of teams, we see them immediately pop into their vehicles. The great migration right here. Everybody in their own little individual cars, Dacias, buggies, UAZs, just trying to make it into the zone. There's not a lot to work with. I mean, Mansion, pretty much going to be a death trap in my opinion. All those gates on the outskirts, you get locked in there. I mean, it provides comfort, but not for long. Looks like Team Queso, though, looks like they're going to be making a pull-up, a crash on the 19 Esports. Jacob with the Uzi. Trying to return some shots up here. Yala is going to be getting picked up.
Ooh, Nitsu with a good return knock right there. What a great off angle. You can see them running the 3-1. Team Queso's been really utilizing the strategy. But look at that shot from Asta. That's going to really put a lot of hurt onto Team Queso right here. They're going to have to go ahead and really get these players up and some return knocks. Here comes Trix.
Trix pulling up from the outskirts right here. Marco, Ayala, Axel inside the building. Jacob on the second floor. Nitsu just a couple moments ago was able to get a knock with the DP from their off angle. Looks like Trix going to be pumping the brakes just a little bit here. Trying to gather the information. Maybe Trix and Jacob, they want to push in at the same time, catch Team Queso off guard. Thing is, they need to worry with this new zone. There's definitely going to be a potential for third parties, so they need to clean this one out quickly.
They're both stuck, though. Jacob is stuck up there getting naded like crazy. Trix needs to help, but there's no way he can run out in the open. He knows it. It's going to be all up, to Jacob to hold it down. And unfortunately, just great angles from Axel. Getting it done right there. Trix is trying to throw some nades in and catch something. I just don't see him doing it. He's completely stuck behind that vehicle right now.
Yeah, look at all this cover fire. Look at all the shots right now ringing on out from Team Queso. Ooh, Trix, though. Trix onto Marco. We see Nitsu trying to catch Trix from the back end over there.
Done.
Looks like Trix got a nice couple shots on Axel, but yeah, the numbers advantage. I mean, 4v1 right there. Obviously, it's going to be a challenge. And not only that, it's Team Queso. I mean, they have been popping off these past couple days.
They have. I mean, I love to see that 3-1 push strategy. I think before they made this adjustment in players and play style, we saw them kind of all group up as 4 or sometimes 4 split and just go for survival. But now they're adapting that 3-1 off-angle push, executing it perfectly, and just working together as a team and hitting their shots. And it's just as easy as that. Now that they're doing that, boom, first place. It's crazy to see.
Yeah, and that play right there, I mean, you could definitely see the communication was just on point. I mean, 3 of them, they push up the stairs. They made sure to take down Jacob. They didn't push in one at a time. Then we saw right there in that last play with Trix, they surrounded Trix. Trix had nowhere to go. Next zone does going up, talking about nowhere to go. A lot of teams that were down there in the south near prison, they're going to push on in through the south, but
I feel like a prison.
It's a
you do not want to be down there. You did not want to be in the south right now. Look at all these huge name teams driving across each other. Raven getting the knock on to Sam out the vehicle. We're going to see some vehicle explosions. Oh, that's 2 down for Wildcard on rotations. You know that's got to hurt them. But, man, I think they're just trying to make it into the zone alive. Not going to be easy.
Yeah, we'll see. We see Acer pulling on up, sending their vehicle on into the water. Juicy going to be right there on the beach. Acer able to use this cliff for some cover. We'll be seeing Juicy kind of fly on down right there. Looks like Slicky was able to get behind Juicy right there. They got the pinch. That'll be 1 point on the board for Wildcard. And they have a nice little spot to call home for the time being. Next zone, though, I do not see it coming here, so Wildcard, they need to come up with some type of game plan, and it looks like they are going to be, relocating that US, making sure those tires don't get popped. Very smart on their end.
Yeah, I think that their game plan is stick exactly where they're at. They are completely stuck, especially it being an open field on the left. Though we're moving on over. We're seeing Tribe holding down the edge of this circle. They're going to have to push into this one and get past Influence. And it's not going to be easy because they are really well set up for this gatekeep. It's all up to Tribe to hit this really crucial initial knock. This first knock is going to be the one to set everything off. Can King A and the rest of his team do it, though?
Not only that, if they start the fight now, Team Queso, they're not very far. They could potentially send it down there to the south and get a little sandwich going on.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, the push up right here. Seagut trying to get into some cover. Oh, two
Castiel.
Tribe getting knocked down right there on the push.
Castiel just with that iron sight AK doing so much work. There's G3 on the off angle. It's all up to G3. Can he do it? 2v1. He's looking at, switches to the Uzi up for up close and personal. Gets the shimmy, but not enough.
So close.
So close.
Oh, close right there. But yeah, that initial 2 knocks right there. Very interesting. Tribe, they pulled up in a vehicle too, right? They used the vehicle to push up just a little further. I get it, use the vehicle for cover. Okay, well, we'll have to look back at that play on the break. Looking on over here, Team Queso Nitsu has this Dacia, has this boulder to work with for some cover. But over here, Tempo, they just got done wiping down Ace 1 right here.
Ooh, Tempo just pushed down that hill together as the full 4, and they just completely wiped them out. And they're gonna hold the south side right now. Now, don't have a lot of cover, but you can see they got their smokes out, they got their hill, but most importantly, they got each other. Covering each other's backs, getting that suppressive fire is going to be so huge. And you can already see Spec in the vehicle getting ready for this next zone, because if it does hard shift north, it's going to be a very, very difficult rotation for them.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what Tempo they're telling each other right now. And there's Crate not too far from them. Also, they might be able to pick that one up. Nitsu has an idea there's some enemies lurking out there in the distance. And, we saw some shots from Axel. The suppressed M4 onto the Unnamed. They thought they were safe. There goes 2. Bucky also connected on, and Ayala making the aggressive push with the Dacia, trying to get up close and personal, trying to get the runovers. Here comes Nitsu with the support. Ayala taken down in the process, but they should be able to get the revive. And the Unnamed, once again, another play from Team Queso. So calculated, so clean.
Just the push was instant. The second they got those 2 knocks, those vehicles were already coming. That's what you love to see. That you have to have your synergy at such a high level if you want to be able to accomplish that. And the fact that they did it right then, right there, now they're in the next zone. They are getting shot at, of course. They're just going to have to go ahead and hunker down for now, as the rest of these teams are going to have to find their way in as well.
Man, Team Queso, just beautiful plays here. And I know this is only game 1. 6 kills so far. Yeah, Ayala was thirsted right there. Was not able to get picked up. So we'll see what they can do. Axel not losing Ayala. Hold them back. Gonna be taking some shots right there onto Influence out there in the distance.
That suppressed M4, you can just see him just putting that suppressive fire downrange onto Influence. Doesn't want them moving at all from their spot. And Axel is all on his lonesome, so he's got to be really careful not to get knocked here, because there's no way he will get picked up. And he's covering a very, very crucial off angle for Team Queso. Rest of these squads, though, are trying to get their own little bit of real estate down. Tempo, Spec, nading his own teammate, HH24, saying, hey, bro, calm down, reset, and get ready for the fight coming up.
Yeah, relax. That's going to actually open this little window up. Slicky bouncing a nade right there, was able to be stopped. Here comes the follow-up. Wildcard, remember, they were on the coast. They only got 2 up. That grenade is money with the bounce right there, taking down HH24 once again. That accident. Another one! Another 3 times. Talking about the birdie. Spec out here trying to put a halt to Wildcard. So Spec actually going to be coming out on top of that one. Wildcard eliminated, but Tempo, they got 3 members bleeding on out right now. And Tensa in the blue, pinned down. Oh, no.
And I don't think he has any heals. Not sure exactly what happened to Tensa, but it looks like he is going to go out, to the blue zone. Really unfortunate right there for him. But the rest of the fight, look at Influence running wide on the open, getting clapped like crazy from Klaze. They have no choice, though. They got to move.
That accidental nade onto Tempo, though, definitely the demise. But that goes to show how important it is to pay attention to the kill feed, because Wildcard, they saw that, instantly push across the street and kept throwing those grenades one after another. Actually, that was a great play altogether. But checking on in with G25, they at the southern end of this zone. They have this
what a shot.
building, this compound to work with, but Sheep and AZ with the cover fire on that little window will be knocking down one, and here comes the push uphill, the uphill battle right here.
They're coming up for it. They want to take this spot big time. It's in the next zone, but look at that. Gatekeep from Italox, but AZ able to shut it down. It's all on AZ's shoulders here. 15 seconds left on the clock. He has to get these reses up instantly, and Pepito's got the nade locked and loaded, throwing it right down towards him. Nova's in big trouble.
Yeah, Pepito tried to throw that grenade, but was immediately spotted in third party, so forced to retreat back to cover. AZ on the flip end of this one, looking to get the reset, the revives on their down squad mates as well. Let's see what they'll end up doing over here. I see another squad pushing, trying to cut him off guard right there on the edge and take the fight with G25. So this might actually be the prime moment for Nova. Again, sprayed down with the DP. What a weapon to just let it rip right there. Pepito, yep. Taking down two.
He's doing such a great job. He had the wide open shots on him, just like a shooting range, and that's gonna open the door for Cloud9 with all that action going on. You're gonna see them try to push on up, and look at Italo. Yeah, Nova, they are just so pinned down. For time to just heal on up, first aid, survive all you can. Use the cat strategy, it worked before, but I think AZ only has one first aid. Looks like he's about to go out. Yeah, done.
G25, look at their compound. It is so strong. I mean, it's on top of a hill. They're overlooking the whole zone right here. Actually insane. Cloud9 trying to push across the street over here. Looks like one of the members from Klaze is going to be attempting to go for the spray down with the A-cam on not one, but two members right there. Oh, Team Queso right in the middle of this as well. And guess who it is? Pepito with the DP still spraying on away. Uneven, crawling, bleeding on out, and Cloud9 taking out. Two teams to go. Two teams to go.
I mean, G25 on top of this hill, they're just crushing it. I mean, this is the best position in this map by far. The fact that they got this circle, they're just using it to their advantage. Every time they get a zone like this, they don't just get a chicken dinner with some kills. They get a chicken dinner with an insane amount. And look at them so far, 12 kills to their name. Pepito's feeling himself, jumping around, looking for the rest of this team. And they have to have eyes. They know that Klaze are in this building. And Klaze, I mean, they're not moving a muscle right now.
Yeah, Pepito trying to go for that off angle, very smart. If G25 can get these 3 kills, that will be 15 kills equivalent to a chicken dinner. And if they can get the chicken, it's like winning 2 chickens in game number 1. Actually insane. So let's see what Pepito can do with their off angle over here. Definitely trying to catch him off guard. Will be popping up. One. There goes the surprise. Yep, taking down one of the back lines right here on top of Klaze.
It's a big knock right off the bat. He's holding that angle, and this game, it favors the aggressor constantly. We see the team that usually pushes hard is the team that ends up winning it. It's going to be really difficult for Klaze to survive this. They're going to have to make some big play. Italox, it looked like that was a nade, but it's going to get closer and closer here. Seba's going to try to open up this fight.
This could be a nice grenade. This could be a nice one, depending on how well it's cooked. Oh, Italox, though, right behind the shelter, using these smokes to their advantage to push on up, get really close, right on top of Klaze. 2 members of Klaze right here in this building. Ram going for the spray down. Italox is going to be connected on, but remember, Pepito in the back line right here, trying to catch him off guard, and now G25, they got the 2-2 going right here. Unico trying to push on in right here. There goes on the win, G25. Very clean, very number 9 at the end to pretty much just, sandwich Klaze and keep them pinned down in that compound and nowhere to go, Jukes.
15 kills for G25 and their 9th chicken dinner. I mean, this is just best case scenario for them. I mean, I don't know what the scoreboard's going to look like after this, but maybe Team Queso's holding first place is going to be cut short after that one, because I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game for G25, that's for sure.
I'm starting to see a trend here. Every time I question G25, every time I say, G25, they're just coasting, they're just chilling, they get a win. Like, it happened last week as well. It did. So
it seems like that with everybody. Every time we say, Defeater's having a low tide, they have a pop-off day, now G25, it's insane. Jason, what do you think about this game?
Well, I can't talk until I'm back on the show. I mean, I don't think...
Okay, well, perfect.
I don't think I can. I've tried to scream before, but no one can hear me, so it's starting to make me think I'm in space, actually. That game, I think we saw what we need to see at a G25. I think we saw them learn from their last week, learn from yesterday, and start to change some things up. They can't just sit back on their laurels. They can't sit back to playing the same style they maintained the first and second week. And we saw them starting to play more center today, which is really nice. Obviously, the Circles kind of favored them towards the end. They had an amazing compound, but hey, I think they deserved every kill they had. We had Italox popping off. Again, the top fragger right now for G25. Pepito as well trying to come through. I think this time, though, for Team Queso, maybe take him a little bit of a mulligan on that last match and maybe look towards the future in R1s later on today. But we're going to get rid of you two for now. Just for now. We'll come back to you later on. Don't worry. We're going to bring our analysts back in and start talking about that game as G25 have indeed got themselves a nice, tasty chicken to start. What was that, Glitter?
You were saying at the beginning of the show, you're like, well, I mean, if they can bounce back. And in my head, I was like, they can bounce back. And
I mean, yeah, that's
like
true.
They did that and then some, because look at the damage.
3,001. Some good damage coming through. That's basically a hole in one in my book. 7. They have to be proud of that. I think we should be proud of that as well for them. Again, showing some more depth to the team.
Yeah, we definitely have to be proud of that. Pepito Pelitos is back too. I think he ended up getting like 7 kills himself alone too. And that's a player that the team usually riles up behind. So love to see it. And it kind of shows that they can improve in regards to errors. Remember, Glitter was saying it that she talked to Pepito. I even got to confirm it with him too. They were saying that they were just running into errors. As long as you're able to fix it, as long as you're able to bounce back.
Why is he responding to your messages? Does he hate me? Am I doing something wrong? Pepito, please.
Hey, one thing I do want to mention though, here on this first page, we haven't really talked about them for a while. Cloud9, 17 points right there. Something I really enjoyed is how late they were rotating. They were playing like the Cloud9 that I'm kind of used to seeing. So it's something I want to definitely keep an eye on. Klaze Esports there, 17 points as well. Team Queso continuing on the absolute mayhem. They don't care who you are. They're going to come bring it to you and get those 8 kills that they were able to get there in the last one. Tempo Storm, not as much placement points, but hey, guess what? You're able to make it there with 6 kills, 7 points total. Influence Rage as well, continuing that 5 kill average that we have seen out of them. BDM Esports, Nova Esports too, one team that has been quiet. At least they're able to get there something in regards to placement points. And right here on the second page, Glitter, take it away.
Yeah, then we actually see Wildcard able to get 3 kill points and 1 placement point. I feel like they had a little bit of an unlucky time with a few rotations here and there. So that, you know, it's just the start of the day. That INTZ with 3 points, all in kills. Metagaming 3 points. The Unnamed 2 points. XSET having a little bit of a rough start here, 7 with only 1 placement point, and then 19 Esports, Ace1, and Tribe Gaming, all 3 of them, 0 points.
Double bogeys. Damn.
Did you say double bogeys? I feel like, are you using, I'm really curious now, 7. Do you really have like this big depth of knowledge about golf, or are you just using every term you know about it?
I watch golf. I play golf. Let's just keep going.
I mean, you bust out. I'm not even kidding. I am massively impressed that you busted out like the 7-iron, like talking about that, because it works with your brand and it's actually a club within golf. I'm super proud of you, man. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Field moments. We'll be proud of some of the players here. So we're going to see some highlights coming in from all of the players we possibly can. And to start things off, by the way, obviously we talk about G25 doing well. Queso again having a good game with their 16 points. But one thing that really stood out to me here, Glitter, is how smooth, crisp, clean, whatever you want to say, with Team Queso taking on fights. They always look so calculated and execute things so well.
Oh, 100%. When we were watching them crash in on a few teams, it was just no fear. They all committed at the same time, which is really important if you're going to be making those type of aggressive decisions. You can't be indecisive, and everybody has to kind of be on board with it. And I feel like they've done a really good job with that. They're working as a unit, and they're landing all of their shots while they're doing it. So, I mean, they're coming away with the second highest amount of kills in the lobby, 8 kills, and that's just starting off the day. But this, I mean, we can see right here with what you're talking about. They have just been so clean with engagements that, honestly, I feel like if a lot of other teams were to take 7, they would not go in their favor.
Yes, I'm so glad you said it, because I was going to say it too. If some of the other teams were to even try some of this stuff they're trying, they will fail miserably. because it speaks volumes, honestly, of the confidence that Team Queso currently has by being able to just crash into compounds. We usually see crashing into compounds, and more than likely, we kind of see the team that crashes ends up dying unless they're kind of third party in a fight. But with Team Queso, just the absolute confidence that they have, I am loving it. And then with G25 as well, as we do see there, Axel being able to kind of knock some more players, get some more of those kills. With G25, I'm enjoying that they kind of came back with the win, and not just the win, I'm enjoying that they were also able to back it up with a lot of kills. We were starting to get question marks, and listen, this is just one game out of today. We still have, I think they're going to be playing 3 matches overall for today, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to continue to see consistency. Even if you don't get the win, what I don't want to see out of them is a bunch of 0 kills and maybe 1 or 2 placement points, or maybe like 2 to 3 kills and 0 placement points. I want to see a good middle of the pack for them every single time they play, or at least within the first page. As we are seeing here, some of the Klaze Esports players, we see Italox being able to knock some people. The way G25 was able to play that, it was super smart. We also see Nova, we haven't really talked about that much, but slowly but surely, they've been maintaining consistency here, Glitter. Even if they don't get the kills, they are able to back it up, at least with some placement points.
Yeah, I feel like Nova's done a good job of adapting to some unfortunate situations and kind of just making the best out of whatever they can. Like you said, they weren't able to get a lot of kills this time around. They didn't get any, but they were able to do a good job staying alive. They were doing a good job keeping people off their backs for long enough so that they could get some placement points. And at this point, every single point matters for this team. And, you know, I do want to point out that we are in the 3rd week, and that is the 9th chicken dinner for G25, so that double digits thing is kind of looking a little bit more possible now.
Today, maybe? Question mark?
I mean, it should happen. Like, whether or not today, tomorrow, whether or not tomorrow, the next day, whether or not the next day, and so on and so forth. I'm going to stop talking here because we're going to take a look at our total damage as well in that last match. One thing I do want to point about Nova, though, is I believe Starlight wasn't even supposed to play for their team originally, because remember, they brought in 2 substitutes to come in to kind of see who was playing better at the time, but they went to Starlight specifically because they felt like they needed to gather more information in these matches, and Nova seemed to have done better over time with him on the roster.
And that's what we always talked about. Hey, if you have subs, test some of them out. You never know what's actually going to be working. You might think one sub's going to work better for this tournament, but it might end up working the complete opposite way, as we do see the damage that G25 was able to put out. 3,000 damage. Then you see a couple thousands over thousands. You see Team Queso there, 1,600. You see Nova being the outcast there towards the top with only 261 damage. XSET as well, only 31 damage. For XSET, something that I continue to see is Joey, one of the newer players, the new player actually to that roster. It keeps on dying first, so I wonder if Juicy is gonna start realizing that and maybe switch it around, because they need their full members towards the end. Especially this team definitely needs the points. You don't wanna slack off.
Yeah, especially after we talked about them yesterday, after they got their first chicken dinner yesterday as well. They definitely need to continue on that improvement train. And we need to continue on the train of our show here as it chugs along, as we now take a look at our top players from the last match. And I'm assuming G25's got to be in there in more than enough positions. But look at that. We can expect G25 to be in there. But to see Axel again, the nuisance right now for G25, because he's currently leading overall in the entire tournament for kills.
He's unstoppable.
Yeah, it's no surprise. Like, that man has always been an absolute crack in regards to Axel. It is surprising that the way that I guess he started playing, the way he's been able to pick it up for that team has been huge. And then once again, you see Pepito Pelitos there with almost 900 damage. Unico, you have them with 800 damage. And then Italox, the amount of damage that G25 was able to put out here, I wouldn't be surprised if... More than likely, I think the other player was probably there too. He just kind of fell off a little bit, but overall, what a performance from all of those players.
Poor Quinto, the only one to not make it into the top 4 there for them. But you know what? Who will make top 1? PUBG Mobile as Esports Mobile Game of the Year. We're going to take a look at the awards, which you guys can still be voting for. So head over to esportsawards.com/community vote. Make sure to get your votes in, and make sure PUBG Mobile takes home the trophy, because I heard if they win, I get to keep the trophy. I was expecting Seven to be like a little bit jealous because he got like this sweet little like outfit coming into Worlds last year back in Malaysia. That he had to wear that like every day, and it was like super hot every day, and it was stanky. So I hope he got it cleaned. And if you did, you have a minute of time here while we head to our commercial break here and come back with the second match very shortly.
Mountain Dew? Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go. The second match is ready to go like a nice ointment cream as we have Vikendi wrapping up now here on our next set. We have Group A sitting out, and that does mean we won't see the likes of Queso in there or Wildcard in there, but we will get to see G25 yet again if they can maintain and potentially get into double digits for the first time here, and the first and only team to do it so far in PMPL Americas. But we do get to see Group C come back in. We get Loops coming back. We get XQ coming back. We get PK, B4. There's a lot of teams out there that we want to see what kind of day they'll have, what kind of form they're showing up with right off the bat here, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Just G25, they had second place, you know, for a good, solid day, and now back at first, just like that. That's what I love about this point system, though. It's so aggressive. If you have a good pop-off game and a chicken dinner, it's gonna fly you up the leaderboard. So even when it comes to top 16, I think with the amount of days we have played left, any team can make it. At the same time, though, good luck, because you got to be able to make some serious plays and have that consistency if you want any chance at making it top 16, especially if you're on the bottom of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like you're saying, it's really anyone's game to break in a top 16 because the points are still so condensed there. Unlike in the top 8, where the difference between first and 8th place was like 100 points. So things are starting to widen towards the top, but in the middle, they're staying nice and close together. And I think we're seeing a lot of teams kind of realize this, Mustache Day, because we look at that last match, we had 4 kills at around the 10-11 minute mark. It seemed like teams were playing so much slower, but more conscious of the fact that there really isn't that many games left to mess up. You have to really bring your A game.
Yeah, and like you said, especially those teams that are right on the cusp. I mean, every single game, like we saw XSET last game, they're 15th right now, but like one bad game to get 0 points, you'll be right back down, not qualifying. So honestly, all those teams within like the 12th to maybe 19th position on the leaderboard, every single game they play is like a seesaw going up and down, up and down, up and down. So they're doing everything in their power to make sure not to take these early fights, not to get taken out early. You want to make it top 5. I mean, that's the play. That's the play here. And one thing I'm going to be looking at, you know, with that in mind, like teams that like the hot drop, HQA, are they going to keep doing that here today? Wildcard, are they going to do that here today? Because Wildcard, they dropped with Klaze on Vikendi, but fortunate for Wildcard, they're not going to be here on this game. What'd you say, B?
Hot Juice
little reactions to his thoughts, yeah, you know, just like that, just like, you know.
Guys,
a little for all
not even
my,
making fun of you, Dave.
Deaf
Chill, man.
Viewers,
Chill.
you know, got to get those ESL viewers.
Yeah. We're not even making fun of you, Dave. You're looking relaxed. We're relaxed. We're just having a good time together because you know what? Even during this global pandemic, we still all get to be together just like we were on World League. Though some of these teams might not be able to say the same when we get into the finals because it's still coming up very, very shortly. I do kind of wonder, though, if you're one of these teams who are in that seesaw range, that roller coaster of emotions, does that completely change your style? Hot Jukes, in your opinion? Like, if you're one of those teams, do you have to play ultra conservative now?
I think if you're at the top, you can afford to do that. It really depends on what your goals are. If you're at the top and you want first place, just keep playing aggressively, keep playing consistent. If you're just worried about, not making major mistakes and you want to play passive, you can. If it were me in there, I would just give it my all and try to do different things constantly because the finals are coming up. This is the best practice you can possibly get. So that's what I would do in that situation. But who knows what these teams are thinking?
Well, I can't tell you what the teams are thinking. I don't think we can fully tell what the teams are thinking. We just let the team show us what they're thinking while we get in the game here on Vikendi with match 2.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take it to the icy lands of Vikendi, Dave's favorite map. And now, as we always do, it's tradition around here. In the chat, guess how much of the first circle will be in the water? That's what I want to know right here, right now.
Brr. It's getting icy out here, man. It's getting icy out here. I mean, I'm looking at this plane path. It's interesting. I'm gonna put it right there. It's interesting. So when it comes to circle number 1, my guess, hold me to it, Hot Chicks. If I don't guess right, I owe you some UC. 32%. 32%. There you go. I put it there.
Go. I'm gonna Price is Right, Chin. I'm gonna go with 33. 33. Ooh. It's gotta be.
Okay.
Got to be. It rhymes. It rhymes. And we see right here the plane path on really far off to the west side. And I was gonna say it had to go to the southwest. We see it go constantly there, but man, this is way more than 33%, baby. It's gotta be at least 45, I would say.
You know what's so funny, right? And this is a true story. Last week with Paul, no water. Yesterday, Paul, Cameron, no water. I think with you and Cameron as well, no water. It's us, man. Like, we are the thing that makes the water circle. It's a Dave Jukes thing. It honestly is. I mean, every single Vikendi we have together, it's a water circle number 1. This one, it's looking like a 45 to me.
At least. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Right now, if anybody appreciates it, it's Cloud9. Cloud9, they love to drop right here in Vihar, Mavatra area. So for them to be central location right here, this is their circle. They are pumped up right now for this match. And I hope everybody in the chat is pumped up as well, because every single time we see a Vikendi water circle, the early mid game, we're going to see some crazy rotations. We're going to see some vehicle explosions, because these squads, they got to get moving, got to get in the circle ASAP.
Yeah, and the thing is, Cloud9, they're right there. They're in such a strong spot, very strong position. But it's like a double-edged sword, right? You get zone number 1, you're almost guaranteed to get some solid placement points, but you're not guaranteed to get a bunch of kills, right? So at least when it comes to Cloud9, they're currently with 110 kills with, 240 points altogether. I mean, I would be looking to maybe pop off, get a little more aggressive, but honestly, I guess with zone number 1, they're just not going to have that option. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense for them to push out and search for these kills, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it makes sense, absolutely. I mean, right now, you're just looting up, getting ready, and possibly... we see them like to split up a lot, at least in the early game, just to kind of cover the most ground they normally can. And then the second a team pulls up, they just kind of all clamp together and then hold that spot down. It's going to be really interesting to look at. One thing, though, is as we look at the leaderboards right now, we talked to Jason a little bit earlier, and, the point disparity between first place and 10th is insane. But that 16th, a lot of teams right now, I think could still get knocked out, and we have some squads that could still make it into that. I think even if you look at Cloud9, they're currently in 8th with 240 points. That's only a 40-point difference from 16th place. So that even these squads got to make sure that they're consistent, right? I mean, if they want to hold their position for top 16.
I mean, even looking at 16 to 21, where Klaze currently in 21, that's only 29-point difference, a 29-point difference. I mean, 2 solid games, maybe just a solid day in general, like the Feeder saw yesterday. They got 62 total points in one day. Something like that, you could find yourself, qualifying for those finals. And like the desk, Jason, Glitter, 7, they keep talking about, we're getting closer to the end. Talk about that. Pyro, though, taking some shots.
See Pyra right now just with that 3x G36C, and this is what we're talking about. You know, Cloud9 loves to kind of separate, kind of make sure they hold as much ground, and Pyra did his job perfectly right there, just putting those warning shots saying, Ace 1, don't come on here, you know, stay away. And I think real soon, when we look at the map right here, we'll see either Pyra head off to his squad or the rest of his team come to help him out, because if Ace 1, if they push up 4v1 on Pyra, he's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, and other squads in the lobby, like, all it takes is 1 day of VOD review, maybe 2 days. You know who's over here. You know it's going to be Cloud9. They love this spot. This is their spot every single time. Mafioso taking some shots. Pyra currently sitting with around 24 total kills altogether on the squad. So looking to up that kill count just a little bit. But like you said, like, they're really separated right now. So if Pyra gets knocked out right here, that might be a GG for them.
It's going to be really dangerous, too, for Pyra, because Ace, you can see them. They're looking exactly at that roof. They know exactly where he is. Cardazan, we saw him with the vehicle, possibly maybe thinking about getting an off angle. Maybe he's just moving it down there for now. But Pyra has to be really, really careful, because if Ace won, they haven't heard any other shots, right, from any other players. So they could make the assumption that that could be a lonely Cloud9 player. And if they get that knock, they may just push up on him.
That's an open invitation right there to a free point, if I've ever seen one. Little boy, Brazilian Rampage out here. Looks like they're trying to take some shots onto HQA, and quite a surprise in my opinion. I mean, HQA, all 4 members still alive early game. Usually they like to hot drop people. Not toxic, by the way.
Oh! They're pushing up onto Pyra. So now Pyra did end up getting pushed off from a different squad. It's HQA, like you just said. And now finally, here comes at least Bayo for some type of support. You see Pyra on the roof right now, just holding that spot, just trying to give his intel to the rest of his squad to come help, because he is trapped right now.
Nice little aerial view right here. Looks like Uneven was able to push up as well. They got to keep in mind, Ace 1, they were taking some shots at this general location just a couple moments ago, so got to be very mindful, at least if you are in Pyra's shoes, of that third-party potential.
And that's a great point. You know, Pyra's got to be giving that intel out, but Uneven gets a great knock onto Cross right there. That's going to open up this fight big time. You can see Pyra throwing the smoke on top of that roof as well to try and give a little bit of breathing room. And I wonder if Pyra is just sticking on that roof, waiting for that Ace 1 third-party push. Totally possible.
Bayo got the ledge grab right there, jumping from one roof right on into the building. Really aggressive.
And you can see Bayo with that Tommy gun, getting the 2 knocks, and they are just flooding on HQA really quickly, but they do end up getting the thirst on Uneven. Bayo and Pyra working so well together, getting Skies, last one up. Can they get him, though? The volley.
Done, son. Done. And look at Ace. Ace, they're on the push. They're on the approach. They want to take full advantage of the situation. Pyra, Bayo trying to heal on up right here.
And you look at that pre-fire on that window, was so beautiful from Cardazan. And Dudu right now, first person, Uzi out, just on the hunt. Ace is trying to get all this loot, all the points they possibly can. And it would be huge for them to take Cloud9 out early. Pyra, oh, he's stuck. Maybe it was a sacrifice? They left Pyra there?
Dudu. Oh, 2 members right here. The pre-fire. Pyra needs to land these shots, needs to connect from the window. Dudu right there, and miss. Able to connect onto Pyra. And I think it's only up to Bayo now, who just straight up sent it. I mean, they lost a lot in that previous engagement. They lost 2 members, Uneven and Adder. So, you know, they started that fight with the numbers disadvantage. So I definitely understand, you know, leave Pyra on the back lines, that distraction, and just give Bayo a fighting chance to get some placement points this game.
Man, like a chess player, just making that sacrifice right there. Maxon knocking his own teammate, and that's going to open it up a little bit, I think, for Influence. As they heard that knock, they definitely saw it. Then here comes Merle. Oh, the turn. What a shot right there. And Castiel just trying to catch that rock. Will he wait? No, Pedro saying, nah, you got no chance to breathe. Coming in with the shots, M7 pre-fire. Can he get it? Big 1v1. Oh, look at Durso with that angle.
Yep. Yeah, Durso from the backline's able to provide the most optimal support right there for their squad mates. Pedro Yeah, a little aggressive right there. Nenebete gonna still be alive. And ooh, we got some
Execute
partying coming on now. Yeah, Execute here in the gunfights, and they're gonna be making the push as well.
These are the perfect opportunities to third party. It's still only first circle. Look at those shots come on out. As now Influence are trying to hold down Execute. Can they do it though? Zute's on that really far wide angle. Will he be able to spot NTX running up? Looks like he's gonna give it up, decide to try to pick up Fame Boys. Nade's coming out. Oh, and it connects. Just like that. Nice play from NTX.
Nasty. Yeah, NTX, you know, not pumping the brakes at all on that one. They are just straight up sending it. They do not appreciate the third party right there, or at least the attempt from Execute. And look at that, Execute. They lost 2 in the process. The other 2 members, the last survivors, they're like, okay, we are out of here. We are repositioning.
Crazy how it's just only circle number 2 right here. Now Influence, they are running on in, trying to possibly find the last member here. You see the pre-fire. Looks like they have a pretty good idea where Nenebete is, as they are now running in the building. Oh, looks like, okay, they heard the shots. There's Nene right there. Oh, and NTX just finishing out B4 real quick. Oh, look at the BM too.
Oh, that one hurts, man. That's what we call in the biz a low blow. That's a low blow right there. Injury to insult right there. And yeah, I mean, Nenebete just in the bathroom, just trying to survive at the end. Honestly, I thought maybe the third party from Execute would have caused the perfect distraction for Nenebete to kind of fly underneath the radar. But Influence, they are just out here hunting down their enemies. They are super thirsty. They can smell the blood. Oh, replay!
Yeah. Replay! Yeah, oh, look at this. Yeah, this is Bayo right there, getting the great pre-fire with the Tommy gun. Working down HQA. They got some good kill points to start off, but unfortunately lost to, 3 members in the process. So 4 kill points, and it's just a little lonely Bayo.
People's champ.
Look at the snow. Oh, look, he's shivering right now.
Hey, one thing to note though, but like the second before that replay started, Bayo vaulted from the roof of the opposite building, ledge grabbed in order to make it into that position. I mean, that right there, that's skill, dude. That is skill.
I mean, hardcore parkour from Bayo.
Hey.
And he's got them gloves on because it's cold. To grab it on that ledge from that angle, that is not easy to do. And HQA just did not see that coming at all. They were like, oh, what? It's Cloud9 player coming through the window here? And, man, just got it done. Well played.
Got it done. Hey, those are plays that you just love to see, man. You just love to see. Beowulf currently with 30 kills altogether, uneven, 26, Pyra 24, Adder 30. So the whole team able to, clutch it out in those very important moments. And this right here goes to show, like, teams and their understanding of the point system. Instead of Bayo getting really aggressive, trying to get that revenge play, trying to get the additional point, no. Bayo's going to go out there, centralize themselves in the zone, and try to get placement points. I mean, they got a couple kills, so they have a little bit of room to work with, but why not add more to the bank?
Makes sense. You know that, hey, the full squad's coming onto you, right? And trying to do a 2v4 against any of these teams, it's just not easy to do. Your odds are so low, and you can just see them just saying, hey, Pyra, hang back, make the distraction. I'm going to go hang out here and run away. Because if they both ran, you know that they're going to just keep pushing and chase them down. So at the end of the day, really interesting play from Bale. Going to hopefully see if it pays off. And going back to them ledge grabs, I think that just has to do with the fact that Bayo, he's been playing this game for over 2 years now competitively. And when he first started back in the day, his drop location on Erangel was always North George. So he knows how to, move from building to building really, really well. And I think that's where you see them parkour skills come into play.
Oh, that back in the day, I don't think ledge grab was a thing, dude. I don't think it was a thing. Like, you could try to jump, but it wouldn't catch on. So, and it's not something that we normally see. That's one thing that you also have to give a shout out to of a couple of these players just, understanding the core mechanics of PUBG Mobile. Down to the ledge grab, down to the bank shots from the grenades that we see here. But Alpha 7 trying to defend their location right here. Looks like they got a push from the Knights.
Yeah, nice little central spot here in Movatra. Holding it down right now. Just those look like some good warning fire shots saying, hey guys, we're here too. Don't just push up in here needlessly. stay in your lane, we'll stay in ours, because it's still pretty early. We've only passed, I know we've had a lot of action to start off this game, but it's only circle, now number 3. And I think that just has to do with that good old water circle to start off the game.
Good old-fashioned water circle. That'll do it, man. That'll do it. About 14 minutes into this game, we see Klaze on the opposite end of the street here of the Knights. Everybody just trying to center on up right now. This town, we saw just a second ago, one of the players from, who was it? From Alpha, repositioning their Dacia. This town is so challenging to even drive on in through. And ooh, Tribe right there. Who is that? Who was that, Tribe or was that Ace?
It was both. It was Tribe and Ace, and it looks like Orlando just got caught out in the open. It's so crazy because, sometimes you see the chat saying, oh, why are these guys camping? Why are these guys camping? Look at that. Orlando just maybe stood 1 foot outside of the building and was knocked and thirsted instantly. These squads, they are on a mission right now. You got to be playing perfectly. Any little mistake, they'll make you pay for it.
Yeah, remember last game we talked about King A looking for the 8 points per game. I think last game they got 0. So, yeah, not.
They have 16.
You gotta have 16 now to keep on track with the original game plan. Looks like Ace, they're gonna be taking some shots over here of aggression, of anger. I think that was Dudu just taking some pot shots out there in the distance. And I mean, it's interesting. It's always interesting to see players, aimlessly just fire out there, try to get a knock because, you're not gonna get the thirst, 9 out of 10 times, but you are going to take down the opponent's, utility, their armor, their helmets, their meds. So especially here on Vikendi, especially after what we saw yesterday from Cat, like those meds, so crucial here on this map.
Yeah, and I think we see that a lot, especially from teams that are playing super central, because if you're playing edge, you normally don't want to put out crazy shots, because if the zone rotates off you, you don't want all the attention on you. But if you're at central, you can just kind of poke out those bullets, say, hey guys, don't come this way. If you even try it, we're going to knock you out your vehicle. We'll see what the play is going to be for all these squads, though, as this next zone is about to go on up, about to be circle number 4 here. And a lot of teams pretty centralized, except G25 and Loops, but Loops getting the better end of the stick from those 2 squads, as the zone's going to start heading up a little bit north.
What a troll care package out there in the water. Just want to point that out, by the way. Like, there you go. Anybody wants this? Anybody has a boat? Yeah,
pescatarians out there. There you go.
Loops, they needed that zone. Honestly, I mean, Loops, they're doing fine. They're doing fine. I mean, 9th place altogether, 30 matches played. They got 134 kills altogether, but they're still looking for their first chicken. And hey, that's surprising to hear, right? Like Loops looking for their first chicken in week number 3. So hopefully with this zone, maybe that'll help set them up for the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, they would definitely like to add one to their board. It's just kind of crazy to see that they're so high on the leaderboards without one. That just goes to show their play. Oh, Bayo, the last member out from Cloud9, is going to get a knock and thirst onto Mafioso. But yeah, Cardazan's going to make him pay for it. And that's Cloud9 out in 14th. It looks like they did end up probably with 5 kills in total, though. So that's going to be, 5 extra points on their board. It's just...
yeah.
So crazy.
Not bad. I mean, it's equivalent to like a little more than a 6th place, right between 5th and 6th. You know what I mean? 5th place gets you 6 points, 6th place gets you 4. So right there, smack in the middle.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you got to be careful because one good game from one of these teams below you, and you'll get passed up real quick. We just saw G25, 15 kills, chicken dinner, the last one. That's 30 points. 30 points in one game alone. So yeah, it's insane to see so far. But we're now still in this match here, G25. If they want to make a repeat, it's going to be really tough because they are really south of this zone. As we see Alpha 7 defeaters also pretty centered up in the circle. They had a great day yesterday. They want to have a repeat because they're going to need it if they want to make it into the top 16 as we see this replay.
Replay!
Oh, yeah.
So Bale had
look at that!
Bale had no choice. Bale had no choice right there pretty much at the end. So for anybody out there kind of wondering, how come Bale stopped, playing passive, stopped hiding in the woods, stopped going for that Rambo gameplay? Well, you know what? 4 members of Ace crashing on top of him. That's going to put a halt to it.
Yeah, he got one of them at least, so he's able to get the knock and the thirst there, but the rest of the squad just came in. Han's getting, oh, look at this, Loops. Influence, really close together. Durso's got that nade locked and loaded. Oh, the pre-fire coming on out. So close, almost hitting that nade on Carrillo. Not able to do so, though. And this fight needs to happen right now. Only 28 seconds left on the clock. Both of these teams are out of this circle. So, you know, Loops are going to push here really shortly. They need to get that opening knock, though.
Yeah, I feel like Influence kind of in the better position. It is going to be closer to the next zone, and there's a care package right behind them. Merle, very important position as well. They're going to be holding down Federal and that in. We see some grenades popping on over there. Durso, though, right there on the broken wall. I mean, one grenade could spell disaster for Loops, and honestly, Loops, they need to push on into him.
Yeah, they need to, but it's all up to Influence to hit the gatekeeper, not Carrillos. He's throwing a nade of his own with those good, solid smokes. Love to see that. Oh, does tap him a little bit, and now here they come. Durso with the angle. Gets him. Great first shots right there. He decided to hold that hard, and that's going to take out one of their best fraggers, Carrillo, just like that.
What a bait play, though. I mean, they sent 3 out into the woods in the vehicle, so I definitely understand why Loops, they weren't aware of Durso's position right there, hanging in the back line and getting that quick thirst right. Oh, and we see the BM right there. They're popping tires out here.
Making it harder, making it more difficult for them to rotate in. Now it's Ferral stuck with this bike on a big rotation, have to go to the north side now, and like you mentioned, I love to see that kind of bait 3-1 play. It's been so strong. So many teams have been utilizing it. Now Influence, pretty good here. Pauly, she's trying to hold this rock. Unfortunately, though, not able to. It's second tempo. Yeah, they are on the hunt right now for these INTZ members.
Yeah, Pauly going to be bleeding on out right there. Who was it? They were taking the fight with somebody else, and they just straight up got on their vehicles and sent it. Meanwhile, Tempo on the outskirts of this one. Right there, they got the blue zone behind them. Grenade coming on out. Ooh, but the boulder gonna be blocking that one.
Yeah, Tempo currently running a 3-man squad. Not sure exactly what happened with their 4th member. Not able to make it into this one, but they're just trying to make a play on the rest of INTZ. Defeaters, though, overlooking all of them. Next zone does go on up. It's gonna center up there. This could be a big game for the Defeaters considering this position. But Darius, you could just see him in the shack. Got everything, all throwing all the kit he can, pre-mollying.
Oh, one molly. One molly in the window. Darius is going to burn alive if that one is true. Looks like it's going to be right there on the outskirts. Darius still going to be getting that love tap, though, from the fire. Popping out the shack. Will be getting shot from Brazilian Rampage down there to the south.
That third party, he's just so stuck right now in that shack. And every single Molotov hasn't been able to make it in. Tempo, they want to take them out quickly, but look at Bishop from Defeaters. He's got this huge angle on all of them. Myth as well, putting some big shots downrange. Tempo, this is going to be a tough one to make in. Smokes have to come out big time. Bishop's got eyes on him.
Yeah, so many fights. Oh, Myth with the grenade onto Golden and Jat G. Nice little Christmas present for you here on Vikendi. Here comes the push from Ace.
Yeah, oh, looks like that smoke hit Myth's shoulder, but followed with some great bullets right there. PK trying to get the revenge. Cardazan's now forced to hold that Uzi, take the gun off, and just run to safety here. Possibly trying to get that roof angle. We'll see if he does end up paying off for him. As now, big fight, but now we're looking at Alpha 7. Snake, gatekeep, rest of the squad. Okay, back to the fight now. Here we go.
Hey, right back. Send it back.
Yeah, now we're back, to the major one. Cardazan's on the roof. And eating a whole lot of blue zone. He's got 17 first aid. Oh, baby.
Yo, he can eat it all day. It is buffet. It is buffet time right here.
Will he go for the kills, though? Oh, my goodness. The bait. The bait. Oh, it looks like he did it, though, as he's going to be holding the first aids like crazy. He's got them. He's got plenty of them.
The Hawk is telling him to fly. The Hawk is like, let's go. I do not like being in the blue zone.
Oh, those Molotovs.
The Knights, yeah. Put through a hole right there. They're bleeding out. They're done. The Knights done from a molly from Alpha 7.
Insane. Entire squad wipe, molly after Molotov. Ace right now Cardazza's got to be looking at the kill feed just like me, like, what just happened? Whatever's over there, I don't want to go towards it. What an insane play right there. Perfectly placed Molotovs. So we move on to the rest of this fight. As he tried the zone, we can see it on the top right. It doesn't touch anybody right now. What a crazy circle. Tempo Storm eliminated. Yeah, them trying to run out in the open. Too difficult for them. Nunez trying to catch the toes. Quinto. Oh, the jump shot, baby.
Jump shot
from above.
Nunez coming out on top right there. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. G25 taken down and out. One thing to note, Ace, their solo player, they started healing up in 10th place. There's 10 teams alive, so I'm going to keep track of that one there for you, Jukes. Currently 7 teams left to go. Let's see if that healing strat could work and secure them some additional placement points. Tribe trying to make the push on in. They heard the gunfire. Klaze trying to gatekeep them. Alpha 7 still strong as 4. They're looking for a reposition themselves. Next zone did go on up. Looks like Loops and Brazilian Rampage really favored right there.
Be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one to get into it. Yeah, please keep a close eye on that. We saw Cat yesterday go from almost, I believe, 6th or 5th place down to 2nd just from healing up. Want to see how that turns out, though. But look at this. King A and Tribe have to push into this zone. Really, really difficult right now position. And you can just see King A up in front trying to get that intel, trying to get those entry knocks. And a lot of smokes coming out to try and climb up this hill.
Ooh, bit 2 spotted right there from G3.
They get 2.
Ooh, not only 2, yeah. G3's position right there definitely catching Alpha 7 off guard.
I wonder if Tribe, Tribe, are they going to decide to go and get these kills or go for position? G3's looking like he is hunting down Alpha 7 right now after those 2 knocks. A lot of smokes. He knows he's going to have to use them. Blue zone coming on in, and this one's chunking down health. Alpha 7 Snap runs across in the open. Gets caught. E3 stuck, though. I mean, Alpha 7 just having to just flick back and forth between so many teams. Look at that MP5K shot. Almost gets Seba, and the blue is going to catch him.
The blue is catching everybody off guard right here. Honestly, Tribe looks like they're going to be coming out on top of this one. They're trying to gatekeep both Klaze and Alpha 7. They are somewhat successful, but they also have to worry about Loops up there to the north and Brazilian Rampage behind them. Next zone does going up. It's all chaos right here.
Just chaos. I mean, this is ridiculous. Look at Dadden now with that 6x. Ooh, great return fire from Nunez. Able to survive that one. Brazilian Rampage not going out without a fight, but they are outside of the zone. But never mind, defeaters. Bishop catching Dadden, eliminating Loops at 6. And it looks like the blue is going to take out defeaters right there.
Bishop was now in the blue, taking those shots on the Loops. Playing spoiler. That's huge.
An additional point, additional placement, so strong. Brazilian Rampage, though, with these smokes and all that action, it's going to get them a little bit of room to work with as they start pushing up in. All the Molotovs, all the kit's going to come out right now to get into this next circle because this blue zone, at zone 8, it is way too deadly. You don't want to be touching it for more than 2 seconds, let alone 3. And Seagut, he's just stuck in the blue right now, healing.
Healing up, yep. Ooh, still doing pretty good. Looks like they were able to make their way on into the zone. They do have this smoke blocking them. But now, I don't know if they're aware of their current position, but Ram is aware of that grenade from Nunez from Brazilian Rampage.
Brazilian Rampage, they're on a hunt right now. Oh, those Seagut getting caught from Sanab. Alpha 7 still alive, 6 kills. Here goes, all to Sanab. The shimmies in full effect, running across in the open, but it's all over. Done and finished. Brazilian Rampage getting the chicken dinner right there.
Huge game for them. Huge game. Honestly, I mean, Loops, I'm kind of surprised. Loops can take it out in 6th place right there. They had the zones in their favor. They had it. But, you know, all those teams in the end, I mean, Bishop definitely playing spoiler from the blue from behind. Like, that's just something that it's just unexpected, right, at the end of the day. Those mollies, though, who was it? It was Alpha 7 on the mollies from the Knights. That was nice. I mean, that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Loops there. They had the central location, but they didn't have any cover. They were just stuck out there in the open. Every team was looking at them. And then we just saw Bishop from Defeaters getting the nice, beautiful finish here. But speaking of finish, time to start bringing Jason back in the studio.
Chris said, speaking of beautiful. Speaking of finish,
yeah. Why not?
I don't know where you're going with that one.
You are beautiful, Jason.
Thank you, Dave.
You know?
I knew you were my favorite person in this caster pairing. So we got Brazilian Rampage taking a victory, a much-needed victory considering they've been slipping down the leaderboards, right? They were 16th just in last week, but they have fallen a little bit further on. But again, if you guys noticed, Defeaters, another top 5 placing. That is 5 matches back to back to back to back to back that they've gotten top 5. which is amazing, and obviously is a really good indicator of what they potentially can do throughout the rest of the week. But you mentioned Molotovs, you mentioned Alpha 7 against PK, but what about Kayovsky up against Defeaters? He killed Fishy with it, he knocked another with it, and I thought Loops were almost going to go out because Influence Rage almost had the drop on them relatively early on in that match towards some of those later zones, but then Klaze came in to rescue Loops. But I think we're going to get rid of you two. I want to get rid of you two. I want to get our analysts in here to talk and give you two a chance for a break, but let's leave Hot Jukes here. He's going to become our new analyst. We have a 3-analyst panel. He doesn't get a break because he didn't call me beautiful. But here's two people who would be calling me beautiful if I ever had to ask them. Seven and Glitter. A big win for Brazilian Rampage here, Seven. Yes. They have to be proud of that.
One they needed to. This is a team that definitely needs the points. This is the team that I think it was towards the beginning of week 2, if I'm not mistaken, where they were just having a great performance. And right here, for them to be able to pick up that win with 9 kills, 24 points totals, that is huge for them. And guess what? A team that when we started today was in 3rd place, Alpha 7. They're continuing on their performance here with being able to put up 18 points in that last one. Klaze Esports, slowly but surely, they're maintaining themselves here within this first page as well. 13 points to their name. Tribe Gaming, I know that they've said that they're looking to get an average of 8 points per game. Well, guess what? 11 points there is above their average, and it's something that they're really happy about. Defeaters, once again, this is a team that at one point we were kind of counting out. Guess what? They have their full roster. I'll be talking about them in a little bit. They do have 10 points there. Influence Rage with 7 kills. They're continuing on the mayhem in regards to kills. That team is just absolute lasers. And then you have Loops Esports there with 7 points. Ace 1 as we're going to be going towards the second page here, Glitter.
Yeah, I think it's also nice to see Tribe and Ace also at least on this first page, because in our last match they were at the very bottom with 0 points, so this is going to be a good boost for them overall. But I think, you know, surprising is going to be, yeah, I listen, okay, we're not going to touch on it. Cloud9 is able to get 5 kill points, 5 points to their name. Tempo Storm with 2 kill points and 1 place, 1.3. HQA actually able to get a couple kills under their belt, so that'll be good for them. G25 struggling a little bit after having such a strong performance in our first match. PK definitely having a rough match. Execute only able to get 1 kill, and then INTZ down there at the bottom with only 1 point.
Before.
I think we're forgetting. Yeah. Before.
Oh, it happens. Listen, it's happening. You know what? At what point are we actually going to stop saying it happens with B4? Because this is becoming a trend, man. Like, I know they're currently within like a top 5 situation in regards to the overall leaderboard, but we just seen so many 0-point games out of them.
Struggling.
You can't afford to have this. Like, you honestly cannot afford to have this if they make it to the finals and if they want to make it to top 3. These performances, you cannot have them.
Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments of that last match, and I'm assuming we're going to see B4 kind of get slaughtered early on. Though I do want to say here, right off the bat, Glitter, a little bit sad that Cardozen's cat strat that we saw yesterday didn't work out too well for him. It only got him out 2 placings and then take him from 1 placement point up to 2.
Listen, not everybody can be Cat, okay? It's just, it's either gonna work or it's not. It definitely worked for Cat. Like you said, didn't work out so well for Cardozen. But still, Ace was able to at least have a much better showing than they did last match. So, I mean, we don't need to make them feel bad. They have been bouncing back, to be fair to them, right? Like they've struggled today, but generally they have bounced back a little bit when we were harping on them a lot for having such a strong showing, being, you know, the next Loops, and then they fell off hard. Well, the last few days, you know, they're starting to bring it back, so it's not as terrible, as we are seeing some highlights here from Influence Rage as well. Tribe being able to have a much stronger game this time around, like you had said, Seven. They were hoping to get an 8-point average. They were able to get 11 this time around and hopefully make up for a little bit of the first match, but that was a rough rush right there.
Yeah, it was. And with Tempo, hey, at least they were able to secure 2 points there, 1 point in regards to placement points. The top teams right now, besides G25, Alpha 7, and and Team Queso, all the other ones are currently like a little bit quiet. And that grenade right there for PK. With Alpha 7, I enjoyed Synop. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I'm hoping we see it here at some point. He was able to turn on somebody and actually almost knocked him while the other person was behind cover in a way. As soon as the other person peeked up, Sanhok was able to get some shots and it kind of stopped them from getting knocked super early. So I really enjoy that showcase of skill there from Sanhok. So we do see here Brazilian Rampage. Hey, you got the zone, you have some cover, you have a compound. We always say if you have that kind of situation in this game, take full advantage of it because you're not really sure when that's going to be happening again. And then right here with Nunes, I think this was such a smart play. This was something that he needed to, just doing the jump shot, not being scared, going for that kill and being able to win it, given that the G25 player had very low health. But you kind of want to see that performance out of them, as we do see here. Tribe Gaming, G3, getting some knocks, Glitter.
Yeah, that was cool to see how Quinto got into that situation, because I know we saw the part where he did get jumped on by Nunez, but we didn't get to see that he was in the blue, waiting to actually knock some players before he pushed up to that low wall to kind of try and lay down, see if he could maybe get past Brazilian Rampage. Didn't work out, but it definitely kind of paints a more fleshed out picture for me at this point as we're watching some of the final moments here in this match. Brazilian Rampage though, Seven, I mean, we have to give them some credit. Like you said earlier, they were a team we were watching last week because they were starting to bounce back really, really solidly, and they needed to because they've been on that cusp of the top 16 position for a while now, and then they started to slow down these past 2 days. And so this is a much needed bounce back, both literally in the points, but also for their morale, I think, after those little bit slower days.
Yeah, I think we remember talking about Brazilian Rampage as kind of holding the status quo of like their 16th place. They weren't really going up. They weren't really going down until recently. This maybe needs the put, or maybe is the push they needed to start getting those points and getting those rankings back. But there's another team we got to talk about who have been looking to get their own sort of points back for themselves. The team who only scored 82 points in the first week. Defeaters now with 5 in a row being placed top 5 here, Seven. This team is one of those teams that we've been looking at who have drastically improved since the first week.
You know why they have drastically improved? And let me go ahead and give a shout out to
they're not
the actual owner of the team. Oh. No, not because of that, because they actually have one of the starters back in their roster with Bishop. Bishop is the co-IGL, and they kind of lack that close quarter range, close quarter combat with him, because he excels at that. I'm not sure exactly why he had to sit out the first couple of weeks. Maybe it was something else going on. But since yesterday, his first day back, this has been a completely different team. And in case you're not sure with Defeaters, in case we haven't talked about them, let me give you an insight and let me just introduce you here to Defeaters. So you got Richie being the IGL, who kind of focuses on early rotations. You have Bishop, who's the co-IGL, and he kind of is the more decisive IGL as well. And then you have Fishy, the entry lead and fragger. On top of that, you have Ghosty, the support, and on the subs, you have Duelo as an alternative sub for support, and then you have Minwoo as an alternative fragger. So overall, I think it's good to see that with Bishop being back. Bishop was actually one of the main guys from this roster, one of the starters in a way. It's good to see them starting to react to it, right? It's crazy how just one player can make such a huge difference. And what I want to continue to see out of them is I want to continue to see this consistency. Remember, yesterday they cut off the lead that the other teams had, 16 plays had with them. At the start of the day yesterday, they were 100 points behind 16 plays. At the end of the day, they were only behind 52 points. And if they continue this kind of performances here, Glitter, we could maybe see Defeaters going to the top 16.
I mean, it's definitely possible, especially because, and we've said this a few times now, every single day that we have maybe questioned a team or called them out for slacking in some fashion, a new team is constantly stepping up to the plate, showing us that, you know, they might have had a rough day or even a rough week, but that they're here to compete with all of these teams in the lobby. I mean, you saw those stats for Defeaters. They were more than 3 times, more than triple their first average of kills in what they're currently putting out right now. So, I mean, that's a huge increase.
It's just whether or not they can maintain that increase in our matches. They've already been able to place top 5 and 5 in a row. Can they continue to make it a 6 here later on today? But before we get to that, we're going to take now a look at our damage in that last match. You can see here, we're actually going to have an interesting thing. We can see Influence Rage there very towards the bottom, but with second in damage. But you're going to see Brazilian Rampage in first here, 7 with the 1500.
And that's kind of what we see, right? With Influence Rage, we always talk about their placement points. They're just not able to get that up, but they're always putting out so much damage. They're always getting out so many kills that this kind of just goes to show that of the storyline that we've been talking about. Brazilian Rampage with 1,500 damage, 8 kills right there is huge for them. Tribe Gaming, even though they only ended up getting just 1 kill, the placement points that they're able to get is a team that definitely needs them. Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, actually, this was a good game for Pittsburgh Knights, being able to stay above Execute. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe those teams towards the second page are the ones that are fighting for that top 16th. So I'm pretty sure as the weeks go on, as we get to the final week, as we get to this coming weekend, we're going to start focusing a little bit more on that, because the race is just so close for this top 16.
Insanely close, and it's even insanely close when we look at our top players as well from the last match. I'm actually expecting maybe NTX to get in there from, yeah, there he is, for Influence Rage, because the amount of kills they had done in this one. But again, Sanhok's going to make it in there. So is Nunez and Lil Boy here from Brazilian Rampage. And honestly, Glitter, it feels like it's been a long time since I've been able to say anyone from Brazilian Rampage has made it into top 4.
Yeah, let alone 2 people, right? I mean, this is huge for the squad. You see Nunez is actually involved in 5 of their 9 kills, so that's going to be a fantastic game for him. We've seen Sanab up here before, we've seen NTX up here before, but it's good to see some consistency coming out of them, because these are all of these teams across the board that are up here right now for our top players are teams that we have questioned whether or not they can repeat their one-off performances here and there and be consistent enough to actually, you know, deserve and maintain those top spots, and all of them are really starting to show us that they can. I'm hoping we can see more out of Brazilian Rampage today, but I mean, we've seen aggressive engagements the entire time from Influence Rage. Alpha 7 has more than stepped up to the plate the past 3 days now, so I mean, this could be interesting.
What I'm hearing is that you want to see more Glitter, but unfortunately, we do have to head to a short break before we can head into that. So let's go to the break now so we get that next match going as quick as possible, and we'll see you guys soon.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For their combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
All right, well, now we're back here with our next match of the day. It's going to be over on Sanhok to take a look at the schedule and, of course, see what group's going to be sitting out. If I remember correctly, it should be Group B. And luckily for me, I have the graphic to come in to prove that I'm right. Not only are these golf pants looking fly, my prediction game is looking fly here as well. We see Group A and Group C going head-to-head. Don't give me that look, Hot Jukes. We see Queso coming back in. We see Wildcard coming back in. We see B4 with the chance to bounce themselves off the bottom of the standings. Or at least in the match alone. But we also get to see Execute again. We've seen Execute play on Sanhok with Echo in the roster instead of, actually, I think last time they took out Fate and put Echo in and left Zute in when we had them play yesterday. Because I know Seven's been talking a lot about how whenever they play these matches with close quarter combat in Sanhok, they like to bring him in. I think it's actually really interesting. I think, you know, Hot Chicks, with your extensive background of being a pro player, how do you feel about having players in your roster outside of your like 4 core, or can be in your core, but you have other players who specifically practice and train for certain maps?
I think it's interesting. I think just having flexibility of having a player that can come in is just such a huge sigh of relief. I think like looking at Tempo Storm having like J7 as such a strong 5th, it's huge, because you're gonna have certain days as well where maybe a player is just not feeling that great gun skill wise, or just having an off day. So when you have that 5th that could just come in and it's map specific, it's a huge asset, especially like Sanhok, where you just have to hit the craziest flicks and just looking 360. So if you have a player that excels in that, you can put him in, get him on in there, get it done.
Well, you mentioned Tempo Storm, you mentioned J7, Mustache Dave. We've only had Tempo with 3 players in the last match, though in the first match, it looked like INTZ did unfortunately have some internet problems as we saw him die to the blue with the rest of his team down, and he wasn't moving. Now, I'm kind of wondering, where is J7 right now? When you have that problem happen, that's kind of one of the upsides of having a 5-man roster or a roster extending past 4 players. I mean, obviously I can't ask you, where is he? But I feel like that's kind of tough time.
He's at the supermarket. He's shopping with his mom. They're grocery shopping, getting some bread, getting some peanut butter jelly, and some jelly. And
they're getting jelly twice?
Jelly. Oh, there's different types, raspberry, strawberry. So yeah, you gotta get both in the cart. So hopefully this game, you know, like you mentioned, we'll see 4 members for Tempo. But honestly, like top 16's the goal. We've been seeing Wildcard kind of do the same thing with 3 members here and there, and they're just coasting on by, making sure to solidify their role in that top 16 spot. So I'm not too worried about it. If you really want to know, you probably have to ask Monica. She probably has a better understanding.
I just got word on where he is.
Golfing at the golf range.
No.
He's waiting for you, Jason.
No, actually, so I was just told by production that your mom sent him a lasagna to shave his mustache.
Oh,
shave the mustache. And I think maybe the lasagna got sent to the wrong person, but he's eating it, and then he'll be back on when he's done. Anyways, that's a little bit weird if you didn't join us earlier on in the day. Going back to the match here, as you know, to Sanhok.
First of all, why are you texting my mom, number 1?
Well, no, J7 texted production.
Don't talk about my mom's lasagna, all right, J7? You need to chill out, man. That's for me and me only, all right?
What's up, Patrix? I thought you were going to say something.
I was not gonna say a thing, man. Not when it comes to Mustache Dave's mom's lasagna. I mean, I don't touch that subject.
Relax.
Okay.
Relax. Honestly, every time I see my mom, she's like, you need to gain some weight. Because I'm trying to cut back. And then she gives me like 5 pounds of baked ziti to take home. And, you know, I eat it all in one night. I'm a bad guy like that. But mom's lasagna, mom's baked ziti. Yeah, it is a dream.
Well, I'm hoping that you ate.
Watches this, by the way, Jason.
I'm hoping you ate all that baked ziti with some refreshing Mountain Dew as well, I have to say. But we're also going into another match, by the way, Defeaters. Again, we talked about before. 5 times in a row now placing in top 5. I don't know what it is about this team, but as you heard Seven say, Bishop coming into the roster, maybe giving them that extra firepower. Hotchukes, in your experience, can one player really make that drastic of a change, or is it the whole team in general getting better?
Well, I think that one player can help make the entire team better. Sometimes you have a squad mate who's just so aggressive and so great gun skill wise that it gives the rest of your team more confidence to kind of push. I think we see that with Team Queso and Nitsu. And sometimes you have a player who's just a straight morale booster, who's a great communicator that helps organize things a little bit better. And yeah, I think one player could definitely make a massive impact on the squad. Absolutely.
All right, we know what the next game's ready to go. You two are gonna take it away. In the meantime, I'm gonna go eat me some lasagna and have me a nice little refreshing Mountain Dew.
Well, it better not be Dave's, Jason, but you know what? I'll tell you what. It is my and Dave's chance to go ahead and cast this wonderful Sanhok game that's coming up. Let's get into it. The Jungle, one of my favorite maps. I've said it time and time again. The most toxic circles in all of PUBG Mobile. You know that these players are, every time they're at Sanhok, the hands start shaking. I think just a little bit harder than others. I see the map performance coming on up. Nova currently in Wildcard doing pretty solid here on this map so far, and we'll see if that's going to continue to be a trend here in
Yeah, I mean, welcome to the jungle, baby. Execute looking for a similar circle like they had yesterday in yesterday's games. I mean, Execute, their position so strong if they get circle number 1. If they do not get it, okay, so it's give or take right there, but you have to assume it's not going to favor them for much longer. I mean, yesterday it ended right on top of the island, if I'm not mistaken. Missouri Rampage, they had a strong last game. I see some shots fighting out over there. Might have a little hot trap going on up there to the north. I-10. Ooh, Wildcard.
Yeah. Oh, baby. So this is going to be a good, solid battle. I think we're going to see right here, because trying to get out of this location is not going to be easy, especially if that circle does go back into mainland. And like you just mentioned at the top of the show here, Execute. You know, they're hoping for that circle to go onto this island here. And it looks like Brazilian Rampage and Wildcard seem to have the similar idea. But we're not too sure if the zone is going to rotate onto here or not. So,
awesome.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen here.
Bring no helmet. has the first aid, AKM in hand. They lost Sam right off the bat, so they're already going to have the numbers disadvantage. The thing is, Brazilian Rampage, you know, they had a phenomenal last game. Do they risk it? Do they risk, you know, possibly getting taken out early this game, possibly getting only 1 point because they got 1 kill? Or do they just quickly get that loot and just, you know, keep on scooting, keep on going, looking for a better position in the zone? Because looking at the actual zone, we have the Unnamed out there on the coast. We got Alpha 7. We got, you know, Team Queso. Loops, of course, always in that very centralized position here. So it has to come down to what are they comfortable with, you know, Brazilian Rampage. Do they believe that they could outgun Wildcard early game, or should they just focus on placement points? Well, I'll have to find out. Checking on with Ayala, popping in that scooter. I mean, I was talking about scooting on earlier on. Ayala taking it quite literal.
Uh-oh, yeah. Speaking of scooting, here comes the rest of Team Queso. Getting on up into this fight right here. You can see Nitsume got that nade locked and loaded. Marco in a 1v1 with Sanhok. No helmet, hits the reload, jump shot, catches one. Going for number 2, but man, Nitsume jumps right back into the building. And now you see Alpha 7 just flushing onto this Team Queso squad now that they're down Marco. And they get the finish.
Yeah, you got to get it. You got to get the flush. Swagwin on the outskirts on the high ground as well, pretty much overlooking, providing the optimal cover for their squad mates to be this aggressive and make sure Team Queso don't catch them off guard, you know, rotating on the outskirts right there. As we just saw, Ayala take 1 shot right there to the chest from Swagwin.
Beautiful. I mean, that 3-1 is so strong. We see it time and time again, but it looks like they're pushing with a main 2 since they have the numbers advantage, but got to be careful not to make a mistake because Team Queso, they're currently just been crushing it. They could definitely make you pay for it. So you can see Alpha 7 almost like really aggressive off the start, but oh, now you got shots from Loops. What? With the knock on to Swagwin. And there goes their off-angle specialist. So now it's a tie. Yeah, 3-3.
That was crazy. And if Team Queso, if they're paying attention to the kill feed, they know exactly who they're going up against, especially after Marco getting thirsted right there. Like Loops are going to be trying to push across this field using the terrain to provide the cover for Erangel right behind this boulder. Lean peeking right there, trying to get some more knocks on to both Team Queso and Alpha 7.
I wonder if Alpha 7 had to have an idea that Team Queso was going to come this way, because this is their normal path. You know, they go usually loot the 3 warehouses right next to boot camp, next to Loops, and then start heading this way. But after that, yeah, Alpha 7, they are out of here. Gotta found a buggy, and looks like they will be able to get into a free area. Unfortunately, losing their big player right off the bat. Loops, what a shot from downrange like that. Insane.
Actually huge. I mean, they get 1 point, but like you said, Swagwin currently, what, 6th overall when it comes to kill leaders in the lobby, 45 total kills. So that's going to impact their game plan big time here. And I believe that's why we saw them kind of pull off of that one and reposition and just avoid that fight. Not only that, they have to be mindful. I mean, Loops, they got a knock. They were pushing across the open terrain. I mean, Loops, they're looking for a chicken dinner, a very aggressive squad when it comes to, you know, once when they get a knock, you have to bet 8 out of 10 times. Like, they're pushing it. Like, they're not going to pump the brakes onto that one. So we'll see what will come out on top of that one. Asta, Team 19, killing.
Makes sense.
Makes
sense, I think, absolutely. Especially with, you know, Alpha 7 realizing if we get into this fight with Team Queso, Loops is going to come right after. And we're going to get taken out even if we make it out of alive here. So, interesting play from both of them. You can see a lot of squads on the map just kind of hidden the central location. You got XSET really close to Loops as well, as they're trying to predict where this next circle is going to go. Federal laid down in the grass. That's the problem with Sanhok. It just makes it so much more difficult to want to push and move because you just never know if there's that player snaking in the grass. And here comes B4 on the tail end of Nova. Yeah, Pedro in the bike on the move right there as they get the initial knock on the Shifan. Starlight, oh, so far away from the rest of his squad.
Another one bites the dust right there. Unfortunate. And it goes back to just looking at, you know, the movement, the rotations, the passing, like you said, from Loops. I mean, they're passing, they move together. Over here on the flip end, Nova, they're all separated. And this is what happens. And I feel like that type of strategy is amplified here on Sanhok. Like, if you are separated, pushing on in to the zone, you get caught off guard by yourself, like that's an instant flush. Like you're just not going to have the opportunity to get the pickup right there. So I'm very curious on, we tend to see a lot of teams, at least week one, a lot of teams were doing this. A lot of teams had that 2-2 going on, that 3-1 going on, even that 1-1 kind of like, I'm going to call this a 1-1. I mean, they're so spread apart right now. Like if they get knocked, like they're going to be dead. They're going to be thirsted. But a lot of teams compared to week one to right now, they kind of put a stop to that here on Sanhok, at least, from what I can observe.
They put a stop to it everywhere. I think we're starting to see that 3-1 playing as a squad just become the meta. I mean, I think all the teams that have had success in endgame especially are squads that kind of run that strategy. And I wonder if Nova was so spread out because they're so far at the end of the circle on the south side of it. Okay, Axel just saying, hey, making sure this gun is working. Love to see that.
This dude's just getting some milk. This dude's just getting some milk. Let him get some milk.
Just have
no. Mountain Dew. Get Mountain Dew. My
That's
bad.
correct. Mountain Dew game fuel.
That's what happened. Axel's like, no, you can't get milk. You got to get the dew. You got to do the dew. So I think that's what's going to happen right there. Yeah. So back to your point, Nova. I mean, they're in 14th place right now. I mean, they're right there on the cusp, right? Like you do not want to risk it. So we'll see what they end up doing. I mean, looking right now, they're still split. I mean, they're so split. AZ is going to be in the zone right next to B4. Cat out there in the distance, just scooting on along. Like, very interesting gameplay coming out from Nova.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I could kind of get it that they're playing a little bit more loose since they were so far on the edge of that circle, just assuming that there's not going to be another team there. At the same time, though, why risk it? You're at 14th place. You don't want to make any kind of slip-ups or mistakes where you lose a whole player just because you're kind of relaxing a little bit in the early game. Can't do that. Not at this level. This is PMPL. And, these teams will make you pay for it just so quickly. And I think we saw that right there and then. We're right now looking at these different squads looking there. I know you guys can't see it on the map, but Nova's going for some weird rotation. I mean, I don't know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, we can see it right here now. They're going to head on over to Sammy. And not sure exactly what, possibly, late game looting. And they're going to eat a lot of blue zone trying to get into this next circle.
We see they both popped out their vehicle. They're out of their vehicles right now. They're not even trying to go for that wide rotate. So next zone is going to amplify the situation even more when it comes to Nova, as they're so far away. We still have 16 teams alive. I mean, we haven't lost a team yet here. Looking on around HQ way, still in the blue, taking a little bit of that right there on the east side. And when it comes to Sanhok, like, the number one enemy is the blue zone. I mean, Sanhok gets so many kills, gets so many knocks to the blue zone, and that's why we start to see a lot of teams. BDM, right dead center. We got B4 right here playing the edge, trying to wait for some squads to maybe rotate on past them. I mean, B4, they have an idea. They got to kill. They got to knock from Nova. So they know Nova are at least in the area.
Yeah, they're pushing up through that boot camp hill, and I love to see how close together they're just pushing this. They don't want to make any kind of slip-ups of just pushing in one by one. Three practically shoulder to shoulder as they go up every single hill, because it's going to get more important as you get closer to this circle, because, I mean, there's teams on every hill at this point. They know that, so if you're going to go and start making some moves, you got to make sure you do it as a full squad together.
All right there, just a moment ago, Jat G with the bush play, man. The bush play is so scary on Sanhok. I mean, there's so many different bushes that players can hide in. And normally on other maps, like the bushes, the shrubs, they're in the open. But when it comes to Sanhok, like, the bushes are right next to a rock. So you have cover, at least on one end. And, yeah, it's very dangerous. It's Fate, though. Oh, spotting Garcia.
No cover. I mean, Garcia just getting caught wide out in the open. And I love to see how Fate with his laydown, reducing that recoil. And where was he going? He's going to the lobby after that one.
That is true. Maybe let's get a battery check. I think that's what happened right there. They need to go charge their phone real quick. And that's going to force their squad mates, or at least the remainder three, to swim right now, as we do see them trying to go for that swim take up there to the north. And, yeah, execute, capitalizing right here on their high ground. But I don't think anyone else is going to be here.
Yeah, they're just trying to catch any team that's trying to get into the mainland through this bridge. They're going to have to start coming up with a strategy of how they're going to get into there, though, because it looks like the majority of this circle is going to go back into this main island. And we know Execute, Brazilian Rampage, they landed onto that island just on the north west side. So they're just trying to get on in. As we look on over, looking at the Unnamed, the rest of these squads just kind of holding their position right now. And that's Sanhok. When you're in this zone, you lock down that one little spot, and we can just see time and time again that just there's so many teams surrounding this small map that you really can't move unless the circle forces you to. So we'll see which squad's going to end up blessed and which ones are going to have to work their way in here in a second.
In the zone, that's for sure. That's what these players are doing right here. I know Jason brought up defeaters. I mean, yesterday, 62 total points, and I mentioned it, you know, before the game started here today. 2 weeks. It took them 2 weeks to get 80 total points. So yesterday alone, you know, one of their best days for sure. And they're continuing on with that momentum, getting top 5 finishes. They're doing really good. They're doing really well. Next zone does going up, so it will favor defeaters.
Hey.
And one thing to note, defeaters, I mean, this is a team that kind of came together at PMCO, right? So they're just, you know, excelling. I mean, they're learning every single day on how they can approach the game, how they can improve on their game. And, you know, speaking of Ghosty today, actually, Ghosty said weeks 1, weeks 2, at least them as an individual player, they were dying a lot of times from scouting, right? They would go out there, they would scout, and they would be so far away from their squad. And this is back to our point earlier on, that they would get knocked and instantly flushed. So Ghosty's plan when it comes to this week, eliminate that. I mean, just stick with the team and approach the zones as a squad, as a unit. So if one was to get knocked, it's not that instant flush. So they're going to have their numbers at the end.
I think we see like a lot of these top squads, that's what they do is like when they get knocked, I mean, smokes instantly, quick pickups, and they just keep on, and they're just so hard to kill. But if you play separate, you get knocked, there's just no way your team's going to revive you. And we look at the map as the Unnamed, Brazilian Rampage, and Execute are going to have to try and get into this next circle. We saw Nova on the bottom side, I mean, eating a whole lot of blue, making the long rotation in as well. I wonder what their med situation's going to look like after eating so much blue zone. But we know we're moving on over. Zone 3 about to close here. And we always see, right, time and time again, Dave, once you hit Zone 5, we just start seeing teams drop like flies here on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, almost 15 minutes in this game. 16 teams still alive. Everybody, you know, doing really well right now.
Quiet. It's been quiet.
Very quiet for Sanhok. Yeah, very quiet. And that's just gonna make the mid to late game even more chaotic. So we are definitely gonna be missing some team fights as they are gonna be erupting all at the same time. Just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be crazy.
Better get my voice prepared for this one.
Get it ready,
I mean, I think it just has to do with the fact that we're getting later and later into this tournament, and just teams just do not want to get taken out early, especially with this new point system. And we're starting to see these squads just play way, way more careful right now. But when it comes to Sanhok, you don't have no choice. Like, you're going to have to move, you're going to have to push and make some crazy plays. And for this to have such a slow start towards the end, it's going to be ridiculous.
16 teams. Yeah, 16 teams. Let that one sink in. If they get taken out right now, 13th through 16th, 0 points. 0 points. And then 8th through 12th, 1 point. So, yeah, you get 1 point, but, like, come on, nobody wants to finish there. And, I mean, they have been doing everything in their power. Every single one of these teams have been doing everything in their power just to continue to survive. The cat right now. Hey, welcome.
They made it in the zone.
You guys are not, yeah, hey, you made it in the zone. Welcome. No longer taking damage. You're like, oh, man, I thought Sanhok, you take damage the whole game. No, that's not the case here. They're going to be right there on top of the hill from HQA.
Yeah, so they're in this circle. You see Cat busting down some shots. Going to blow up their vehicle.
BM.
So they can't rotate here, but you don't really need one. It's Sanhok. Now that just gave away their position. Not sure if that was the best play. Next zone does go on up. Now they're going to get gate kept. So Nova, they could have had the element of surprise there. Completely gone. And yeah, I think because of that, you can see the buggies come on out, trying to make a much wider rotation into this next circle. So dangerous, though. I mean, teams are just all centralized here in this location. We're gonna, I mean, predict right now, Dave. How many teams are we gonna see go out after this circle? Because
at least 5. At least 5.
Easy. Look at this. Look how tight every single squad's playing right now. Look at the Unnamed. And Q holding that off angle, holding that back. Love to see this movement. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, but I didn't. Yeah, I mean, open terrain right here is definitely not your friend. definitely not, your friend. Acer going to be spawning out a couple of those members as well from the Unnamed. And the sad part about this is those buildings are not in the zone. So we'll see what the Unnamed could accomplish here.
That's the worst timing, too, because there's only a few seconds left on the clock before the zone starts closing on them. So now they have to get this revive, initial knock, and everything instantly. But look at these. We've got a big battle right now between Defeaters and B4. A lot of nades coming on out. You can see Nenevete is going to try and throw another one here. Can he catch it? Oh, a little too far. And Ghosty does not have the spot on them because all of these smokes. Really nice smoke wall from B4 to make it back into Paradise. Beautiful.
Yeah, wow. Whoa.
Look at that.
That's like 8 smokes right there.
Goodness.
Beautiful. Yeah, they avoided that fight like the plague right there, able to make it on into Paradise, but avoiding one fight forces them into another here, Hot Jukes.
Loops and Defeater, Loops and 19 going at it right now at Paradise. They know they have to hear this, so third-party opportunity. Jacob jumping through the window, can't do that. At this point, team's waiting for you, and you can just see Loops trying to get these finishes right now. And it looks like they are going to be able to shut down Team 19, at least for a little bit. Not sure where their last remaining member is. But they're going to hold this spot down really well. Still 16 teams remaining as now the gatekeeps. Everything is going to start happening right here, right now.
You know who would have loved this game? Cloud9. They would have loved it. Paradise. Cat up here in the guard tower. Nice vantage point right here. Land going to be behind this bull. They're using the smoke, trying to close the gap over here. XSET, though, they want to take a vacation of their own. They're going to be sending it on into Paradise also.
This ain't going to feel like Paradise for long, though. It's going to be like a dang battlefield as we see so many squads just starting to collect here in this area. XSET going to hold it here. Next zone, though, it's going to shift off to the side here. So you know that XSET, the rest of these teams are going to have to push on out. And you just see the kill feed just lighting up like crazy. There goes 19 Esports taking out Loops, getting the zone as well. So they are in a really good position here. HQA, Nova, all the teams having to push, though. Oh, this is drastic. I think you got to go for kill points because look at Pittsburgh Knights pushing on the B4 instantly.
Pedro position is going to be compromised. And Abente on the second story right there. Jat G spotted, taken out instantly.
Great knock right there from Nenebete, and the PK are running the whole 3 together right now, just trying to figure out how to push up through this. So many squads just surrounding them. Nades going all over the place. And then here comes Blade with the 1v1, getting the knock onto Pedro. Nenebete jumping out. Here comes Maxon as well. A lot of just 1v1s over and over. Maxon wins it. Ooh. And it looks like Nenebete and Maxon just 1v2ing. Knocking out Pittsburgh Knights, holding it down. Was extremely well played from B4.
Yeah, and not only that, they're kind of taking like you said, the 1v1s. It was constant 1v1s. Yeah, you had your squad mates right near you, but they just were not able to provide the support in the rooms. And talking about providing the support right now, it's all out mayhem. We see mollies, we see vectors, we see grenades popping on over here to Meta.
Lukinas now coming with the Uzi, just pre-firing right now. Nitsume trying to get a little bit of time to get that first 8 off. He gets it, but might as well not have, because that nade, Team Queso, eliminated right now. Meta pushing super hard. Loops. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Just teams are going out like crazy. All out mayhem. And Carrillo getting another finish right there.
Yeah, 4 kills, 11 kills altogether for Loops. I mean, they're just owning Paradise. It is theirs right now. Nico up here behind the tree.
That's going to take out Defeater. That's the first time in the past 5 games going out under 5th place. And that, I think, is going to be a result of Sanhok. Because, I mean, these zones are brutal. Loops, like you mentioned.
Oh,
11 kill. Look at that nade, though, from Dadden. I mean, Loops, gets a return one onto him as well from Nenebete. B4 and Loops are just going at it right now. Mixira could possibly open this fight even more. 1v1 right now. Kaofsky versus Nene.
Oh!
Nade. Oh, what a nade! So well
When it comes to nades, B4 reigns supreme. They currently have the most grenades used in the lobby. So if there was a nade battle, my money's on B4.
I mean, they're just crushing it right now. Still 6 kills. Here comes Federaldo with the snake play. Just too strong. Gonna take out that last remaining member. 14 kills for Loops. Could this be the one to possibly break their non-chicken dinner curse. It's all up to Federaldo. And look at Kiwang right off on that angle. And he sees him.
Kiwang knows. Oh, or not. Maybe not.
That smoke, though. That smoke's
right
going to give away his position. Really risky.
No meds. Just a couple boosts. Just a couple boosts to work with.
Look at Federal. He has to see that smoke on the right side. Yep. The second that smoke came out, now his attention is fully focused right on there. Kiwang gave away his position with that. Federal's on high alert, just looking in that area. And it looks like Federal's going to get the circle as well. Oh, look at this, Escanor. Daring
take the
at
shot.
BDM.
The solo member right there. I mean, BDM, they have the numbers advantage. BDM, all they need to do is look to the right-hand side. There's a snake behind you, man.
And he's just waiting so patiently, though. Federal does get that finish, and BDM is pushing up on him. I think Escanor is just trying to possibly secure second place. There's no way they're going to look behind. BDM has to assume it's a 2v1, but there goes the shots. No! Knock. So late to decide to do that. Escanor gets two, but take it out just like that. But now Federal in a 2v1 situation. Can he get this? Can he finish it and get the massive chicken dinner for loops?
Escanor playing spoiler right there for BDM.
Oh, that's it.
Comes down to this one.
Oh! The turn! Federal, no way. No way he wins this fight. The shimmy! Federal, how did he turn on him?
1v1!
Oh my goodness! Will he get this first 8 off? This would be the most insane chicken dinner if Federal can do this.
Neto going for the pickup. Neto going for the pickup. It's going to be successful.
How did he survive?
The heals.
There go the nades. You know Federal. Oh, he had to get the spot. He has the zone. Oh, the zone is going to favor this spot right here. A lot of grenades coming out. All it takes is one. Can Neto hit this? Would be so huge. Does some major damage. And Federal, I don't know what kind of healing he has left. Here comes BDM now. Going for the 2v1. Federal gets the hail off as he goes. And just too strong. BDM getting that reset. Using that numbers advantage and getting the chicken dinner away from Loops. But at the end of the day, I think Loops is going to end up in first place with that many kills. Just insane.
Yeah, and the revive right there, clutch for BDM. Much needed. Escanor, though, from Meta playing spoiler. I mean, yeah, BDM, they got the chicken dinner at the end, but they had 4. They had 4 up at the end. Escanor from the blue. They had no idea. That's why you got to make sure to check every single angle, check every single bush, because Sanhok, the snakes are just so strong. But huge game for BDM. Loops, though, almost winning it. Federal, an actual beast.
I mean, that turn was disgusting right there. Speaking of snakes, he almost got caught by one. But, man, he was just straight goated on that quick, just 180 flick, able to survive. I mean, if he won that, I would have just exploded. But still, just a great game overall for both these squads. And it's just a pleasure to watch. Jason,
what's up?
Man, did you think Federal was going to win that one?
Oh, for sure. I thought he would, for sure.
Oh,
I thought it was going to happen. The thing is, I liked his little, so he gets the confirm, right? And I like his little preemptive nade as well to prevent them from like rushing him down, so he has the opportunity to like reposition. The unfortunate part is that BDM didn't play that 2-on-1 the way Execute played it not too long ago in Vikendi. They didn't give him the 1v1s. They pushed him together and they just overwhelmed him, not allowing him to close it out. So well done for BDM. Again, one of the teams we're looking at the end of week 2 is starting to rise up through the. Why is that toxic?
I didn't say that.
Ever since you became golfer, Jason, man, I'm a completely different person.
Okay. That's cool.
Oh my gosh.
That's cool. You know what? The great thing about having my job, Dave, is I can get you 2 out of here whenever I want. Like right now. Hey, there we go. Now I can bring my experts back in who aren't as nearly mean to me as our casters are. We got 7 and Glitter. 7 just
hit him with that driver, bro.
Completely the wrong direction, and actually he whiffed the ball.
You hit him with the driver. Hit him with the driver, all right? Send him out of here.
That's illegal. I think that's like a boxer punching someone. I think you need a license to do that for his weapons. Anyway, let's take a look at the rankings. Let's talk about random things, random sports. We want to see who placed out where on our rankings overall. And of course, BDM's going to get the chicken dinner, but Loops, 16 kills, Glitter. The 16 kills.
Okay, this is the loops we have been waiting for the entire freaking time. Like 16 kills, and literally Federal almost won it for them. So I mean, okay, well, I'm sure we'll see that in the highlights later, but this was a showing from loops, and I'm very, very happy for them. But we do need to give credit to BDM Esports. They were the only team with 4 up there at the end. The rest were all solos, and I mean, still 7 kills, 15 placement points. That's a very strong showing for them, especially when they're one of those teams that we've been watching now that's in that, 16th kind of positioning in the overall rankings. So those points will be massive for them as a team. The movie down the list, we've got Metagaming with 14 points. HQA. I think this might be one of the best finishes that we have ever seen them get, with 8 placement points, 3 kill points, 11 points overall. They finish in 4th place for the map. I mean, this is massive for HQA. Definitely a good confidence booster. Brazilian Rampage able to keep up a little bit of the momentum, able to get 8 more points to their name. B4, 7. We were watching these fights go down between B4 and Loops. This is so much better performance for B4.
There's one name that comes to mind between those B4 fights, all right? It's none other than Nenemete, the one that they were saying it would be the next Carrillo. That man put on a show. I think he ended up getting like 4 kills out of the 6. You see XSET there being able to get some points as well. I think it was 6 points overall. And then here towards the second page, surprise, surprise. Hey, guess what? Team Queso did end up losing a player there when Alpha 7 challenged them. Luckily for them, Klaze Esports kind of took one of the players out from Alpha 7 and he stopped the push, so they were able to at least get within that 1 placement point. You see Execute there, 4 points to themselves. Nova Esports 3 points. Alpha 7 not the best match for them, but hey, you're at least able to have 1 after the performance you've been having. You see Pittsburgh Knights there, defeaters with just 1 point, and then 19 Esports and the Unnamed 0 points.
It happens. It happens sometimes. You know what? We've seen it happen for B4 a ton. We've seen it happen for Pittsburgh Knights a ton. I think everyone's allowed to have a couple of those games with a big fat goose egg. Let's take a look though at the stats here of our, I thought we were going to look at our winning team, but we're instead look at the team with the most points from the match. It's going to be Loops, who did get the 2nd placement, but got the 1st place in points, and they get 2,600 damage. My question is, how much of those came into Carrillo? I'm assuming we're going to see pretty much 3 out of 4, if not all 4 members from Loops in our top players, but we're going to hold off on that for now, because that was, like you guys said, like that's the Loops we thought would be coming into PMPL Americas. That's the Loops we saw at World League. That's the Loops we saw at PMPL Americas Season 1. We've been wondering, have they been asleep this entire time? Maybe it's time for them to wake up as we take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments and maybe see a couple of clips coming in for them into, well, pretty much in this entire thing. It's, I think, pretty impossible to not have any clips here of Loops getting kills.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see them here kind of mess up this engagement. You see Sanhok there. I think Sanhok being able to knock the player, being able to confirm the kill, that was huge there for Alpha 7, as they were only able to get 2 points. So one of those 2 points was there towards the start. You see their Fate from Execute being able to knock some players. BDM just being aggressive, and to give some credit to BDM, this is the 2nd chicken dinner that they get overall through the tournament, and they were also able to put up 7 kills. That's some numbers. We always say if you get a chicken dinner, at least try to back it up with some kills, and 7 kills is honestly nothing to laugh at. That's equals 7 points, and currently where they were sitting, that could be massive. You see HQA there being able to get some kills as well. I know, Glitter, you were saying this is one of the best performances that we have seen at an HQA. I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, because I mean, not only did they, they got those 3 kills, but they did a really good job of staying alive and getting the placement points that they needed. And I feel like we haven't really gotten to see that out of them, whether that was because they were dropping on the likes of Loops or other squads and refusing to give up that drop spot, or they were getting caught in unfortunate rotations. Like, they just haven't really been able to make it too far into mid to late game to give us an opportunity to see them. So this is a huge, huge difference for helping Quit Addition here. It's going to be a good boost to their morale. And, every point matters at this point. We've seen defeaters jump up from dead last, and we've seen them have a crazy performance. So who's to say, HQA can't do the same? They still have the opportunity to try and turn it around, qualify in that top 16 spot. But I mean, BDM, we have to give them some credit. And then these final moments here with Federal, I swear when he got that knock and confirmed it, I was like, he's gonna win. Somehow he has turned this around and he's gonna win, because at that time, it was what? It was the 4 up on BDM, and then it was solo from HQA, solo from Meta, and solo from Loops. And you saw, the smoke come out from HQA, so Federal knew exactly where he was. He was able to clean him up. Escanor was trying to sit down at the bottom and he was spoiling some. Like, Escanor was able to take a couple out with him, and I was like, okay, this is where Federal wins. And it just, It was so close. It was so freaking close.
It was still, like we said, like a massive win for BDM. One of the teams we talked about as being one of the biggest movers from week 1 to week 2, right? They went up 60 odd points from what they did in the first week. They moved up 4 placings as well. And looks like they're continuing that momentum here in our 3rd week. But now let's take a look at our total damage. Again, I don't even need to look at it to know that Loops is going to be number 1, though I am going to double check it because I don't want to be a complete idiot. And there we go. I should have just stuck with my guns there. I was safely in 1st place with 2,600. But then again, you know, down the list here, 7, is there anything else that kind of stands out to you?
Yes, B4 being able to put up some damage. I'm enjoying seeing that. Like we usually see before there towards the end with no damage at all. Guess what? They're able to back it up here. And this is the performances that they actually need to stay within those top 5s. You see the feeders, they're getting 413 damage. Hey, that's at least something. With Team Queso, even though they ended up towards the end of the pack, they were at least able to put up almost 1,000 damage themselves. 3 kills, and then you had Alpha 7, even though they finished pretty much, they got kicked out last or first, depends on how you want to see it, they still got 2 kills.
Yeah, still 2 kills, still a couple of extra points going their way. And well, now I'm going to ask you, 7, out of the 4 players we're going to see here in our top player list, how many are going to be Loops members?
I'm going to say like 3.
Okay, Glitter?
2.
Okay, 2. Well, luckily, Agent, our producer, is not participating in this because he said 5, and I don't think we have 5 players on Loops that could potentially be in it since we only have 4 players. Let's take a look. Maybe our producer, Adrian, is right, or maybe we're seeing why he's producing and not here on the show. We can see Federal, Carrillo, and Nadine going to be making their way in there with 3, and of course, Nenebete as well. So I actually like how those 2 players, Nenebete and Carrillo, the Carrillo and the new Carrillo, side by side here.
Listen, Jason, they got very close to fighting, bro, and I was hoping HQA would not their party there, Carrillo, because we're about to see the 1v1 that I've been wanting to see this whole tournament, Nenebete and Carrillo. And the reason why we're saying that, in case you missed a couple days, maybe you missed the first 2 weeks, a lot of Brazilian players have told us that Nenebete could become that Carrillo that we saw in PMWL, that we saw in previous PMPL. And in case you didn't know, Carrillo was an absolute beast, and he's actually starting to warm up as well, as we were able to see.
Yeah, and I think he's going to continue to go this route as well. At least I hope, for the sake of Loops. Then again, they're top 8 with 0 chicken dinners, and they're still going to be top 8 with still 0 chicken dinners. Now, 7, you have a play you want to break down for us here, I'm hearing. So let's get this on the screen. And goats, go.
I'm gonna wait for my boy Agent to tell me that goats. It's actually gonna be the engagement between B4 and Pittsburgh Knights, and we're gonna have the overview right here. Overall, honestly, the way that B4 was able to win this, it was pretty impressive. I enjoyed it. We're not going to be able to see it from the right angle, but I want you to keep an eye on what Nenebete is going to be able to do. He's going to jump up on something, get an angle, make sure he knocks off Jack G, and then after that, I like how a little bit more aggressive. You see Maxon now starting to rotate. He's trying to get a different angle. You see the other player there from B4 as well trying to get a different angle in Pedro, and all they're trying to do now is just throw some nades, cause some more damage so they can come in and clean up. And then Nenebete throws in the first nades. He gets a lot of damage on Goldblade right there. Blade is going to be able to win the 1v1 engagement between him and Pedro, but guess what? Maxon is going to be able to kind of jump down, take that engagement. Nenebete also, it's already in. He's taking on a 1v2, and this is kind of why we've been praising him. Him being able to win those 1v2s is what the team needs. Overall, they end up being able to win that, and then they kind of move on to the fight with Loops, so that's why. You know what? It's been a while since we had this. Let's put on the goats there for today, because that play right there from Nenebete and Maxon as well was wonderful to see.
You know, honestly, if Blade didn't finish off Pedro there, if he just kind of left him knocked and B4 was able to get him back up, it's very likely that B4 would have won the engagement with Loops that they went into after.
I'm a little bit sad, 7, they didn't have like an actual picture of a goat for a goat seal of approval there. I was half expecting it, to be honest. I'm like half expecting you to have a lot of pictures prepared. Maybe we get Hot Jukes, Dave, and Veerman Cameron Davison on this. And maybe I just gave you some really bad ideas because I can see what you're thinking away.
I got one. Your face on a goat head. Like it. All right, tomorrow. We got it. Or maybe mine. Whichever one. Maybe glitter. We'll see.
I think
we'll see which one's comfortable with
7,
it. Or maybe Hot Jukes.
7, I think, nah. So let's actually talk about Carrillo here really quickly, because we've been talking about how he's finally getting into the groove here. He's starting to really step up, and we're starting to see a little bit of his numbers improve as well. Though obviously something we have to really talk about is this isn't a one-man job. He obviously needs his team there to support him, but we've still been wondering what has really changed from World League till now, but maybe it's just getting the games under their belt, warming back up into this that has really allowed him to start to excel yet again.
Yeah, I kind of second that, and it's something we've been talking about. Keep in mind, Loops really hasn't had the craziest tournaments that we've seen out of PMWL in the previous PMPL. It could just be warming up, and so far, for how they have performed in comparison to previously, when he was just absolutely smacking people, I think those stats are not bad. Any player currently in this tournament, Glitter, will probably want to have some stats that look like that.
Oh, 100%. And what's even crazier, specifically for Carrillo, is the fact that, like you were saying, this is a slower start for Loops. This isn't, you know, we keep saying this isn't the Loops that we have been looking for because they're typically so much more aggressive. However, Carrillo is also somehow in the top 6 for our overall player ranking, and he's the only person on Loops that's even in, you know, that top 10 position, that top 8 position that we keep looking at. So even if it's quieter, he's still putting up the numbers, and he's still managing to just kind of exemplify why we have spoken about him and his team so much.
I think he's just kind of tired of hearing about Nenebete being the next Carrillo. He's like, guys, like, I'm young, like, my career's only just started. There is no next Carrillo. There's only me, the one and true only Carrillo. But you know what? We're going to find out if he can maintain that pace today, if he can continue to get more kills later on, because we do have to head a short break. And when we come back, we're heading back over to Miramar.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, luckily the break wasn't too long, but it was refreshing indeed. Let's take a look now at what group will be sitting out. It's going to be Group C, so Loops won't be able to have a back-to-back performance there. They won't be able to play this next match, but they will be later on for Erangel as our last match of the day. We've got Queso back in. We got Wildcard. More importantly, we got Group B coming back in. And sadly, Dave, as you were talking about and asking earlier on, we won't get to see if H2A back away yet again from Loops here in Miramar. I know, I wanted to see it, man. I wanted to see it. I think the last 2 or 3 times they've actually, you know, given that space up after they already said they don't want to do that. But hey, you can respect it. I feel like if you're a team that's not adapting mid-tournament, then you maybe don't deserve to be in the tournament unless you're in first place.
Ooh, yeah, hot take right there, So I'm looking real quick, Miramar, Team Queso, G25, Alpha 7, those squads in particular have secured the most points on this map. I mean, Team Queso, Golden Morado, of course, you know, you got to come out on top right there. So I'm looking forward to it, Jason.
Yeah, I feel like we've had some insanely good Miramar matches across the board when we think about it within PMPL Americas Season 2. Jukes, if I were to ask you about a team you're looking out for, in those 3 that he just mentioned, which one do you think is going to be the one to stand out?
Gotta go with Team Queso, I think. I mean, they have been on fire lately. They go to Hacienda del Patron. They're going to go ahead and have that beautiful Golden Morado. Not to mention, we always see them go into the different areas where you can get those vending machines, those Mountain Dew vending machines. So you know they'll be loaded up on game fuel and ready for this match. That's for a fact.
Did you actually get yours, by the way? I'm curious. I don't know if you guys didn't know at home, we all get our Mountain Dew vending machines that's personally stocked for a lifetime. I was just curious, did you get yours in the mail?
Man, I've been standing outside in the rain waiting for that thing to come in, and I have not seen it yet. But the day that does happen is the day you'll see a very, very happy Hot Jukes.
I don't want to imagine you got to go outside. Do the do. You gotta go outside and do
right here.
That's how you get it. That's how you get it.
Well, then maybe it works for things besides do the do. What if I go Miramar?
Miramar! Miramar!
Man,
I think we're gonna have a Miramar map.
Love to see it. Love to see it. But here we go into Miramar, baby. Match number for the desert. Let's get into it. And like we've all been saying, like Jason was just saying earlier, that we've seen some excellent games here. And I wonder, how much does that have to do, of course, with the terrain, the area of Miramar, or the fact that this also is match number 4? You know, so we have these teams all kind of already, the nerves, all the anything that they're practiced, they're warmed up, they're ready to go. So
they're loose.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them here as we're seeing this first playing path, and it's to the south, so not a very, very good playing path for these teams. What do you think?
Yeah, not very good for certain teams that like to go up there, you know, Pozo, water treatment. Pretty good for teams that like Los Leones, you know, teams at Chumacera, those teams down there in the south. We see the Unnamed and Nova dropping out right away. Wow, all the way down there at the bottom. So we're going to see an early fight here. I mean, yeah, we don't get HQA versus Loops, but we get Nova versus the Unnamed. I mean, that's just as good.
True that. We'll see right now how it all plays out, because we normally see Cloud9 go over to El Pozo. This is not a playing path to allow that to happen. Even Hacienda, the Patron's a very, very long, flight on over. So you're going to have to see our jumpers, skydivers, really get on point here. And once they get up there, they have to go right back down south, because this is the first time we've seen this circle in quite a while. And oh, look at this. Nova and the Unnamed just getting into it right off the bat. AZ with the iron sight AK. Oh, it's caught. Look at that. Cat back up to get some finishing. And Starlight with a shotgun. Was that Q with a pistol? Running with the deagle. Running for his life. He's got no option.
Get him. Get him.
Oh, it's in the water.
Who cares about picking up AZ? We got to get this one. We got a swimmer. We got a swimmer, boys.
Does he see him? I don't think he does.
He thinks he's under
Q
the
no way Q gets away from this. Oh, yeah. Cat shutting it down. Wow. I mean, the desperation.
Unlucky.
You got a deagle.
Unlucky.
That's it.
Wow, that was the Unnamed. So, you know what's even more of a shock is that they were in 16th place coming into this game. They're right there with 213 points. We got BDM right behind them with 210. Influence Rage right behind them with 207. So, yeah, I mean, being right there on the cusp, not something you want to do here. I mean, the goose egg.
What can you do?
0
What can you do? I mean, that's the risk. Anytime you do an early hot drop, and I think that just has to do with this playing path. The fact that it was just so obscure that we had, the Unnamed and this other squad just land together. And just like that, it's all over. It's all over and done with. And for them to go out, like you mentioned, with getting the goose egg in last place, considering that they were in 16th, they got to be really frustrated going into the last match of the day.
Yeah, we're going with golfing terminology. I saw a lot of duffs right there. A lot of duffs. A duff means a bad shot. A lot of bad shots. I mean, they didn't even have the opportunity to take the shots. Let's be real. Half of the members didn't even have weapons. Half of them didn't even have weapons. And talking about taking some duff shots over here. Juicy trying to connect with that Scar onto the moving vehicle. Cloud9, lucking out. I mean, they got 4 members right there riding deep.
Yeah, I think that this is their strategy right now, to just try and head up to El Pozo and just drive all the way up there, get looted up, and then rotate back south after that, because Pozo, the loot there is just insane. So they're able to make it up alive just for now. Look, we see this replay. We did miss this earlier. Escanor catching Slicky, getting some big damage there. Cat from Nova. Yeah, I mean, Nova just, they're in a really close position as well, because they were in 14th. So, they got to be feeling really good to take out the Unnamed right here.
Escanor.
Widen the gap even further.
Escanor from Meta. I mean, last game playing spoiler pretty much, or almost, to BDM. I mean, they're connecting their shots this evening. You love to see it. Meta over here. I mean, looking at Meta, they're right there in the middle. 10th place overall for the leaderboards, currently with 104 total points. when it comes to kills. So they're not doing too bad here.
Not at all. I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good. I had the chance to actually talk to Escanor a couple weeks ago, and it's interesting because this meta squad is one of those teams that when it came here to the PMPL, they basically got a roster that's brand new. This is their first time really playing together at this high level. Now, a lot of the members from there, of course, played on different teams prior, so it's really tough to be able to play at this stage and be able to at least get top 10. And for the fact that they've done that, I think is a really big testament to show that, hey, you know what, that they're bringing the heat, that they're starting to get it together here. Because earlier on, they were not doing too hot. They were pretty down on the leaderboard. So for them now to be where they're at, it's a really, really good sign for meta.
Not only that, to finally have Escanor, kind of showing up right there. Because look at the list, the roster. We're used to seeing Abdul up there at the top. 27 kills so far. Gazme right behind him with 25 kills. And Escanor and Rolex kind of trailing behind. Escanor with 17, Rolex with 16. So to finally have, Escanor start to pop off and catch up with Abdul and Gazme, it's starting to see the team run on all cylinders, in my opinion. So we'll see what they can do. I mean, looking at this map, G25 right near them, that has me a little concerned here.
And it could be a lot of different things besides the fact that, Escanor is just popping off. It could be the fact that, they're starting to see these other squads' play styles, especially adapting to this new point system. Escanor could be now like, hey, you know what? I'll start going on off angle and start taking these shots and being more aggressive rather than just playing, straight IGL. So it's interesting to see how day after day we're starting to see squads, kill leaders change, a lot of adjustments just being made right now, especially this late if you're on top. And if you're the bottom 16, I don't see you making too many adjustments just yet, but soon you're going to have to start making them if you want to make it.
For sure. I mean, for sure. And, we talk about it, like, when's the time? Like, when is that cutoff to make that change, right? Like, when is it too late? Obviously the last week it's going to be too late to make any dramatic change. So I think right now is the time for teams to really bunker down and, whatever didn't work in the past, just let it roll, let it slide and forget about it and just come into every single one of these games and just try your very best. Talk about forget about it. XSET crashing right on top of Marco. They are thirsty out here on Miramar.
They know that there's only one member there, and here they come with a 2v1. Marco trying his best to hold out, but just too strong. XSET waiting for him, and they're going to get that thirst right off the bat. That's a big member loss from Team Queso. Ayala's coming, looking to try and support this, but you got to know XSET has got their eyes on the hill. Angry's right there. He heard the vehicle. He's running back. He's giving that intel to the rest of his squad. They're going to have to come and support him ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, Axel says, you take out Marco. We come for you. We come for you. We get the blood. We're not going to forget about it. We're not going to forget about it here.
All right, we'll see if they are going to get the blood right here because they still got to hit those shots. They're down a member right now, so they are at a big deficit. Now, they do have Angry pushed up pretty hard. He's not going to have any really angles to possibly get shots on the Team Queso. So technically right now it's a 3v3. Unless...
Could play spoiler though.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. If they send it, Angry right here could definitely catch him off guard. And I think that's why we start to see Juicy right there in their position. Take some shots. Try to bait him. Juicy 100% trying to bait Team Queso to make the aggressive push right there. Very smart play to have Angry right there.
Yeah, Joey getting some good bullets onto the off angle is going to be huge now. I wonder, you're right, because if XSET gets knocked, if those two Team Queso members push up, Angry's going to be just waiting for them right there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. XSET is out of this next circle as the next circle goes on up, and they're starting to smoke it out. Kind of a little question mark here what they're going to do. They're going to send the Murata over to Angry.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Oh, and they're going to push it. They're going to push Team Queso.
Oh, okay, Ayala, out of there. Out of there.
Yeah.
Nitsu popping in their vehicle. So the next zone does shift, and that's why we see,
the Murata.
So, yeah, not enough horsepower right there. My God, that's why we see one of them pop out trying to push it.
Yeah. I love to see that right there, the assistance. And Angry putting some big shots down range. Unfortunately, does not get the knock. Does get a couple taps off, though. And yeah, you'd love to see that right there. Look at XSET, the IQ. Using the Murado, realizing it's not going to get up this hill. We got to put in a 4-wheel drive, baby. Let's get the truck, you know? Let's downshift a little bit and get up this mountain. So yeah, XSET, making moves quick, real quick. We'll just see it.
So I know this is like super like 500 IQ, but what if XSET were to let one of their members get knocked, right? They were to let one of the members get knocked, and then Team Queso, they're like, okay, let's just send it. We got or at least we got the knock. Let's Thurston, then Angry from the backline. Like that could have been huge. Regardless, though, I mean they're still alive. They got one. They got one kill. You know, they're still doing really well. But the way they set up right there, I definitely felt like they were trying to do something. They were trying to catch Team Queso off guard. Team Queso, though, not catching the bait, not taking the bait, that is.
Yeah, that's a super risky push, even if Team Queso does get that knock. So I wonder if they just said, you know what, we don't want to risk the armor, but that would have been an insane play. Totally could have played out like that. At the same time, tough to make that decision with that little information that these guys had. So we'll see how the rest of the game ends up playing off, though. You see Acer with the mini getting some, gets the knock on the Vega right there. G25 from across the map, putting some suppressive shots as well. It's only zone number 2 right now, but we're starting to see some long-range knocks come out.
Pretty early on. I believe the mini, if I'm not mistaken, has like the lowest amount of bullet drop. So that thing is just a laser. It is a laser, especially at this distance over here. Vega, INTZ, are they bleeding out over there? They're right in between this. Oh man, yeah, I think he's gonna bleed out right there. Wildcard trying to avoid getting their heads tapped.
And right now, it's just time to just knock down some armor. Best you possibly can. Oh, 19. They're getting into this as well. So now G25, they're going to have their ears perked up, making sure that they're staying pretty extra careful right now, not to get sandwiched in between 2 squads. And Vega's just still bleeding on out. Doesn't look like the rest of INTZ is going to come out to help him. So that's going to be a loss right there. INTZ has already lost Pauly and Vega. So they're going to be stuck with 2 remaining members. Still 15 teams remaining here. Still pretty early on, though. As we see just different squads just trying to get some real estate right now. Just wait for the next circle.
Now, I don't mean to bring this up, but Slicky or Spring, I forget which one, they promised us a crossbow kill here on Miramar.
Spring did it.
Spring. I'm just putting it out there, Spring. You know, the fans, the people, me. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for it. We almost saw it on day number 1. We were losing it, man. We were losing it. Kind of like all these teams going to be losing it right now with this zone shift. Yeah, Wildcard, INTZ. I mean, G25. They need to move.
They need to get going right now, and it's really good to see at least Wildcard having the full roster up. You know, that's something that they don't really get to have. As opposed the luxury that a lot of these other squads have, and they have it because of school obligations. And hey, you know what? Gotta get that education, baby. Love to see that. At the same time, though, you know that they're on the line right now. I mean, it's tough to see them in 8th place, considering that they've only had 3. Oh, look at that.
Talk about being on the line. I know you got level 3 helmets, and you're looking good. You're looking snazzy, but all 4 members of the team in the vehicle straight standing it right now in between Doodoo from Ace and Starlight from Nova.
And it looks like Doodoo just trying to possibly buy some time for Meta, helping him out as he did put some shots onto Starlight, and his vehicle's going out as well. You do not want to lose this vehicle right here, right now. You want to have it, especially for late game, inside of Miramar. It's practically a requirement to have that and some gas cans at the ready. Ace in a really good position on top of this hill. A lot of sight lines. And it looks like it's going to end up here on the mountains. Uh-oh. Tribe. Cloud9 really close together here. Oh, Adder, can he hit this nade? This would be insane. Here's some sniping coming up top. Love to hear that.
How'd that buggy even get all the way up there to the top? Ooh, Nitsu, though. Yeah, the third party right there. That's going to give some time, much needed time for Cloud9 to get the revives onto Pyro.
That's a really good shot right there from Team Queso. And Team Queso, man, this squad has just been so aggressive lately, especially considering that they are going to have to hold it against BDM. Ayala is going to get chipped.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
oh, no.
The jump
we're sliding. We are sliding.
Ooh. That hurt his knees. He's got them, gonna have to go ahead and put some ice on that.
100% worth. That was worth.
Yeah, took it though. He was able to get the kill and finish. Unfortunately, not able to save his teammate though. Look at these nades from Tribe. Oh, can he hit the mark?
Underhanded.
One good nade. Yeah, one underhanded.
Let it roll. Let it roll.
Let it ride.
Let it ride, baby. Telly with
here
the
comes
Bolty out
Gabby.
here. Oh, Gabby trying to get aggressive, slide it down as well. These cliffs so challenging for these players.
And man, Gabby just the little time difference right there. If he would have been able to come with the rest of his squad, would have most likely stayed alive. But just because of that, P9 was able to get the knock and finish at least 1 point before they end up losing 3 of their members. Uneven's the last one up for now. You see Klaze moving on to them as they have a good overwatch onto BDM Esports. Luis got that SLR, the Slurpee, locked and loaded. Gonna have to bid the big shot up this hill. They want to get up with this one. Not gonna be easy.
So this is the second game. Vikendi, we saw Bale try to go for the insurance policy, try to get those placement points. Now this game Uneven, going for those placement points. Klaze up here on the high ground, taking some shots. Remember BDM down there with the Slurpee, looking to connect their shots. Luis, Smoke, try to block some sight lines right here.
They're outside the circle, so they're going to have to push up to this one really big time. But Cloud9 going out in 15th place right there. Yeah, that's going to be the last member. Uneven just getting caught out. XSET is trying to push up as well. This next circle is going to end in Minas del Valle. Not a very common circle finish, so these players are going to have to get used to this terrain. Durso with the preemptive nade does touch Juicy a little bit, and he's coming up with another one though. And we're going to start. Oh, he gets a good connection onto Juicy. Well played from him. And the rest of XSET are going to have to help him out and push together if they want to take out Influence. Influence has got all the real estate right now. Great sightlines.
Yeah, this terrain is going to be very challenging. Very challenging. There's about one compound right there in the middle. Nico trying to toss out some smokes to allow the time needed to get these revives. NTX still cooking this grenade, tossing this grenade, rolling right on top of Nico, getting the confirm onto Juicy as well.
Such a great grenade right there. And Angry was in a really good spot to try to get those shots off, but it was just a little too short. And it allowed NTX to throw that grenade. And that's going to be 2 members down from XSET. They're going to have to rotate on slowly, side by side. Have to pass up Meta and, of course, Influence on top of this hill.
Meta.
And Gatekeep get some more points. Escanor, he's letting them know, hey, we're here. Don't push on this way. But they had no choice. They're going to have to do it right here, right now.
Yeah, so Meta, they were trying to get on into the zone, and they pushed into the ace, but then decided it was not worth it, so they tried to rotate on around. Unfortunate for, I guess, XSET. They're going to be right behind them. So XSET with 2 up. We see Joey and Angry kind of separated right now for the time being. Just trying to survive, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, you can just see them just slowly trying to push up. He hears that motorcycle, and Angry was trying to catch him on the move. Not able to do so, though. It's a lot of this terrain might pay off because there's a lot of hills, a lot of deficits for them to be able to push on in. It's not going to be easy, though, because you see, like, look how spread out Influence is. Meta, Ace, really close by together. Castiel catching a great grenade onto Escanor. That might just open the door up a little bit for XSET to push in. And Castiel is going to keep on throwing all he's got, try to get those thirsts.
Oh, Slicky, fall to her death. Yeah, really, it's just these 4 teams down here to the south. I mean, we're going to have the 4th party Central
Acer.
down here. Acer, yeah, popping up right there really quickly. Taking down INTZ. They have a couple moments right now. This is going to be up there to the north. They have a couple moments right now to try to heal on up. But this little cluster of teams right here, this is where I'm looking. I mean, XSET, do they make it on into zone? Do they even want to try to take the fight? Or are they going to just heal on up and try to go underneath the radar and let everybody else duke it out?
I mean, look at the circle. The whole one is in the center. Everybody's holding the edge, gatekeeping like crazy, trying to add some more kill points. So valuable. The circle, though, shifts north. All these teams in the south are just, they're having to fight it out right now. Get it done so they can get the move on it. And you can see Influence, Merlovsk, throwing a big nade. This might be the one onto Lokitas. It looks good. Oh, taps up to 25. Oh, 1 HP.
Honestly, these teams, they should just go for the fight, go for the kill points. The next zone, the yoink.
What a nade!
Yeah, great grenade right there. Meta, Gaming, taken out. Ace, they're still in the area, though. Ace are still in the area. 1 kill so far into Ace. Dudu trying to heal on up. Got a couple smokes coming on out right now. Looks like Dudu was able to, or Dudu, are you healing up or what? Bandaging on up. Okay, so the med situation not looking the best right here. Muriel getting the pickup over here. We see the zone. 19 Esports, they're going to be pushing up here right into G25. Acer, though, and Slicky right behind them. They might be able to catch them off guard.
Look at that. You see Trix with that Iron Sight AK, a favorite among these pro players. Such a great gun to use. Quintos looks like he's got the same thing. And he's going to have to make a play right now. Onto Team 19. There goes a pre-fire. Uzis are out, though. Oh, catches him on the reload. Great play. Quinto on the run, hits the laydown. Ah, just too much, though. Team 19 just pressing further and further. Now Klaze. Oh, look at this, Klaze.
The hill.
With the sightlines. So strong. What a great position for them.
Same thing could be said for Tempo. I mean, up here on the high ground, they have some death blades to work with. All they need to do is crest on over the hill. Pretty much a shooting range right here. Looks like HH is going to begin to pick up out there in the distance. Ace one on their respected hill also. So we got 3 teams on top of hills, pretty much just looking down on all the squads in the valleys, just trying to survive right here.
Love to see Spec throw out those smokes to help out his team right there. Just the team play has to be at an all-time high right now. Tempo does have a really good position in the center of the circle, but they are just getting flooded on by so many different squads that want that spot. And you can see Ace One throwing out the smokes. They're outside the zone trying to press in. They need to hit some big knocks to open up the door a little bit, get some pressure off. Cardazen's got that bus ready to go to hopefully make a car wall for him. This is a real... Yeah, if that zone shifts, though, it's going to be really just devastating for this team.
That bus is a tank, but this terrain is going to make it very challenging to traverse the terrain. Looking over here, Klaze, hey, welcome. Nice little mountain you got over here to call your own. Orlando kind of with that 3-1 split over here. The bus, okay, the bus was able to allow Ace to make their way on into the zone. Wildcard right there to the north of them. Slicky and Sam trying to use this cover right now. Myth trying to heal on up. Yeah, I'm concerned with Klaze, though. Once when shots start to get ringing on out, Klaze, they're going to crest on over the hill and just, you know, free points over here.
They got to start playing aggressive right here, right now, because this is their opportunity. This is their game, right? Klaze, they can get a big chicken dinner here with a lot of kills. We'll see if they're going to be able to ace. Cardazen's got he has to know Sam is right down there. Put a lot of damage onto him. Dudu, he's going to run up on a Slicky, though. 1v1. Oh, catches him slipping.
Take him out. Take him out, Dudu. You got this.
Points.
Nice one. Yep, get the points, and now one more point to be had. Sam right there.
Klaze.
Waiting their demise, but Seba from above. Yep, Klaze up here on the high ground. We just said, once when Klaze hear the gunshots, they're going to look in that direction. They're just going to let it rip.
Clay's got to be playing this super aggressive right now. They have to realize that they are just in a dominant position. It's time to just make teams fear even peeking this area, because you got your full squad and the blue zone to your advantage. And look at Cardazen trying to get that finish. Klaze is making it really difficult for them. This is Clay's game to win, to be honest. Like,
seriously.
This should be an easy dub for them.
9 kills. They just need to make sure. I see Duck from BDM over there on the west. I see Trix up there in the north. Need to make sure that these snakes don't catch him off guard. And we've seen snakes play spoiler a lot of times tonight. Oh. Deba, whoa, the golden arm. I know that.
Look at that.
I know that was on Pedro, but oh no,
Trix!
Oh no, Seba
Trix
didn't get to toss out that molly. Was taken down from Trix. We were just talking about the snakes.
Shimmy. Oh my gosh, the best dancing shoes that he could do, but Cardazen does get the finish onto 19 Esports, and Klaze is going to put even more pressure onto Tempo. More smokes, more nades going to come out here in just a second. Klaze, I'm surprised that they're even playing this slightly defensive with the amount of hill they have. They got to use their position to their advantage, because this could be a massive chicken dinner for them.
Blow it up, 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 blow it up. Oh, got to get that vehicle explosion. There's going to be a crate.
Got him.
Got him. Gonna be a crate care package right there in between the two teams. Now, that's important because Ace, they might be able to smoke it up and use that care package for cover and maybe get that level 3 gear, the much needed level 3 gear. Ram just full on auto right here, taking shots onto anything that moves down there below him.
I wonder just how much they have to realize that their kit has to be coming into question at this point because they've been just shooting like crazy. Oh, does get the knock on the HH24. Another, Spec with the return. Dudu has a really good angle as well, and now that's going to open it up. Here comes Tempo, possibly looking to press up this hill. A little hesitation though. Gonna have to see if they're gonna make this play. Oh, they have all the nade range in the world though, Klaze.
Well, that's the thing, Klaze though, when they peek the hill, what the enemy sees first is their head, right? So it's an instant headshot pretty much. And Orlando, no helmet. I mean, Klaze, looking around, yeah, everything is really battered right now. I'm surprised they're actually able to get these revives. Tempo down there below, trying to reset, trying to toss some grenades. That one was very close. Yeah, 4 teams to go. Duck is still alive, the solo member down there in the south for BDM. Ace, they have just been letting Tempo and Klaze go back and forth. We see Ace tossing out some smokes right now, trying to get into a more centralized position. But look at that uphill slope that Ace had to crawl up. I mean, this is deadly. This is deadly. Dudu might want to get that buggy. Look, right behind him. Duck from BDM.
How long will he wait? How long will he wait to take these shots? At some point, he's gotta. The blue zone's coming. You gotta take that point priority, I think. He's waiting for it. You can't.
That's easy.
You can only aim so high if you're crouched. You have to stand up straight. And I think he may just get off by. Klaze is still focusing on Tempo. The vehicle explosion. That's gonna take them both out right there. Dudu now on the hill. Now Ace has the hill on Klaze. No way, Klaze. You not like this, Klaze. This is your game. There's no way you could throw this. Oh, now here comes Duck. Gets one. Gets the finish on the Ace.
Let's go, Duck.
Let's go,
Ace
Duck.
Done. Let's go, Duck from BDM. Oh, but Duck, yep. Hey, 2 points though. 2 points in the bank, and now it's Spec from Tempo. It's gonna be very challenging. 1v3.
I mean, if it wasn't for Duck there, I think Klaze would have been in big trouble. But now here comes Spec. Can he do it? Can he make it happen? No, just Klaze. That position, that zone, that hill, all those things just coming together. And not to mention, Duck, the legend himself, just finishing it all out, taking out Ace 1. What a good, solid chicken dinner for Klaze.
And Klaze, they needed that chicken dinner so bad. I believe coming into this game, they were in 20th overall, so they needed that chicken dinner. And I'm not gonna lie, I was getting nervous for Klaze at the end. I mean, they kept popping on, they kept cresting on over that mountain, and they kept getting knocked back and forth, but they were able to prioritize getting the revives time and time again. Not only that, the grenade range. I mean, Tempo, they were all the way down there, so close to landing that one clutch grenade when Klaze were getting that reset, but just not close enough, right? So crazy game for Klaze. I mean, that high ground, it was big, man. It was like their 5th member on the squad.
It's like everything just perfect for them. And speaking of perfect, Jason.
There he is. Perfect.
Welcome back, dude.
Perfect.
The GOAT himself.
He's perfect.
I can't trust you on that anymore. You broke my heart too many times, Hot Jukes. Let's be honest, Klaze.
Come on, I'm just playing hard to get.
It's true. It's very hard to get. I mean, you're all the way in Texas. I'm over here in Poland. It couldn't be any more difficult for us, Jukes.
Yeah,
but I think Duck deserves maybe like a wishbone or something like that, or maybe deserves like a drumstick for that, because I agree with you guys. I don't know if Klaze would have won that if Duck didn't play spoiler to Ace. But you know what? We're going to have our analysts talk about it as we let you two go take a quick break, because you still have one match left to go. And we'll bring in Seven. We'll bring in Glitter. And yeah, honestly, I want your guys' thoughts. Glitter off the bat. Like, what was your thoughts? Do you think Klaze would have still won that even without Duck?
No. Honestly, the push from Ace looked so strong, and if Duck weren't behind them to take them out, then Ace was 100% going to be able to just push up on Klaze. And I was talking about this with Seven while we were watching this go down. I was like, honestly, by all just sane logic and numbers and metric, Klaze should win. They have the height advantage. They're the only man with the 4-man squad up. They know where everybody is. There should be no reason for them to lose, but I worry that they just don't have, maybe necessarily the same experience as some of these other teams. They don't feel as polished, and I don't know how it's going to go. And then as I'm saying that, that's when Ace pushes up and starts shooting everybody, and I was like, oh my God, I don't, but it ended up in their favor. Duck did end up also getting some points for his squad, so that was huge for them, but we can see here at the total map rankings for that last match. And Klaze Esports did come out on top with 13 kill points, which is massive for this squad. And of course, a 15 first place placement points. Then we see Tempo Storm in second place there. Spec was able to hold on for a little while, so that's going to be good for Tempo Storm. They were only able to get 2 kills, but it's still better than nothing. Ace 1 is chipping away again at these top positions, able to get 5 kill points this time around, 8 placement points. BDM, of course, with their 10 placement points and their 3 kills, all coming from Duck at that end. I think 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think it was. I definitely think it was. And man, he was such a spoiler to what Ace 1 was able to do. Yo, Jason, what's your Ace 1 favorite player?
Oh, my voice cracked. I can't.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well, with that one, Dudu, you got to give him so much credit. He was able to do amazing there, being able to sneak up that long, given that Duck did kind of allow him to, but still, I'll be talking about that in a little bit. You see Influence Rage there with 6 kills, 12 points to themselves. Wildcard Gaming, 8 kills. I'd love to see it. Tribe Gaming there with 5 kills as well. 19 Esports not being in last, getting 0 points. Let's go, baby. Getting 8 points there, at least for some pride as we go here towards the second page. We see Nova Esports there with 4 points, all in kills. Nova, it's either... Nova remind me a lot of PK within like the first week. They either get points from kills or points for placement points, but it's not a good balance between the both. Team Queso, you see them getting 2 kills there, as we saw Marco once again getting killed super early, being the first one out of his team. You see G25 there with only 3 points. XSET as well with only 2 points. One of those kills was actually on a Team Queso player. INTZ with 1 point. Cloud9 as well, not having the performance we would love to see out of them with only 1 point. Metagaming there with 1 point, and the Unnamed with 0 points. But going back to what I was saying there with Ace 1, I think Dudu just, he kind of showed how aware he is of things. He put out the pan, he kind of just slowly but surely started climbing out the mountain. If it wasn't for Duck, Dudu could have destroyed Klaze all by himself.
I honestly thought Dudu saw him, because when he was going up the side of the mountain, right, he turned around real quick to look, to check the angle that Duck was at. I swear, like right there, I was like, okay, well, Duck's dead, right? He's not gonna have a chance. But the trigger discipline out of Duck to not go for the shot then, not even go for it when he had Duck at the peak. He got them an extra 4 points minimum with the 2 kills and the placing points on top of that. That is fantastic again for BDM, who was one of our biggest movers between week 1 and week 2. But now let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from the last match, and hopefully we're going to see a little bit of Duck's play towards the very end, and of course Klaze as well. It was basically like shooting fish in a barrel, I'd say here for Klaze Glitter, because the position they had.
I mean, and sometimes it happens, and you know, you have to utilize those positions when you are blessed with the zone or with the area that you get when it comes to that type of terrain. But I mean, Klaze obviously had to get to the end to even be able to hold that, right? And I think that was something we were talking about earlier, is with some of these squads, we haven't been able to necessarily see them consistently get to mid or late game, and that was something I've been talking about with HQA as well. This was huge for Klaze to be able to do that and then finish it out at the end. I mean, they're one of those squads that is in that bubble, again, that whole area that we're looking at a lot, and as these days continue on, these types of finishes are really going to start determining who is solidifying that top 16 qualifying spot. Oh my gosh, we were watching these kills coming out from Axel. When he started falling, I was almost positive that he was going to die from the damage, but that is the gameplay that we were talking about earlier today, Seven. They are just completely going for these kills with zero care to how it's happening.
Yeah, it's kind of along the lines of what we've seen in regards to Team Queso. Doesn't matter how they're going to get those kills, they're going to try to get those kills, all right? No matter what happens, you say Ace or they're being able to get that knock. That was beautiful, man. Even if you ended up exploding the card, love to see it. And then talking back with Klaze, as we're seeing some of the highlights here, Klaze ended up with 13 kills that last match. That is, I think, by far, I know with the chicken dinner is their first chicken dinner of the tournament so far, but what an amazing performance overall. Not just getting the chicken dinner, but being able to take advantage of the points. Hopefully in the future, I'm really hoping that they go back and watch this gameplay and they kind of notice how close they did come to dying to Dudu and to dying to the Ace 1 squad, because it was so close. Honestly, we say over and over again, if it wasn't for Duck, oh, we would have been telling a completely different story here, as we see J7 once again being able to put out some damage there for Tempo Storm. I believe in that one, J7 ended up with 2 kills. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been a little bit more there. We see Klaze Esports members too being able to put out a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them very close to that 3K damage, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know what? We just saw that when Tempo was below them before, they lost a lot of their players. That was another time when I almost thought Klaze was going to go down, because I think it was another moment when I was like, oh, Klaze should have this fight in the bag. And as that was said, I think Spec knocked 2 of them right as soon as those words left my mouth. So there were a couple moments that were a little bit shaky along the way for Klaze, but they were able to get both their players back up there at the end. And these are some of the moments you're talking about where Dudu is just going off. And this was after we watched Dudu just straight run at Wildcard and help take out Wildcard earlier on. So Dudu was having a game for himself here, 7.
Yeah, and the good thing for Ace, that how they were able to get up so high, is because Klaze Esports was just so busy with Tempo Storm, as you're able to see it right there. So in a way, it was a perfect storm for Klaze. I believe they ended up having the final zone with Tempo, so they should have just worried about their zone, and they should have just worried about keeping their flanks and maybe causing some more damage, and not have all the 4 members just focus on shooting down at Tempo Storm. Overall, I think they can learn a lot of stuff there from it, and keep in mind, it is their first chicken dinner, so they might not have as much experience. Something along the lines of what we were talking about previously with Execute, when we kind of saw them choke that match in Erangel. The more you get here, the more you'll be able to practice, the more comfortable you'll be with, and the more you'll learn in the future.
That's what Execute did, right? They just kind of kept getting further and further and further along, kept learning from all their mistakes, and then they got themselves a chicken dinner as well, besides the 1 kill switch got from the blue. But we can see our damage here. Klaze gonna get themselves 2,500 damage, so close enough to 3K, a lot closer than, well, really any other team out there.
Hey, look at BDM's damage. I think BDM's damage literally just came there at the end from Duck Glitter.
I'm pretty. Let me hold on. Do we have that somewhere? Maybe. I feel like we have to be able to figure that out, because I was trying to watch it, the kill feed too, when we were watching the highlights.
It's in one of those tabs that I can't access right now because I don't have a PC here in virtual reality. Maybe I can just summon it to be right here.
Yeah.
No, not happening. Not yet. Not right now. We don't have the technology just yet. But the technology we do have is getting you guys at home to vote for PUBG Mobile's Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and get your votes in there for, of course, the best esports mobile game of the year. You're going to be voting about PUBG Mobile. Why would you even think about any other game here? But right now, we do have a little bit of a break while we get things ready for our 5th and final match of the day. It's going to be on what map, 7?
It is going to be on Erangel.
Yes, it is. And before we get to that, we're actually going to have a chance to sit down and listen to an interview we did with Klaze before the whole event kicked off. So why don't you sit down, get something nice to drink, something nice to eat, and listen to what Klaze has to say. So we've got Seba coming in from Klaze Esports to talk about PMPL Americas Season 2. And let's start things off by talking about, your journey from PMCO to here, looking at this big monumental task ahead of you. How are you feeling heading into this tournament?
Y la verdad me siento feliz y no lo creo aún, porque nosotros éramos un equipo que comenzó desde abajo sin ayuda, y esta era nuestra primera PMCO y no teníamos como el sueño de clasificar a la PMPL, pero con esfuerzo del equipo y demás cosas logramos clasificar, y honestamente es como un orgullo estar en la PMPL con los mejores equipos de América.
So how did you guys prepare coming from PMCO now to PMPL? What did you guys focus on in training?
Gracias a la Screen PMPL intentamos probar las rotaciones en NA, es cuando nos complica el ping en los MS, y nos estuvieron saliendo muy bien las rotaciones. Ahora en los equipos que nos llegan a tocar y cómo reaccionamos en el momento.
So far in your career of playing PUBG Mobile, what's been the highlight of it?
Clasificar a la PMPL.
Coming into this tournament, what's your guys' goal? Like, what are you aiming to accomplish?
Y bueno, tenemos 2 objetivos que son quedarnos en la PMPL para la próxima edición o irnos al campeonato global, que es donde van a estar los mejores equipos del mundo, y la verdad que si ya estamos en la PMPL, ¿por qué no soñar un poco más?
Out of all the teams in the upcoming season, who do you guys consider your biggest rivals and why?
Y todos son una gran amenaza, porque todos juegan bien, por algo están en la PMPL y no hay que confiarse de ninguno. no confiarse en un campeonato así es bueno.
So Seba, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to any of their fans out there and obviously get to say something to all the people who are supporting you.
Y quisiera mandarle un saludo a toda la gente que nos apoyó en la PMCO y nos sigue apoyando en la PMPL. Y un saludo también a todos los equipos que también nos felicitaron de pasar a la PMPL. De ser un equipo no conocido a estar luchando con los mejores de América es casi un sueño para mí, para mis compañeros. Felicitar también a mi novia, a mi familia también que me apoyó en este camino.
Well, Seba, thank you very much for taking some time for this interview. I mean, we can't wait to see how well you guys do going into PMPL.
Muchas gracias a ustedes por la invitación y por la oportunidad también.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, it's time now to kick off our final game of the day. We're going over to Erangel, and Group A will be sitting out. Unfortunately, not going to see Queso, we're not going to see Wildcard, but we'll get to see Group C back into the mix. What's going on there, Dave?
All right, Group C.
What's up, Group C?
Were you text your mom asking her why she sent J7 and me lasagna?
All for Jason, man.
All for Jason, dude. It's getting to his head. It's getting to his head, man.
Jason, bro.
The best part of it, the best part of it though, is I don't really like lasagna because I don't like tomato sauce, so I threw it away. It's like straight dagger into his heart. Yeah, that's.
I feel attacked right there. That's just evil. Never throw away good lasagna. That's
Dave
number
looks
one.
visibly distraught now.
I'm about to cry. All right, can we move on? We got one more game to go. All right.
Dave, you got it.
Goodness gracious, man.
Fill it all, man. You got this.
Yeah, mom's lasagna. All right. Hot topic with me. Hot topic with me. Jason, I like your pants, all right? I'm the only one who is telling you the truth around here, really complimenting you and saying how it looks nice. Everyone else is just telling you that. I honestly mean it, all right? But looking at this one, game number 5, things are looking good. G25 looking for the dub. Tempo Storm looking for the dub. Hot Jukes looking for the dub.
Let's get it. Let's get it, man. I'll tell you one thing, that's for sure. It's like, Jason, I love the outfit. All I know is that, like a golfer, you better have some spikes on the bottom of those shoes, because you're talking about throw away fresh lasagna one more time, I'm going to make you disappear as we get into the last game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Taking it over to Erangel, my favorite map, these players' favorite map, hands down. This is and this new Erangel, it's just so beautiful.
Good.
I love it.
Good. Yeah, I mean, new terrain objects, you know, the burnt out tanks, the sand walls, you know, the bunkers, the sky, yeah, ooh, yeah, don't get me, the clouds. You know, one thing though that the players might not be too happy about is this playing path though. It is going to be all the way down there in the south, starting over Primorsk, ending on over Milta Power. So if you want to go up there to the north, you got to get in a vehicle real early on and, you know, just send it.
I think this is one of the toughest ones for the squads as well, because you have to do so much research on where teams like to drop when it comes to this particular zone. I mean, you know Cloud9's in the game, so for the most part, they like to go ahead and take this nice western line to try and find a couple vehicles and head over to South George. But look how many teams are trying to do the same thing. So, I mean, we're going to probably see a hot drop here. This is always so risky because whichever team is better at flying and able to get down to those vehicles are normally going to be the ones that are going to possibly get away with a couple kills on the board as well. We'll have to see how it plays out, though. Not a preferred playing path for these squads, not especially for the last match. But at the end of the day, it's PMPL, baby. Got to make do with it. Got to make plays.
And also, it comes down to who can do the best.
Oh!
Right? Who can do the best. And with this zone, Ace One looking to do it and get the chicken dinner. They're going to be looking really good here. Honestly, with this zone, Hot Jukes, to me, it can go either way. It can go to military base or the mainland. I'm not sold yet on exactly where the next zone will shift. I think the next zone will have a lot of water in play. We're going to see the boat tates. We're going to see the jet skis. We're going to see maybe some pirate fights here. This game, I mean, it's always game 5, you know, always the last game. That's always so exciting. I mean, these players, they're warmed up. They're ready to go. And a zone like this, I mean, this much water is going to make it even more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just take away a quarter, if not half, of all the spots available right here. And I wonder what Defeaters is going to do because, in my opinion, they're in the best position right there by that bridge to be able to secure that. That's going to allow them, just in case that the zone goes into military, a lot more options. And at the same time, though, they need to get looted up. And that area that they landed in, they're not going to be able to find a ton of loot as is. So do you decide to leave it and try to get some loot and then move back? I think that's why we see Bishop just kind of securing this complex on his own. Unique-Uidu, as soon as he heard those shots, he said, I'm going to go ahead and head on out. That's a big break with all the small hay bale coming out of nowhere. Who put that there?
Yeah, who put that? Hey, Erangel 2.0, right? That wasn't there before. That was not there before.
Well, he found it. He knows
wow.
It's there now.
He
That's
lost
for sure.
one member, too. One member is bleeding on out. G25, they're all kind of scattered right now. They're all scattered. Oh, no.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Poor
Come
Quinto.
on.
Oh, and then he finished up with the AK.
Happy Halloween. Happy
Wow.
Halloween, though. Yeah. If I'm Defeaters, back to your point, I think I'm gonna quickly get the loot in that area and just go for the bridge camp. I think a bridge camp this game 100% viable. I think it's the play as well. I mean, Defeaters yesterday, great day. Today, not too bad. Not too bad. But if they can get a bridge camp and a good one going, they can get a bunch of kill points. And we've seen bridge camp here in this lobby be used before. If you can recall, XSET. XSET, they bridge camped one game. They got a ton of kills, man. It
was like, what, 19?
Yeah, they definitely had a record. So if Defeaters can do something similar to that, Defeaters, they're going to be looking really good.
We'll see. We'll see how they're going to play that off because they did land in this area. I think it is a big break for them that G25 was so spread out. They're able to kind of loot those buildings, so they're going to have something going into this next circle. We're seeing the rest of these squads all over the place. You know, Tribe up in Roshawk, that's their tried and true location. They had to drive there, so they're going to be a little bit behind. And the clock's ticking, especially when it comes to this circle. I think we see a lot of squads time and time again just get really quick on this rotation to try and find that spot. But I think this is the worst kind of circle when you're split between two islands and you have to make these teams bet which is going to go south or is it going to go north. I think it's a big added challenge for all these teams. So we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out zone number 2. If it centers out, it's going to be even more difficult, but we'll have to see how it all plays out here.
HQA going to be up here to the north. Looks like they are quickly trying to loot on up over here at school because, you know, everybody knows they go to Roshawk. So if HQA, if they could try to cut them off guard right there, that could be pretty swell. Could be a big game for them as well. Cloud9 out here in the distance, riding the coastline over here to the west. Looks like they're hot on the case, looking for the hunt down as well. I believe that's going to be Execute up there. And, you know, Execute, they're in Cloud9's drop spot. So I definitely understand why Cloud9 are making the push right here.
Yeah, they're going to come. They want to be able to take out Fame Boys. They know they have the numbers advantage. And uneven shooting through the window, through the boards. Able to get one through there. Get the knock and finish on the Fame Boys. So that's going to be one member down from Execute. And I think that is Execute's kind of biggest issue. Is just kind of getting caught, especially in that early mid game. losing a player early. I remember you mentioned earlier, what was the team that you talked to that was specifically saying that they were losing players scouting?
Defeaters.
Yeah, Defeaters.
Yeah.
And that's something that you just do not want to do, especially in a map like Erangel. That 3-1 split, so strong. Second you lose a member, that strat's out the door. And you want to be able to at least have that up until the mid or late game. So always difficult time when you lose someone early. We are seeing Influence, though, on the map, looking like they're starting to get onto this. And this is Defeaters, INTZ, and Influence all in the same spot. I'm surprised Defeaters is really contesting Fairy right now and not securing the bridge. Interesting play from them.
Yeah, interesting play. I definitely understand why other squads like Influence and INTZ are pushing on over here, because it's right on the coast. Yeah, it's right on the coast right here, and we don't really know where this zone's going to go next. So Pauly with the up, very long spray down, will be connecting a couple bullets onto Bishop, forcing Bishop to go back on into their cover. So it does look like Influence, they stopped the push for the time being. They're going to be up there north of the road in that new terrain like you mentioned. They're going to feel pretty confident in their decision, as just hearing those shots from the Defeaters and INTZ a moment ago. Yeah, you don't want to get taken out early, definitely.
Nope. And I wonder what Defeaters are trying to do now. It looks like they are trying to possibly secure that bridge, but it may be a little bit too late, because we're starting to see a lot of teams flood onto that area. INTZ still just playing it really careful, because they're not too sure exactly where Defeaters is. I know that we can see it, but they don't. Just trying to get any intel right now. Influence is at this, right on top of this hill. This is an entirely new area of the map. All this new cover makes this a really, really strong position. We've seen a couple games end here as well, and that's been a lot of fun to look at. We'll see, though, I guess, where the circle ought to take. Look at Tempo. They're going to be able to secure the bridge for free this late. Huge pickup for Tempo.
So back to the INTZ. I know last week I was speaking to their analysts, and they were saying how the team wants to focus on finding their confidence with team fights. You know, their rotations on point. Oh, talk about finding your confidence. You got to do the do, Hot Jukes.
Beautiful.
You got to do the do.
Oh my goodness.
What is that? Is that
level 3 backpack? Level treat?
Whoa, talk about doing the do. You get a level 3 backpack. You can fill that sucker up.
Man, that'd be nice to have, especially when you go to the grocery store, pick up some of that good game fuel right there. And speaking of pickup, Tempo, able to pick up that good, solid area right there by the bridge for free. I'm surprised. I wonder what's going through Defeater's mind right there, because, I mean, that is going to be the most contested area without a doubt. So I wonder if Defeaters decided to kind of go off of it and give it up, so they don't have to worry about getting taken out early. Not too sure what their thought process is. This next zone is going to be the huge one, though. Where will it go?
Double crates in the water.
Double crates in the water. Look at that.
Right on top of each other. Look at that. You know the Knights saw that. You know the Knights saw that one. And if I'm the Knights, Primorse, they got some boats over there, some hard spawns. I might make that like my goal right here. Pick up those crates out there for free.
I mean, that's a lot of level 3 armor. The only thing that's so risky is that those boats, right? And like they take less than a clip from one person and they're blowing up. So the second you hear one bullet touch your boat, you see people jump out instantly. So crazy to see. But this next circle centers on up, so it's still a split. Will it go to Military Island or back up towards that bridge? We will see right now. Look at Kiwang with the M4 4X throwing on some bullets down to Dadin. Not able to get the connection. And when it comes to those buggies, we see it every time, right? Just gotta shoot one tire out.
One tire could be the trick. Could be the trick. Looks like Loop's gonna be pulling on out of Pachinki, and not only Loops, but HQA, Alpha 7, Tribe, G25, everybody pretty much up there to the north looking to center on up. And ooh, we got some drive-by shots happening right here. Klaze coming off of a victory.
Seba.
Don't want to lose one early. Yeah, Seba. About 50% HP. Oh, Dadin popping on out, making sure to get the confirm. Now going to be driving on up, trying to get the finish and the loot. Another hay bale right there. Hey, package though. There you go.
Gonna get that secure, hops back in the buggy and right back out to go ahead and loot that up. And oh, shoot, Alpha 7 was shooting at those tires. So that's going to be that right there. Dadin, he's going to have some sightlines, understanding that Alpha 7 are now controlling this hill. This hill's going to be so strong. Look how much open field it is right here. So any team trying to rotate down from there, Alpha 7's going to have the sight lines. We'll see if Loops will be able to get past them. Of course, it all depends on where this next circle goes. As
bridge.
Loops,
So hot,
yeah.
man. There's so many teams on the bridge right there. I'm really
Crazy.
curious to see how Tempo, how they can fare. And that's why we see Spec at the gas station like, okay, I'm just going to pull back to my squad mates. I don't feel the most confident here. I mean, Alpha 7, Influence, Loops. I mean, everybody right on top of each other right here.
Yeah, and you can just see Cloud9 coming in pretty late. They're going to pass up Alpha 7 here in a short while. A lot of teams also coming up from the north, and just as I say that, we're looking at it. G25 getting some sight lines onto Brazilian Rampage. Pepito, though. Oh, Nunez catching him out. Gets some return fire. Pepito had to hit the deck instantly. He's going to survive a little bit longer. Wonder if G25 is going to get away from this one. It looks like Nunez decided to head on out from it. But man, G25 is pressing pretty hard right now. You hear the nades coming out.
Ooh,
I think little boy, yeah, they're gone. They say, you know what, we don't want any part of this fight.
I mean, Garcia already sent it, so they kind of got like a little 2-2 going on right now. They got split on their rotation, so I definitely understand why Brazilian Rampage, oh, Nunez. I definitely understand why Brazilian Rampage wouldn't want to take that engagement. Like, I 100% agree with them right there. Not only that, we got Cloud9, we got HQA, we got XQ, all up here to the north, trying to find somewhere to call their own also. So avoid all the fights as much as possible. Like, that's the game plan right now, especially, you know, just waiting to see where the next zone goes. Ace 1, B4. We were talking about that bridge camp. Well, we're going to have to see, what are they going to do? Are they going to swim? Are they going to take a boat? Are they going to YOLO send it? I mean, look at the coastline. So many squads. Oh, this is
do something.
A spicy one.
Gotta do something. Ace 1, it looked like they had those 2 players off by the water just in case, and that Botate's gonna have to come out right now. I mean, yeah, Ace 1, B4, unfortunately not making the best bet on Military Island. They're gonna have to get up north and just, look how many squads are just all clustered up here. We're starting to see Brazilian Rampage take this hill. Got a good sightline on the Cloud9.
Oh!
Adder getting lit up a little bit. Oh! Has to pop out. Holding a tree right now.
DP.
Does get caught.
Blow it up. All right. Yep. Garcia swamping on over to the DP. Looked like Adder was trying to get behind some cover, but little did they know they were going right into the hands of Brazilian Rampage right there. And looks like the other 3 members of Cloud9 going to continue to just push ever so closer into the center of the zone. Lan, HQA, cross HQA. They're right on in between. Execute here. 2v2.
Here they go, and you can see Fate had to jump out because of that nade coming. He heard the pin pull, able to survive a little bit longer. We'll see right now if he's able to get the return nade. Fate, always so on point when it comes to nades. We've seen him hit some pretty big ones. That one doesn't hit the mark just yet. We'll definitely see if he's going to be able to, though. And HQA, they got a lot of angles onto Execute. But it looks like, yeah, it's a straight 2v2 right here for the edge of this circle. And since this is in zone, they don't look like they have any real, time to really press this. So I think
HQA needs to win this. Like they need. There's not an option. They're the last place squad. If I'm looking at this leaderboard correctly, they're at the bottom. They already had the disadvantage. Or I mean, both teams even with the 2 members up right here. But yeah, they need this fight to play into their favor. Lan right now in the smokes with the Tommy gun ready, just listening, hearing its fate, move around and search for them. I see Zute trying to push on up as well.
I mean, Execute needs this just as bad. They're only 7 points away from 16th place ahead of them right now, so they need to put some points on the board to get that extra breathing room into the next few days of games so they can make it into the finals. We'll see how it works out. Both teams so desperate right now, 4 points. All these squads are, essentially. And this is a very, very tough zone to deal with. And you can just see right now, oh, look at this parkour coming out from Fate. Yeah, getting a really good angle on this roof. Will he be able to spot cross? The thing is that he's wide open to the hill and those houses on the right-hand side of him. Will Klaze spot him? We'll see.
Klaze might have sight lines on this. They might. If they don't, they're going to hear their shots and definitely look in this direction. It's Fate, though. Huge potential from their position. But you have to assume Lan hears the movement on the roof, so it has to be relaying that information back to Cross, telling Cross exactly where to look. And, yep, Cross looking right over there. in its Fate's position. So with its Fate providing such a distraction right here, right now, I would love to see Zute push up just a little bit, try to catch him off guard.
It makes sense. I mean, like right now, you can see HQA. They're both in kind of positions to support each other. I'm not sure if Execute is in that same one. The zone, though, we didn't get to see it here, but I could see it, and it has shifted far, far away from this fight right here. So way down into the south, look towards that brand new area by Ferry Pier. That's going to be interesting to see. Ooh. And as we do move on out of that tempo, doing their best to try and sneak their way past into this really good spot right here. Actually, not the best spot. And yeah, they're just trying to find a place of their own, losing one member on the rotation. B4 trying to do the same thing.
Influence, they took this position, circle 1. They took it circle 1. Let's see what they could do here. They're definitely in a very strong spot to catch some squads on their rotation as Loops, B4. I mean, this vehicle, this Dacia's burning on away. And Abete. All right, they're able to secure themselves a nice little spot at this tank in this little bowl. See Ace on the beach, on the shorelines. Ooh, yeah, you got a Pedro. Very smart right there, moving the Dacia to avoid the vehicle explosion damage. But honestly, oh no, doo-doo. I know you're on the beach, but not a lot of cover. Darius, the mini.
Perfect. I mean, yeah, he's just wide out in the open. I mean, this is the new Erangel, and this beach here is really well playable with those different bowls, but Ace didn't happen to take one. They were wide out in the open and getting caught out. Still in a 2v2 situation, though. We'll see how it works out. Influence, like you mentioned, they've been having this zone, this position since circle number 1.
Yeah.
Loops, though, are going to try and press right past them. We'll see if Influence can use this brand new terrain to their advantage. Get this gatekeep going.
Yeah, this terrain is, it's amazing. All the different angles that you could have. Looks like Execute HQA, the 2-2, the standoff.
Look at this.
Look at this, the pull-up from Loops.
How did they get pushed up so close? And Merle has that nade locked and loaded. They do end up getting the initial knock on the Carrillo. And you can see Federal and Kaovsky really close together, working as a squad. And great angles. There comes Federal. Able to catch him. It's all up to NTX. And that's a really good shot from Federal. Can he get Castiel, though? And Loops just bullying Influence right now.
There's only one more alive for Influence. Looks like they might opt to go for their revive, just maybe. They might have enough time. The smoke is going to be gone. Federal behind the tank. So Zute was able to win the fight between HQA, by the way, out there in the tail end of this one. That
look at that
wrap
angle.
around, going to be spotting out the revive, the spray down from the M4. Influence down and out, 14th position.
And Loops, I believe, have 7 kills to their name so far. And this is the Loops of old, just kind of pushing, bullying their way through. Something they could definitely do. Look at Defeaters holding down Ferry. The next zone does go on up and away from them. So they're going to have to push through the rest of Ace, Vega, and Tempo Storm. Yeah, if they want to get to this next circle.
Oh, Mafioso, Ace, they're just on the outskirts right now watching the push. Bishop trying to toss out some grenades, put a halt to the engage out here. It looks like Ghosty popping on up with the Vector. Darius, the last remaining member of INTZ. Let's see though, can they capitalize on that one? They know, they have the information. The Defeaters are going to be in this building, all grouped up. But the next zone, like you mentioned, does go on up. So I see a couple members from Ace Smith repositioning, not taking the fight, not supporting their squad mates right here. Mafioso information.
So good. Such a great shot right there. And that kind of a bait play. Love to see that right there. Mafioso's going to get the confirm on one. Can't Fishy in another 1v1 situation. Left behind. Can he make the play against Mafioso?
Oh, no.
We'll see. Oh,
drop shot.
Fishy, Uzi's too strong.
Uzi versus DP up close in the face. You gotta assume Uzi wins all day long. But can Fishy continue to survive right now? We see Richie still gonna be alive as well. Richie in a heated battle with Brazilian Rampage.
And you can just see right now, there goes Zute Execute out. G25 out as well. Richie, and then from Defeaters getting knocked here. Brazilian Rampage, they've been on a rampage the past couple of games. Love to see this aggression. They're going to have to hold it down, though. Oh, great play right there. Get in and get out from the vehicle to get that. Oh, that was really, really nice. Love to see that from Little Boy.
Yeah, Brazilian Rampage, we can see their aggression. They got Tempo right beneath them. We got Orlando
Trickster
behind them. Trickster popping on off right now. Looks like the Knights, they have the zone. So the Knights have the zone and they have a lot of cover right now to work with. Really depends where this next circle goes. Will it continue to favor the Knights? Cloud9 still alive, 3 up here to the north as well. Haven't really seen it. Oh, close one. We haven't really seen Cloud9 have their whole squad up towards the end here. So this is also a very, very promising game for them.
Them having 3 up at the edge of this circle is huge. I mean, Trickster, though, with this 8X, we saw pop one of these members from Brazilian Rampage out of their vehicle. Love to see that right there. But Tempo on the cusp, pressing Brazilian Rampage. And you got Trickster just putting that suppressive fire, and Blade as well. Getting it done. Brazilian Rampage just getting shot from so many different angles. They're down 2 members. It's up to Little Boy and Sentry. You can see the smokes come on out. Tempo has to know that they're pretty hurt right now. Will they be able to get this revive? Man, just such great shots from long range.
This zone, I definitely feel like Alpha 7 might have won the favor. I mean, they're going to be up there in the tree lines, right? I mean, currently Brazilian Rampage, they're being peppered, they're being sprayed upon.
Oh,
multiple
Pedro.
teams. Pedro, you're nasty, man. That is crazy. Hitting the bolties right here. This late in the game. Woo, still connecting them. This is amazing.
Catching the toes, able to find those angles. G able to hold it down, catching the last member of Loops. So that's gonna leave G the only one in this next zone. We'll see how it ends up playing out for Pittsburgh Knights. This is a game they need. They're currently in 20th place. They've dropped down out of contention for finals so far. Need to get back in that placement. And G, just hitting the deck, smokes out, trying to survive.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man. You just survive, like you said. And we see the kill feed starting to pop on up. Blade from the Knights connecting on to Maxin. I mean, the Knights, they already got G in the zone. So really, the Trickster and Blade just go for kills. Pedro spotted right there from Tempo. Storm, HH able to have enough time to possibly get this revive. Not only that, Tempo, they got 2 vehicles. They could work with that. They could use his vehicles as hard cover. Cloud9, they just had 3. They just got wiped out up there in the north.
Try to move back into the zone, and Alpha 7 already had secured a place in there with their vehicles and just caught them on the rotation. Really nice play. Look at Sentry holding this angle from the blue. If Tempo pushes in front, it can spell disaster for them. And Tempo is just trying to figure out what's the play. What do we do? Vid2K is looking straight at Sentry right now. I mean, Alpha 7's got all the sight lines for this one.
7 kills, 3 up for Alpha 7. G though, gonna be in the middle right here. Go for the spray down. Gets caught in the process. Oh, but the teammates right there behind them to provide that support. Trickster tossing out some grenades of their own, making sure Tempo don't have the advantage to push on up right here. Trickster trying to heal on up. They come, look at this, the teamwork. HH and both Spec moving together. They're gonna be right
Alpha
behind
7.
that rock.
Helping them out as well, and that's gonna allow Trickster to come around and get the finish and flush on a Tempo Storm. What a great pinch from Alpha 7 and PK. Kind of using each other to take out Tempo. Really, really strong. Last 2 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Last game of the evening. Get hyped in the chat. Who's gonna win it? Alpha 7 or PK? Alpha 7 splitting up right now. Not sure if this is the best play. They do have, PK does have the next circle as well.
PK currently in 20th place on the overall leaderboard. Alpha 7 in 3rd place. So the Knights looking to get this final chicken dinner of the evening here. You know, set them up to be within the reach of qualifying for the finals here. Swagwin in the US. Gonna make some plays here. Strolling on up very slowly.
No tires. Oh, what a shot, though, from Swagwin. Able to get the knock, but this is the difference. Look at Pittsburgh Knights. They're all grouped up together. They can get revived. Swagwin, yeah, they have to come to him. And Vid2K is blowing up his vehicle to try to get this revive outside of circle. I do not think that that's the play. I think you have to make that sacrifice at that point. It's really all up to Law on this off angle to make a big play. But PK with this zone circle. Oh, look at Trickster.
Oh,
a long range
could be good. That could be good.
Oh, baby. Trickster for 3.
Perfect.
Bang. Nails it. And that takes away that complete angle. Pittsburgh Knight knows exactly where the last two members are. Here come the grenades. Can they get the finish, though? Alpha 7. Still alive. Swagwin, too.
Law just looted that crate, too. Just looted that crate. That level 3 gear, and I don't know what weapon they were able to acquire, but not going to be able to use it. So the 3v2 right here. And looking at the zone, the Knights have it. They have the zone, so they can just let Alpha 7 push towards them.
I would love to see Pittsburgh Knights start throwing some smokes in the direction of Alpha 7 to kind of reduce their sight lines, because right now, Pittsburgh Knights having to just try to peek out from these smokes here. Oh, Trickster gets knocked. Now it's a 2v2. Swagwin really hurt, just doesn't want to make it too offensive right now. He could have pushed, though, with those smokes. Decides to go ahead and play a little bit more patient, considering that this is an open field. Don't blame him at all. Bit2K and Swagwin have to make some big shot. Oh, and they do.
Ooh.
Big knock on the blade.
The double
Alpha
fire
7 not going out without a fight.
The double fire. That was crazy. They're working in tandem. Trickster was able to get picked up. Maybe might have enough time to pick up Blade here.
We'll see right now. I mean, this is getting really close. Jachi has a great angle, though. He's going to spot Bit2K here in just a second. Oh, here comes the nade.
Grenade. That's the play. That's the play.
So strong.
Just let it. Yep, let it go. Cook it, cook it, cook it. Bit2K. Right over the head. Yep, another one. But Bit2 moved, repositioned by now. Bit2 sees where these grenades are coming from.
And with those shots from Blade, they're going to have a good idea of where PK is. Swagwin's in the bush, just locked and loaded, full snake mode. And PK are playing this real careful because Alpha 7, they've been hitting their shots like crazy here. We'll see who's going to end up winning this one. Here come more smokes. PK have the best angles right now, just trying to pre-fire and catch something, but Alpha 7 is so elusive.
Very elusive right now. Here's some shots ringing on out. Blade does have this tree to work with. The thing is, with the Knights, they cannot exactly pin down where these two members are.
Never mind.
There goes an important knock right there. That's going to make this a 3v1.
Yup, and look at this. Bit2K, though, with the Tommy gun, does get one. Now it's a 2v1 position, but they know exactly where he is. And Pittsburgh Knights end up getting the final chicken dinner of the evening, one that they so desperately needed. Huge game for
10 kills. 10 kills as well. Honestly, though, Alpha 7, for having a duo at the end, I'm surprised how long and drawn out that battle was. And it just goes to show how, you said it, how elusive Alpha 7 were able to be there, just snaking it on out at the end. I mean, even though the Knights had the numbers advantage at multiple points, they were just uncertain on where those snakes might be lurking.
And this just goes to contest like how great Swagwin and Bit2K have been for this team. Just not going out easily, not without a fight. I mean, they had Pittsburgh Knights on their toes, making sure they didn't make any mistakes to try and certify that chicken dinner. Because, man, that's how I love to see a game end right there. Just so, you got your underdogs, and you just see at the end of the day, though, PK able to pull out the chicken dinner. And
so you're telling me,
look at this.
That chicken dinner is Hot Juke certified.
Oh, yes, sir. Get stamped. Bop. Love to see it.
You love to see it. I mean, obviously a big win for them as well. We've been talking about them as kind of being in limbo when it comes to the top 16, right? They've been kind of going up, they've been kind of going down, and more of as late, they've been kind of getting a lot of 0-point games. But good to see them pull out a victory, and as well as taking on some pretty big teams. Alpha 7's been doing well. Tempo, they took them head on and were able to come out better on them as well. And what was this? You're not gone yet. You can't leave till I say you can leave, Hot Jukes. You guys can leave.
No, I gotta salute you, man. The GOAT himself.
He's totally making this up as he goes. But then again, that's probably most of our job. But as we bring in our analysts, they don't make up anything on the spot. They think about every point they make before they make it. Talk to me about PK here.
10 kills. Listen, they won because they ended up with the circle, okay? Glitter and I were watching this. It's the only reason why PK ended up winning it. Given they had a great game, they ended up with 10 kills at the end. Great performance. But Alpha 7, at the end, if you kind of break that down, they were the team that were just hitting those shots. They were the team, if they didn't really have to worry about this zone like they had to, at that moment on those engagements, they would have definitely won this match. And credit to them for Alpha 7 for kind of keeping it that long. I thought PK was going to be able to finish Alpha 7 a lot faster than that. As you do see here, the map ranking, PK with 25 points, they definitely needed. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that on the overall. Alpha 7 continuing the performances that we're seeing out of them. 20 total points. Temple Storm, another team that also, I think this is the second match today where I see them get more than 10 points. Great stuff there from them. Brazilian Rampage. Listen, I know we also have Cloud9 and Klaze Esports there, but Brazilian Rampage continuing the performance here, Glitter, that they need to have if they want to maintain themselves or if they want to even get to the top 16.
Yeah, they were definitely able to get themselves a nice amount of placement points as well as 4 kills. Like you said, Cloud9 and Klaze Esports both appear in 5th and 6th places respectively before able to make it into the first page here again with, you know, two kills and 4 placement points, and then Ace1 rounding out the top 8 with 4 kill points and only 1 placement point. I mean, definitely not fantastic, but, you know, Ace is still chipping away at those points as we move here to the second page.
And on the second page, we're going to see the Feeders right there with 5 points. Finally kind of went down a little bit in regards to the kills, but hey, 4 kills. Not bad still. Execute there, 4 points. Influence Rage, that's the one that went down between their 5 kill average per game. Being able to only get 3 kills there. 0 placement points. INTZ, same thing as Influence Rage there. 0 placement points, 3 kills. G25 Gaming. Remember, they did end up getting that win, Glitter. But here only with 2 points, and as we go down a little bit more, we see Klaze Esports there, and the team that needed to get points, Tribe Gaming, only in the end with 0 points.
But Klaze also, you know, coming in hot off of a win.
Yeah.
Only 1 point this time around.
Yeah, we have that happen so often, I feel like, where teams get a chicken dinner and then they get 0 points the next game. I'm actually trying to think, did that happen to G25 and like between their first game and second game?
It happened
a lot.
Today? Today they did not have a good
E4,
good game after that
I'm
win.
sorry, Knight. It's happened to them a lot as well. We don't know what's really going on with that in any sense, but either way, let's take a look at the stats for Pittsburgh Knights. 1,600 damage, 10 kills. You know, you say they won because they got the zone, but if I remember correctly, like, okay, PK definitely got a little bit lucky. The zone did shift in their direction, but they played it out well from there. What's that, phase 7?
They got lucky because of the zone.
I mean, let's just say us three, and you know, throw in anyone else. We could get lucky with the zone, but can we maintain the positions? Can we win the firefights when it matters? Me personally, no. 7, you definitely. I'm not going to deny that one. But it's tough then to still be in that high pressure situation because PK hasn't really been there too many times. I believe that was only their 3rd chicken dinner overall. But outside of those 3 chicken dinners, their placement points are still a little bit rocky. Consistency is something we asked about in the beginning. We saw them get better at in week 2, but then towards the later halves of week 2 and now into week 3, we saw that consistency get out of balance yet again here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, from me and Glitter, we're watching this game, they had a great game. It was just the ending that we're talking about. I feel like they could have finished it faster. I feel like they could have gotten themselves in a position. Keep in mind, Alpha 7 was having to get to this zone. They were driving cars at the end on a 2 teams left scenario. You don't really get to see that often, and if you do, you see the team that currently has that blessed zone destroy the other team a lot faster. So that's what I'm saying. If roles were switched, I feel like Alpha 7 overall would have finished that a lot faster.
Literally, Alpha 7 got as many knocks as PK had players up. They just weren't able to do it fast enough that it converted into wiping out the squad. So, I mean, like Seven's saying, that's a lot of time to constantly have to get all the reses back up because they finished with three up. So I mean Alpha 7 just did a good job of really holding on in that final battle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a very slow match actually for all the teams, but that's what we've been seeing. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game field moments and we can kind of talk about it because I believe we had like almost every team left alive 18 minutes in. Yeah. Like there was very seldom any kills. Obviously, you know, bar the initial one we're seeing here after the bat for Quinto, but it was a very slow-paced match, which again kind of surprises me because we had what was it? Defeaters, we had INTZ, we had Influence Rage, we had Ace, all by Fairy Pier. But it seemed like none of them want to be the first one to force the fight, right? And I think that's what we've been seeing all day today, is that teams are playing a lot slower because they realize we're starting to run out of matches to get into top 16.
Especially those teams that you just mentioned there. Those teams are currently either on the top 16 barely or fighting to get to the top 16 when you have defeaters, which they can't afford to take a fight that early on. Yes, 4 points sounds awesome, but you know what sounds even more awesome? Staying a little bit alive towards the later rounds when kills might come in easier, especially if you place yourself in a good situation and you end up getting lucky with zone. Let's put that as a scenario. Now, you'll be able to get even more than 4 kills. You'll also be able to put out a lot of damage, and you might end up stealing somebody else's kills. So I think that's why those teams, especially, they were just playing super passive and trying to see what happened. And I don't knock them for it, honestly. Remember, we started the tournament Glitter, and this is something that you and I have been mentioning. We started the Glitter, all the teams were coming in hot. We've seen a lot of early engagements. Today, towards the beginning of the day, we actually saw early engagements too. But I think these teams are finally starting to balance it out. I think they're finally starting to realize, hey, you know, maybe us trying to do this at the start might not be the best idea. Let's be a little bit more careful. Let's focus on the points that we're trying to get. Remember, Tribe Gaming came in with what Dave was saying. They needed to get 8 points per match. So they were trying to focus on not only getting the kills, but also the placement points. And you only get placement points, let's be honest, if you end up in a top 6 situation, Glitter.
Right, and I think that's something we will definitely have to be paying attention to moving forward. And the fact that, you know, obviously the teams are on top of kind of figuring out that math, how many points they need, whether that's from kills or placement points, to be able to solidify themselves where they want to be in those overall standings. And they will be adjusting their play because of it. And then obviously on the flip side of that, there are the squads who are adjusting their play the opposite direction because they don't necessarily have to worry about it in, you know, a lot of the aggressive gameplay we've seen coming out of the likes of Queso. So I think just paying attention to that and how each of these teams are adjusting as the time goes on, because it's also possible that, you know, in the first half of the league play portion, we were seeing them be really aggressive, faster gameplay, try out new things because there was a second half of league play. Now we're in that second half, so now maybe they've kind of shrunk it down to a little, like a more microcosm of that concept where they start a little bit crazier at the top of the day and then play a little bit more conservatively at the second half of the day to see what works for them as well. I mean, overall, PK needed this win. This is good for PK. They were one of those squads we've been talking about, like Jason had said, that's kind of in the middle, that is holding, but, you know, a little bit up and down here and there, small movements, but you don't want to be in that situation come the final week, come the final 2 days of league play. So any and all wins that they can get under their belt right now is great for them.
I feel like, personally, I would rather try to have a big match now than to be forced to have one in one of the last days of the entire event, right, to decide. I'd rather get that pressure off me now to know, okay, well, we weren't able to do it today, so tomorrow let's push even harder kind of thing. But then again, I'm not a pro player. I think there's a reason I'm not a pro player. I'm probably too old and too bad at the game. But what I'm not too bad at is bringing in our total damage from the last match, which I'm hoping production is going to get my back on this. As we see it come up here, we get to compare the likes of all the teams. And as you said before, Glitter and 7, I mean, Alpha 7, they still out-damaged PK. Yeah. They still had relatively close in kills as well. Maybe if the circle went their way, that could have been their game.
And something to mention, I mean, PK was only able to knock out Law there for a second, and then you had the other 2 players there from Alpha 7 as we're seeing the rest of the damage. Loops Esports there over 1,000 damage, but going back to Alpha 7, didn't they end up knocking, I think it was like every single member? Luckily for PK, they were close and they had cover, so they were able to pick up each other. And if I remember right, if my boy Adrian can kind of pull up the Pittsburgh Knights stats, they ended up with 600 healing for Pittsburgh Knights. I think most of that healing, or at least half of that healing, was done during that last fight. And that's kind of why we were talking about it, why we were saying if roles were reversed, I feel like Alpha 7 would have been able to kind of clutch that.
Or honestly, even if they were just closer together, because like you were saying, 7, like PK was close enough that when Law knocked somebody, they could pick him up, and then they traded the knock with Law, and then they were able, you know, Swagwin would knock somebody, they were able to pick them up, but Alpha 7 had spread out, and they were trying to take so many different angles that if they did get knocked, they weren't able to necessarily go save each other. We saw that when Swagwin got knocked, that's when he was able to have his teammate come over and try to help get him up, but in that process, Law was on hit by himself over by the drop. Okay, wait.
Are you seeing those stats?
Hold on.
Do you see what I see right now?
Hold on. Wait.
So that is for the 3 matches today, but the damage done and damage received, the only difference, it's literally 1 HP. That is insane. I've never seen stats like that. Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a telling sign of how the days went for them, right? If you look at how much damage they did in the last match, maybe it was enough to catch them up to the amount of damage they had received. Let's take a look, though, at our top players by kills. My question is, will Axel still be first? No, it's actually Ayala going to be passing him here. And obviously, we kind of compared Axel and Ayala earlier on today. And Ayala definitely stepping up here. 58 kills for him. Axel at 55. And does any other movement come in? I think, well, Korea's kind of moved up a spot here to 7th place.
Yeah, Korea moving up. We've seen Itsume now back in the top 8 as well. Hey, listen, for Team Queso, this is not a bad problem to have. You definitely don't mind having 2 of your players fighting for the top spot in regards to top players by kills. Pepito and Italox, remember, G25 did end up getting a win today, and they were able to put up a lot of kills. I think Pepito Pelitos ended up getting 7 kills himself on that match. And then you see NTX, one player that we've been talking about, one player to keep an eye on from Influence Rage. They've been putting up performances, man. And for not being, at least at the start of the day, for not being in the top 16 and still having a top player, if they could just get an IGL, and this is no disrespect for the current IGL, but if they can get maybe better tactics overall in regards to rotation, I feel like this team with the fragging power that they've been able to do, they'll be great. And then you have Swagwin too, from Alpha 7 there on that list. Just such a good tournament.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal tournament, and we needed to check up on how things have shaken up, maybe in not only our kills, but also our overall standings. We're going to put them up on your screen now. We're going to start to talk about who potentially is in first, and it should be, I would imagine, Queso, since they had a relatively good day so far. But nope, I'm going to be wrong. G25 going to overtake them by 5 points here.
Oh.
That is close. And that's because of G25's consistency in their placement points, but then Queso's killed by that's okay. I feel like this is going to be a back and forth. I think these two might potentially for the next week and a half just kind of trade first and second, and then we'll have to see how it shakes out in those final few days. Alpha 7 is able to maintain that 3rd place position though, while Tempo moves up 1 spot, trading with B4, who moves down 1 spot, and then literally 6th through 8th all remain the same. What's important, I think, at that point is, even if they are remaining the same, are they doing a good job of closing the point gap between the teams that are above them? Because that's going to determine, how much money they make at the end of this league play portion, right? So I think Loops is definitely chipping away at that. They have more kills than, the 3 squads above them. So as long as they can nail down some placement points, they could be in a great position here, 7.
And something that I'm enjoying there from the first page was Loops has currently a 25-point lead over Wildcard, and that's pretty good for them to have. We see here in 9th place, we see Cloud9 being able to move up in spots, 1 spot, Metagaming being able to fall down. And then the story of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Brazilian Rampage, not only making the top 16, but to say, you know what, we're not just gonna make top 16, we're gonna absolutely smash it today, moving up 6 spots here and moving now to 11th place. And this is what can happen if you continue to have amazing performances. This is why we've been talking about Brazilian Rampage. Keep in mind, Brazilian Rampage, at one point, they were dead last, but they were able to step it up. They were able to do something along the lines of what Defeaters is starting to do now. So love to see it there. Tribe Gaming, hey, listen, they might not be having the craziest performances. They might not be being as consistent, but today, they were at least able to maintain there the 12th spot. Execute did end up falling down 2 spots there with 230 points. You see Pittsburgh Knights moving up 2 spots. I'm pretty sure a lot of that has to do with the win there towards the end too, and the other placements. And then BDM following along the likes of Brazilian Rampage, moving up 4 spots, making it to the top 16 now in 15th place. You see Nova Esports falling down now to 16th place, and this is something crazy, and this is why we keep mentioning, because everything is so close here within, I would say, within 9th place all the way down to, let's say, maybe 18th place with the exit, as we're going to be going here towards the 3rd page. Anything can happen with this team's glitter if you have a great match, and right now 16th and 17th are only separated by 1 point.
Yeah, and we'll actually see in 17th is Influence Rage able to bump themselves up 1 position, while XSET does fall out of that top 16 position down into 18th place. The Unnamed also falling very dramatically after some struggles in the games in the later half of the day today. They do drop down 6 points. Klaze Esports is able to jump up 1 point. INTZ kind of switching places with them and going down 1 themselves, while 22nd through 24th with Defeaters, 19 Esports, and HQA all do stay the same. But I mean, you can see how close 20th to 17th is. And then when we go back to the second page, 9th through 16th, I think was only like a 33 or 35 point difference between all of those rankings. So we've seen teams get 30-point wins. So it's not like that's an insurmountable gap of points for these teams to jump. It's very realistic. And, you know, depending on which team decides to step up in our next play day, it could completely shake things up all over again.
I was gonna say, between 8th place, between Wildcard Gaming, and I'm kind of currently looking at it, so I'm sorry if I'm not looking at you guys right now, and 20th place, the difference right now is 45 points.
That's nothing.
That is something that if we go back to yesterday when the Feeders was able to put up a great performance, that's something that they were able to even surpass in regards to points. So anything can happen here, and oh man, I am loving this tournament. Just the craziness, the unexpectedness, the volatility, honestly, of this tournament is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at BDM, just to bring them up one more time, since the end of week 1 till now, they've moved up 8 slots, and they were like firmly in the bottom of the leaderboards. So really well done by them to have that consistency, really start to rise up. Defeaters as well had a decent day, but they still have a lot of points to go before they can catch up to anyone else above them. But that does wrap up our entire show. We obviously do have 2 days off, so Seven, Glitter, I'm gonna give you a chance to say something real quick before we head out. What are you guys gonna do on your weekend? Seven, what are you gonna do? Give away more UC?
Yo, happy birthday to my daughter Natalia. It's her 2nd birthday, so happy birthday, my girl.
Well, I know where your money's going this weekend.
Thing ever.
Buy her tons
I got
of
teary-eyed.
gifts. What? And Glitter, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess people can catch you streaming. Is that right?
You're right. Yes.
Where can they catch you
But
streaming?
also, happy birthday to Seven's daughter.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday. I was gonna sing happy birthday, but you heard me try to scream doo-doo earlier, and that didn't go well for my vocal cords.
Let's not.
Oh,
Did your best.
all right. Well, I did try. I tried very hard. But thank you guys very much, and we'll catch up with you guys in 2 days' time, since we have 2 days off until we're here with our second half of our 3rd week. But that means you guys should be tuning in as well. We'll be coming back on Saturday at the exact same time, 1 a.m. CEST, 4 p.m. Pacific time over in the Americas. Well, thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you guys very shortly for the continuation and the final parts of week 3.